316. After seeing the old chef who had concealed his identity, Crown Prince Wei Yang left with his thin monk-like master and Fan Wn from Jing Xinjai. The short and thin old man did not dare to fart when he saw the old chef who was one of the 10 people. Now, he began to ramble, saying that the old chef was really blind to learn Tongxian martial arts and that his temperament was too unbearable. He even destroyed his own martial arts for a comfortable life. Wei Yang had no choice but to listen to his master's nagging. The old man put his hands behind his back and shook his head, telling the crown prince not to learn from the old chef who did not know how to improve himself. Otherwise, no matter how high his martial arts were, he would still be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life. After talking to his heart's content, the thin monk-like old man found that the golden boy and jade girl beside him had been silent and did not support him at all. He left angrily and said, "I won't disturb you two from whispering sweet nothings to each other." Wei Yang and Fan Wn looked at each other and smiled. Then, they looked up at the southern sky almost at the same time. The crown prince said, "Follow me," and took the lead to rush to the roof of a green glass ridge. Fan Wn followed behind. It was the tallest building of the crown prince mansion. The two stood side by side and vaguely saw Lu Fang's sword in the distance. It was magnificent and amazing. Wei Yang was shocked and said with emotion, as expected of the bird's-eye peak sword immortal, "I'm afraid this sword is not inferior to Sui Yuyu in history. I wonder who can make Lu Fang take it so seriously. Is it old Demon Ding?" Fan Wn shook her head and said, "It doesn't look like it." Wei Yang was a little apologetic. "Fairy Fan, I should accompany you to watch the battle, but with my identity, I can't be willful." Fan Wn nodded and said, "The crown prince is precious and will inherit the Wei family's legacy in the future." Before Fan Wn finished speaking, the thin monk-like old man flew over from the distance and warned Wei Yang, "Don't go to court death. Since Lu Fang has made a move, there are few people who can make him stop. This kind of fight between immortals is taboo for outsiders to secretly peep. What's more, old Demon Ding likes to wantonly kill people who watch the battle." Wei Yang said with a smile, "Master, you just said that the old chef was as timid as a mouse. It's not in line with the purpose of martial arts." The old man was so angry that he laughed and said, "How old is that guy? How old are you, little brat?" Old chef was already so old, and he had already enjoyed enough blessings. He also had a body full of skills, so he should find a powerful opponent and fight to the death. In any case, he could be like Sui Yu, who failed to ascend, and obtain a good reputation in the pugilistic world. "Wei Yang, you're still young and your martial arts skills are not good enough. It's still too early for you to seek death." Wei Yang had a very good relationship with the old man. He was not only a strict master, but also a family elder with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. They usually got along like friends, so he teased, "Yes, yes, yes. Master, you're right. You have the final say in the world." The old man exclaimed in surprise, "Something's not right. Why is it so quiet over there? It doesn't seem like Sword Immortal Lu's style." The old man was curious. "My heart is itching. I have to go and take a look." The skinny monkey-like old man stepped on the roof of the mansion a few times. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 feet away, and finally became a black dot. Crown Prince Wei Yang sat on the roof ridge. Fan Wn did not sit down. She was still looking into the distance, unwilling to withdraw her gaze for a long time. Wei Yang hesitated for a moment and asked, "Fairy Fan, may I ask, is Immortal Master Tong already in the capital?" Fan Wn showed a tired and absent-minded expression. She shook her head and said, "You may not believe it, but I've never seen Master." Wei Yang couldn't believe it. Fan Wn's background had always been shrouded in fog. Even Wei Yang, who was supported by her and Mirror Heart sect, was also confused. He only knew that Fan Wn was the leader of this generation of Mirror Heart sect. She traveled in Jianghu and had been alone these years. However, there was no doubt that Mirror Heart sect was a colossus. Not only were there chess pieces of Mirror Heart sect in the Nanyuan Kingdom's imperial court, but there were also figures of women from Mirror Heart sect in the 4 countries in the world. Not to mention the grassland beyond the Great Wall, Nanyuan Kingdom was considered the territory of the imperial tutor. Songlai Kingdom was guarded by immortal Yu Zhenyi. North Jin Kingdom had Bird's Eye Peak Lu Fang and Mirror Heart sects Tong Qingqing. However, Tong Qingqing almost never showed up, as if she was even more distant from the world than Lu Fang. There were so many rumors about Tong Qingqing in Jianghu. Some said that she was Ding Ying's confidant when she was young, but because of hatred, they parted ways. Some said that Tong Qingqing was actually the direct disciple of the madman Zhu Lian and was once the princess of North Jin Kingdom. Some said that Tong Qingqing was originally a man as beautiful as a fairy, but after practicing the magic of immortals, she became neither a man nor a woman. However, she returned to her natural state and did not age. As old immortal Yu Zhenyi came out of seclusion this time and appeared with an unimaginable childish appearance, some people began to speculate whether Tong Qingqing had regained her youth and was no longer beautiful in the world. Wei Yang did not believe any of this. Fan Wn turned her head and explained with a smile, "I was once the daughter of a poor family in Songlai Kingdom. A senior sister who was traveling Jianghu took me in as a disciple and brought me to Mirror Heart sect. I was only 6 years old at the time and did not know anything. I bowed 3 times in front of Master's portrait in the pavilion, and that was the completion of the ceremony. The sect collected many secret books left behind by the fallen immortals. My white ape back swordsmanship is one of them. It is not considered a martial art of Mirror Heart sect." Fan Wn smiled bitterly and said, "I'm probably the one who wants to see Tong Qingqing the most in Jianghu." Speaking of this, Fan Wn smiled and put her palms together. She lowered her head and apologized, "I called Master by her name. Don't blame me." Wei Yang was amused by Fairy Fan's rare childlike innocence and naturally thought of that night when she walked on the bridge and patted the lion's head on the bridge. Compared to Fairy Fan of Mirror Heart sect, Wei Yang liked this kind of Fan Wn more. At this time, a spy from the Crown Prince's residence appeared on the steps below. Wei Yang floated down and returned to the roof after a while. He said with a serious expression, "Venerate Tower is up to no good again. The list that was just released has already spread like wildfire outside. I'm afraid the entire capital has heard of the new 10 people of the world." Speaking of this, Wei Yang's expression was strange as he reported the 10 people one by one. Demon Sect Sovereign Sect Master Ding Ying, Lake Mountain Sect Master Yu Zhenyi, Spring Tide Palace's Zhu Fei, Chen Pinggan, Nanyuan Kingdom's Imperial Tutor Zhong Qiu, Blade Sharpener Liu Zong, Arm Saint Cheng Yuanshan, Vaja Temple's Cloud Mud Monk, Northern Jin Kingdom's Longwu General Tang Tie, and Wanderer Feng Qingbai. The last 3 people, including Chen Pinggan, had never been on the list before. They were all new faces. Fan Wn asked in a daze, "What about my master and Lu Fang?" Wei Yang was speechless. How would he know the answer? After Zhong Qiu got up from the ruins, he shook his green robe to shake off all the dust. At the same time, Hairpin Man Zhu Shi and Demon Sect's Ya, who were enjoying the cool air at the foot of the wall, felt a cool breeze on their faces. Then, the light dimmed and they looked over. Zhu Shi was relieved, while Ya had mixed feelings. She was afraid that this uninvited guest would take a fancy to her and become obsessed with her. She was also relieved that her life was not in danger for the time being. After Zhu Fei appeared, the beauties of Spring Tide Palace, who were all second-rate masters in Jianghu, also landed not far away, scattering flowers. Zhu Fei looked at his miserable son and shook his head. "You're so useless. Even if I take you home, how can you compete with Jiang Beihai? You'd better stay here obediently for another 60 years. Otherwise, you'll die when you go out. You'll either be killed by Jiang Beihai or I'll be beaten to death by you. After 60 years, rank in the top 3 of this lotus flower-blessed land and I'll take you away. If you can't even do this, you'll die of old age here." Zhu Shi's face was full of astonishment, but he was not too disappointed. He was speechless. Zhu Fei glanced at Ya beside his son and sneered. "Are you thinking that it's not bad not to go out and you can fly away with the woman you like?" Zhu Shi, whose thoughts were seen through, blushed slightly. Zhu Fei reached out and grabbed at the void. Ya was immediately pulled up by an invisible hand. Zhu Fei waved his sleeve and a green dress appeared beside him and automatically put it on Ya. After the strange dress, Ya's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her blood flowed back into her body and her qi turned from a flood to a steady river. Ju Fei bent over and said to Ju Shi, "You stay, but the woman you love has to leave. I'll wait for you for 60 years. If you fulfill your promise, you'll be qualified to follow me to Tongye Continent's Yugue sect. You can marry this little girl on the same day. If you fail, the next time we meet at Spring Tide Palace, you can see her put on the wedding dress and call her mother." Ju Shi hurriedly stood up and said resolutely, "Okay." Ju Fei smiled brightly and patted Ju Shi's head. "Good son." The woman whose fate was decided in the blink of an eye felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Feng Qingbai stood far away. He did not dare to provoke Ju Fei. Every time Ju Fei finished speaking, Feng Qingbai would silently move further away. According to Banished Immortal's words, the more ambitious a cultivator was, the more he would give up, and the later he would awaken. For example, Lu Fang was already an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm in the Tongyi continent. Moreover, he was also a sword cultivator. Therefore, he must have come here to overcome his inner demon and heart-knocking stage. Even so, step by step, Lu Fang went from being an ignorant child to learning from a second-rate master to comprehending swordsmanship on his own. In the end, he was able to become one of the 4 grandmasters, the Bird's Eye Peak Sword Immortal under the restrictions of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and in a huge cage with thin spiritual qi. This was Lu Fang's strength. Feng Qingbai was ashamed of his inferiority. He was far inferior. His identity as a banished immortal was a trick. Although his soul was incomplete and his physical body was left in the Tongye continent like Lu Fangju, he retained most of his memories. He only borrowed the skin of someone else in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land as a temporary residence. In the end, Lu Fangju was following his heart and seeking Tao. Feng Qingbai was taking a step back and seeking Tao with his skills. Ju Fei from the Spring Tide Palace, whose true identity was unknown in the Tongye continent, was most likely a banished immortal like Feng Qingbai. Furthermore, he was more opportunistic. Clearly, he did not come here for the great Tao. He was simply here to sightsee. But he came to Lotus Flower Blessed Land to indulge in wine and women? He stayed here for almost 50 years. Then who was Ju Fei? How could he have such courage and financial resources? Tongye sect, Yugue sect, Taiping Mountain, Fuyo sect? Feng Qingbai lamented in his heart. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the white-robed young man, his luck was really terrible. In the past, the opportunities in Lotus Flower Blessed Land were not so hard to obtain. Ding Ying, Ju Fei, Yu Zhani, Zhong Qiu, Lu Fang, and that young man, any one of them, if placed in the previous 60 years, was the most promising person in the world. Especially the 3 of Ding, Ju, and Yu, who had not yet appeared. Even if they were to fight against the Nanyuan Kingdom's founding Emperor Wei Xian, the Devil Sect's founder Lu Baixiang, the female sword immortal Sui Yu, and the martial arts madman Zhu Lian, they could still fight. Ju Fei, who was chatting with his son, Chen Pinggan, who was still confronting Zhong Qiu, and Feng Qingbai. On a street, 3 banished immortals stood. 2 people walked over side by side, blocking Feng Qingbai's path of retreat. The sharpener Liu Zong, who opened a silk shop in the capital, and the armed sage Cheng Yuanshan, who dominated the grasslands beyond the Great Wall. Cheng Yuanshan held an iron spear in his hand and stared at the wanderer. The sharpener Liu Zong looked at Ju Fei and then glanced at Chen Pinggan, who was further away, as if he was choosing an opponent. Feng Qingbai sighed and clenched the long sword in his hand. He had a headache. If his big backer did not come, he would really die here. Even if his backer did not come, his good brother would come. Feng Qingbai's eyes lit up and he smiled knowingly. A man in a black robe with an elegant temperament walked over from afar with a long saber hanging from his waist. Feng Qingbai smiled and waved his hand to greet him. "Brother Tang, you're here?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Cheng Yuanshan's heart tightened. This was a little tricky. The person who came was the mainstay of Northern Jin Kingdom, the Dragon General Tang Thierry. As the top general in the world, he rarely charged into battle. The world only knew that this martial artist from a wealthy family liked to use sabers, but no one knew the depth of his saber skills and cultivation level. Other than using troops like a god, Tang Tiri was also mentioned for an interesting incident in the boudoir. It was rumored that this person was addicted to eyebrows and liked to have his wives draw all kinds of long eyebrows. Once it was revealed, the noble ladies in the capital of Northern Jin Kingdom all imitated him. Cheng Yuanshan said softly, "Old Liu, don't let your guard down. Tang Tiri uses sabers and is extremely domineering. He is good at using one saber to decide victory and defeat, and two sabers to decide life and death." Liu Zong said absent-mindedly, "Saber user? I'm not interested in him." He pointed at Chen Pinggan in the distance. "That kid is mine." Liu Zong ignored Cheng Yuanshan and walked straight ahead. He did not even care about Feng Qingbai and continued forward. He gently combed his white hair with one hand and hid the other in his sleeve. Thus, it became the holy arm Cheng Yuanshan against two masters. Cheng Yuanshan made an unexpected move. He walked to the side of the street with his spear and made way for Tang Tiri. He gestured for him to go ahead and meet up with Feng Qingbai. He would not stop him. When Tang Tiri walked past Cheng Yuanshan, he did not forget to turn around and ask with a smile, "You're really not going to take two sabers from me? It's just two sabers, it'll be fast." Cheng Yuanshan simply closed his eyes and rested. Feng Qingbai was somewhat impressed by the holy arm's ability to cultivate his mind. Tang Tiri walked towards Feng Qingbai and complained, "The last time we met, you said that you would only come here to fish in troubled waters. How did you become the vanguard?" Feng Qingbai laughed and said, "Wealth comes from danger." The two met 2 years ago in a border county of the Northern Jin Kingdom. At that time, Tang Tiri had just led the army to defeat the grassland barbarians. By chance, they hit it off at first sight. Feng Qingbai even served under Tang Tiri for more than half a year and participated in a great battle as a scout. If Feng Qingbai had not insisted on continuing to travel, Tang Tiri would have asked the emperor of the Northern Jin Kingdom for him to be a general. Feng Qingbai looked at the familiar face and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Tang Tiri looked back at the holy arm Cheng Yuanshan and then glared at Feng Qingbai. "Zhenren, you said that he wants your life. Even I heard about it. Don't you know? How many people want your life now? Do you really think there's only one Cheng Yuanshan?" Feng Qingbai pursed his lips and held back his laughter. Of course, there was a mystery here. This story was enough for the two brothers who had reunited in a foreign land to drink a few pots of good wine. Although Tang Tiri was a native of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, but even in the Tongyi continent, Feng Qingbai had never met such a fellow that was to his liking. Tang Tiri had a heroic temperament, extraordinary talent, and shocking talent. Any kind of praise could be used on this martial artist who was full of military strategies. Writing was a small matter. Jiang Hu was just like that. It had to be known that writing was a strategy, while martial arts was the art of war. This was Tang Tiri's view. Perhaps in the entire Lotus Flower Blessed Land, only Tang Tiri could do such a thing. Feng Qingbai wanted to keep him in suspense. He smiled and said, "As long as Brother Tang doesn't covet my head," before Feng Qingbai could finish his words. His line of sight was blocked by the snow-white saber aura. At the last moment of his life, Feng Qingbai was only at a loss. The banished immortal Feng Qingbai was split in half on the spot. Half of his corpse hit the walls on both sides of the street. Tang Tiri slowly sheathed his saber. It was the demonic saber refiner that had disappeared for many years. It was one of the 4 great blessings, along with the silver lotus crown on Ding Ying's head, the blue dress in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, and the Arhat golden body of the Baihe Temple. Tang Tiri's expression was neither sad nor happy. He muttered to himself, "On the way here, I just heard that you were ranked among the latest 10 people in the world. You are at the bottom, ranked 10th. Also, I am on the list, ranked 9th. Feng Qingbai, you probably thought that you could live to the end because you had an open and honest conversation with Yu Zhini in private. It was true. I came here this time to save you. But you should not have been ranked 10th and I am 9th. Both of us are on the list at the same time." Tang Tiri sighed slightly. Even a banished immortal will die. He picked up the saber on the ground and hung it at his waist. Intentionally or unintentionally, Tang Thierry showed a flaw. Almost no top master in the world had seen his saber technique. Those who had all died under Tang Thierry's saber. 20 years ago, after His Majesty was almost assassinated by martial artists in Jianghu, the imperial court of the Northern Jin began to go crazy. They secretly captured dozens of first-rate and second-rate masters and used them to practice the saber for General Long Wu. This caused the Jianghu of the Northern Jin kingdom to be bleak. Lu Fang was at the bird's-eye peak and did not care about worldly affairs. He was deeply rooted in the Mirror Heart sect and had infiltrated the imperial courts of other countries. His ambition was clearly the world, not the Jianghu. He never interfered with the Jianghu fights and Jianghu feuds in the Northern Jin kingdom. Tang Thierry was in the Northern Jin kingdom and had hundreds of thousands of the most elite border troops. In his spare time, he would draw the eyebrows of beauties. His life was very carefree. Just as Cheng Yuanshan said, he only had 2 sabers in his life. One saber was invincible and the other was to attack only after the enemy had attacked. Therefore, first-rate masters whose cultivation was lower than Tang Thierry's would definitely die. As long as their cultivation was not much higher than Tang Thierry's, they would also be in danger. It was a pity that the armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan did not act rashly towards Tang Thierry's flaw. The old man only silently retreated. Facing the Northern Jin kingdom's General Longwu, it was not that he did not have the ability to fight. On the contrary, he believed that his chances of winning were higher. However, after receiving 2 sabers from Tang Thierry, he would definitely be injured badly. By then, it would probably be someone else's turn to cut off his head. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The slingshot is below. Tang Thierry suddenly lowered his head and looked. He saw that the carvings on the scabbard of the refiner in his hand were like flowing mercury, emitting a faint 5-colored glow. Then, it followed the hilt and palm of the scabbard and spread up to Tang Thierry's shoulder and neck. Tang Thierry did not let go of the scabbard. When the glow had completely sunk into his skin and bones, Tang Thierry felt that this refiner that he had obtained recently by chance had finally become one with him. In the distance, Zhu Fei clicked his tongue and said, "You're really lucky. You killed a banished immortal and obtained a magic weapon that recognized you as its master. You're like a tiger that has grown wings. Your ranking will definitely move up a little." Zhu Fei turned his head and lectured his son Zhu Shi and Ya with a smile. "See that? That's how a person should be. You should only act at the last moment and earn a lot. That's why it's said that the more active you are in the early stages, the more miserable your death will be. Look at those 2 old bastards Ding Ying and Yu Zheni. Have they shown themselves? Nope. Yes, there's also that old witch Tong Qingqing from the Mirror Heart Chamber. She's hidden the deepest. No one can find her. I'm puzzled. Why would a banished immortal come here to fool around? It's as if he was born to run for his life. Even Ding Ying couldn't find him all these years. She's the best in the world when it comes to seeking fortune and avoiding calamity." Zhu Shi smiled bitterly. It was already not easy for Zhu Shi to not become a lunatic with such an eccentric father. In order to help that Uncle Lu overcome his inner demons, he had done so many dirty things. In fact, Zhu Shi could tell that his father had never been interested in beauty or even power. When he was still a child, he saw Uncle Lu barge into the spring-tide palace with his own eyes. His father stood still and let the other party pierce his heart with a sword. At that time, there was also a woman between the 2 of them who was determined to die to protect his father. She was Uncle Lu's most respected master's wife. His father, Zhu Fei, did not seem to be injured at all. He casually pushed the infatuated woman away and then walked forward step by step, allowing the sword to drill out of his back inch by inch. His father only had eyes for Lu Fangju. He stopped when he was almost face to face with Lu Fangju and asked with a smile, "Lu Fangju, are you awake?" Zhu Shi sighed. This was the immortal cultivation in his father's hometown. It was too strange. Ya, who had put on the blue robe, was even more silent. Her master, the only disciple of Ding Ying, the cult master of the Devil sect, was seriously injured last year. When he returned to the sect, he could not heal his wounds and could only watch as his body decayed and his vitality rapidly faded. However, The last words of this ambitious man in Ya's eyes were very strange. When immortals travel the world, they don't feel hot in fire, and they don't drown in water. What about immortals? I've seen them too. As a disciple of the Devil sect, Ya did not have much prejudice and hatred for those immortals of unknown origin. She did not even yearn for the legendary ascension. She was reluctant to leave the human world and this hometown. She only wanted to compete with Fan Wn, who was not inferior to her in appearance, talent, and ambition. She wanted to support the second prince to ascend the throne and then fight for the unification of the 4 countries. Then, she could be the empress of the Nanyuan kingdom, the mother of the world, or the new master of Jianghu after her master grandfathers Ding Ying and Yu Zhenyi. It was just that this time, the Reverence Tower and that god just had to choose the Yunyo mountain of the Nanyuan country as the place of ascension. She was also found by that master grandpa and became his lackey. She was so sad that she could not help but look up at the alley where the house was located. My master grandpa, alas, why don't you come out? Tang Tiri had already left because he had no confidence in Zhu Fei. Even if he had a complete refined master saber, his intuition told him that he would definitely die if he met Zhu Fei. It was just like those pitiful gurus who had been reduced to whetstones when they met Tang Tiri. So he went to find trouble with the armed saint, Cheng Yuanshan. But what annoyed Tang Tiri was that the guy actually slipped away and hid his breath. He was like a fish in the water in the capital. Tang Tiri's heart was full of hatred. If they were in the capital of the northern Jin kingdom, Cheng Yuanshan could only wait for death. He could mobilize the imperial guards of the city and wantonly hunt down any guru who was alone. Of course, Tang Tiri did not have the thought of killing Ding Ying and Yu Zhenyi, nor did he dare to. He quietly left the northern Jin kingdom and came to the Nanyuan kingdom. Almost every step he took was within the calculations of Zhenren Yu. Perhaps it was even earlier, from the moment he got the demonic saber refined master saber. Tang Tiri did not yearn for ascension or the home of the immortals. This world was enough for him to show what he was good at. Ding Ying and the child named Cao Qinglang, one sat on a bench and basked in the sun while the other stood at the door of the kitchen, trembling as he held the chopper. Ding Ying had just learned that Tong Qingqing was not among the 10. He sighed and turned to the child with a smile. There's nothing for you to do. That woman is really. At this point, even a great demon like Ding Ying did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know how to accurately evaluate Tong Qingqing. Ding Ying knew Tong Qingqing from the Mirror Heart Temple better than anyone else in the world. For one thing, they were of the same age and were of the same generation. They had known each other for a long time. Ding Ying was the second martial arts genius of the devil cult after Liu Baixiang. He was among the top 10 in the world at a young age, so he wandered alone in Jianghu. Tong Qingqing's identity at that time was similar to Fan Wn of the Mirror Heart Temple. However, compared to Fan Wn, who was advancing step by step and playing countless heroes in the palm of her hand, her master, Tong Qingqing, was an out-and-out coward. She was forced to be the next master of the Mirror Heart Temple, but she shamelessly stayed in the temple and was unwilling to go out to help the sect seek the world. Ding Ying was extremely bold. Once, he sneaked into the Mirror Heart Temple and went to the pavilion in the middle of the lake to enjoy the cool breeze and the moon. As a result, he met Tong Qingqing, who was sobbing in the pavilion and curled up against the pillar of the pavilion. The girl was talking about her worries and did not notice Ding Ying. She was busy complaining that her master was too cruel and wanted to drive her out of the sect. She complained that her senior and junior sisters were too stupid. They were so diligent in practicing martial arts that they could not beat her, who was lazy every day. Then she counted her fingers and talked about the masters in Jianghu, how powerful and how cruel they were. In the end, she did not even let the second-rate masters go. Ding Ying felt that she had really seen a ghost. There was actually such a woman who was so afraid of death in this world. Tong Qingqing was, after all, one of the top 20 experts in the world. When she finally discovered Ding Ying, she also looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her first sentence was to tell Ding Ying that as long as she didn't kill her, she would pretend that she hadn't seen anything. Tong Qingqing was, of course, a beauty. Compared to her disciple Fan Wn and the Empress of Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhu Shuzhen, she was indeed more moving. But even after so many years, what Ding Ying remembered most clearly was Tong Qingqing's expression at that time. She had tears in her eyes, pouted her lips, and begged for help. She was timid and weak, like a young deer that had met a woodcutter in the depths of the forest. Ding Ying had been infatuated with martial arts all her life. She had never had any romantic feelings for Tong Qingqing. But Tong Qingqing's temperament and her expression at the Mirror Heart Pavilion that year were truly unforgettable to Ding Ying. That time, there had been no disturbance. Ding Ying had gone to the Mirror Heart Pavilion to steal a secret manual and quietly left. After Ding Ying had left, Tong Qingqing was so scared that she hurriedly ran back to her courtyard without even informing her. Later, Ding Ying became more and more famous, especially during the chaos of the Nanyuan Kingdom 60 years ago. Ding Ying had won the Silver Lotus Crown and became the most powerful person in the world. After that, she had killed dozens of banished immortals and learned many secrets. During this period, Ding Ying had met Tong Qingqing by chance. At that time, she was probably too ashamed to hide in the Mirror Heart Pavilion and finally began to roam the Jianghu. But everything went wrong and she was shockingly beautiful. She was caught by the master of the Soldier Seal sect, one of the 3 sects of the Devil cult. If Ding Ying had not happened to pass by the Soldier Seal sect and saved Tong Qingqing, this fairy would probably have become that fat pig's sex toy. Ding Ying had not saved her in vain. He did not use torture to interrogate her and learned many secrets of the Mirror Heart Pavilion, as well as the dozens of superior secret skills that she had firmly memorized. Most of them were skills used to save her life and escape. Otherwise, they were skills that could turn something rotten into something magical. They had great killing power. She had a photographic memory and easily memorized them, but she did not learn any of them. If Ding Ying had not been unwilling to ask for more, she would have wanted to go back to the Mirror Heart Pavilion and steal a few more immortal skills for him. She even patted her chest with tears in her eyes and promised that she would make Ding Ying invincible, unparalleled, and unify the Jianghu. She probably forgot that Ding Ying was already the most powerful person in the world at that time. Many years later, after Tong Qingqing returned to the Mirror Heart sect to inherit the position of sect leader, Ding Ying went to look for her again. In the end, she did not find her. She knew that this coward had most likely practiced the secret of the Mirror Heart sect, which could make a woman regain her youth. Moreover, her cultivation would rise with the tide. The younger she became, the more profound her cultivation would be. The premise was, of course, that she would lose her devastatingly beautiful appearance. But to Tong Qingqing, this price was probably nothing. Sure enough, as Ding Ying expected, Tong Qingqing finally entered the ranks of the top 10 in the world. So this time, when Ding Ying entered the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, he had been paying attention to all the children with inner spiritual aura. He found 6 or 7 children, but they were not Tong Qingqing. Interestingly, these children might not be able to become first-class masters in martial arts, but if they practiced the immortal skills of the banished immortals, they would definitely make rapid progress. Of course, Ding Ying had no interest in cultivating them to become the next Yu Zhini or Zhu Fei. Finally, Ding Ying found Cao Qinglang right under his nose because he suddenly had a strange idea. Even if he was a boy, Ding Ying felt that with Tong Qingqing's character of being unscrupulous in order to save her life, and with so many strange secret manuals in the Mirror Heart Pavilion, especially several immortal skills that involved the transfer of souls, it might really be possible that Cao Qinglang was hidden in his body. The real body could be hidden casually. The world was so big that a living person would inevitably leave some traces, but a dead person would be difficult to find. But everything was subverted by the list. Tong Qingqing was not among the top 10 people. This showed that Tong Qingqing was definitely not a child at that time. Obviously, the extremely timid Tong Qingqing believed that he, who was familiar with her background, would come to find her. It was very likely that she had immediately reverse-deduced the immortal skill after getting into the top 10 last time, which increased her age and caused her cultivation to decline. Ding Ying could be sure that the top 10 people on the list before today had been tampered with by Zhu Shuzhen, the head of the Tower of Reverence, because the Empress of the Nanyuan Kingdom was originally a disciple of the Mirror Heart Pavilion. But Zhu Shuzhen had no way to decide the final ranking of the list, because the top 10 people were decided by a certain god, which caused Tong Qingqing to give herself away. At this moment, sitting in the courtyard, Ding Ying laughed loudly. He was very curious about what kind of cultivator such an unheard-of banished immortal would be in his hometown. As for which identity Tong Qingqing was using and where she was hiding sneakily, Ding Ying was no longer curious. Anyway, it was interesting enough. Even if he guessed the truth wrong and Tong Qingqing could defeat him this time, Ding Ying didn't care. What Ding Ying wanted was to occupy at least 80% of the martial arts fate in the world. He wanted to ascend in broad daylight with his pure physical body and complete an unprecedented feat. He wanted to go further and higher than Zhu Lian and Sui Yu. He wanted to win against the god of this world. At the very least, he wanted to force the god to break his own rules and kill him personally. Then, Ding Ying would have no regrets even if he died. Ding Ying looked back at the window and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will let you out. But then, your master will die. I hope you can find his reincarnation in the future and fight for the opportunity 60 years later with him. That's all." Ding Ying stood up. Chen Pinggan stood at the edge of the gully, his sleeves waving in the wind. Liu Zong, the sharpener, walked towards Chen Pinggan. He didn't care about what happened to Cheng Yuanshan, Tang Tieri, and Feng Qingbai. Liu Zong was recognized as one of the top 3 in the world for his single-mindedness. Yu Zhini had already made a conclusion about this. Because of this, Yu Zhini had even left the Lake Mountain faction to find Liu Zong and persuade him to give up the knife in his hand. His martial arts path would only be wider. But Liu Zong didn't agree. He said that the knife was his wife and he couldn't lose it. This was called a wife who had gone through hardships. Yu Zheni, who was always serious, laughed heartily. He drank with Liu Zong for the first time and left. This wasn't some rumor in the Jianghu. It was said by one of Yu Zheni's direct disciples. Liu Zong, the grinder, was both good and evil. His reputation was not bad, but it was not bad either. He never killed the innocent, but all those who died in his hands were often incomparably miserable. The more powerful the master, the more tragic the death. It was enough to make people vomit bile. Zhong Qiu had already walked back to the street. He, Chen Pinggan, and Liu Zong formed a triangle. Zhong Qiu smiled. "My fight with him isn't over yet. Liu Zong, you can wait until we've determined a winner before you attack. As for whether you'll fight with me or with him, it's still hard to say." Liu Zong's eyes were burning. Before he attacked to kill, he began to habitually grind his teeth like a sharpening knife. It was very terrifying. The old man thought for a moment. "Okay. As long as you don't dislike me for taking advantage of others and have the confidence to live to the end, it's fine. If not..." He pointed at Chen Pinggan. "Imperial Tutor Zhong, you can leave now. Leave him to me. I, Liu Zong, have never cut open the stomach of a banished immortal in my life." Liu Zong sincerely admired the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, who lived in the same city as him. He had also spoken frankly to the armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan in his shop. Zhong Qiu pointed at the tattered green robe on his body and smiled. "Do I look like I'm willing to stop?" Liu Zong sighed. "All right, then I'll wait for you to decide the result." Zhong Qiu asked, "Zhu Fei is also a banished immortal. Why don't you kill him?" Liu Zong shook his head. "I'm not stupid. This young man in front of me has the same style as you. It'll feel good to cut him up with every cut. That Zhu Fei knows sorcery. Maybe he won't even have a corpse after he dies. I've risked my life and spent so much effort. In the end, it'll all be for naught. I won't do it." Zhong Qiu shook his head helplessly. Chen Pinggan ignored the sharpener Liu Zong. He spread out his palm in front of him, indicating that Zhong Qiu could continue the fight. Liu Zong was stunned. He stomped his foot. "Ayo, this appearance and posture is so handsome. Luckily I'm not a young woman. Otherwise, I'd be tempted. No, if I let you wander the Jianghu, you'll bring disaster to hundreds of beautiful girls. You deserve to be killed. Choosing you over Zhu Fei was the right choice." Zhong Qiu and Chen Pinggan seemed to have already entered the Dao. They turned a deaf ear to his words and remained unperturbed. Liu Zong suddenly stopped talking. Because he was the closest to the two. Strangely, He seemed to have heard the sound of water dripping. The next moment, a majestic gust of wind hit him in the face. Although Liu Zong did not move, his sleeves and hair were blown into a mess. It turned out that Zhong Qiu and the young man had punched each other. The gust of wind from their fists scattered in all directions. Dust flew around the two. The bluestones on the street were shattered. Liu Zong raised his hand and slapped away a flying stone that was as fast as a crossbow arrow. He widened his eyes and watched, not wanting to miss any details. Good heavens! When the two of them attacked, it was as if they were going to collapse the mountains and crack the earth. Zhong Qiu, who was dressed in a green robe, and Chen Pinggan, who was dressed in a white robe, were so fast that their figures were like white mist and green smoke respectively. Wherever the two of them went, the world was turned upside down. It was an extremely dangerous close combat. The two figures were not more than 10 feet away from each other. At most, they were less than 3 arms apart. Apart from the fact that each of them had one arm, it meant that even if they were hit by a punch, they would only be pushed back by an arm's distance. Others were doing Dao in a snail's shell, but these two crazy fellows were destroying cities and shaking mountains within inches. Were they really made of flesh and blood? The two ethereal figures almost destroyed the entire street. However, as if they had agreed, the buildings and high walls on both sides were undamaged. Their control of their fists had truly reached the pinnacle of perfection. About half an hour later, Zhu Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. Zhong Qiu, you're just messing around. Let's go, let's go. I can't watch this anymore. Anyway, Ding Ying and Yu Zhini are here to clean up the mess. Zhu Fei grabbed Zhu Shi and Yae's shoulders with both hands and swept away as if he was carrying a chicken. Although the beauties of the spring-tide palace were confused, they still followed Zhu Fei into the air and floated away. At the end of the street, dust covered the sky. At the corner, Zhong Qiu walked away with a smile and left along another street. Although this imperial tutor was covered in dust, he did not look dispirited at all. Instead, he looked as if he had done something delightful. Chen Pinggan, on the other hand, remained on the original street. He walked out alone, surrounded by dust. His fists and aura were nowhere to be seen. Like the most ordinary young man, he took a step and arrived in front of the sharpener, Liu Zong. Liu Zong blinked and asked, "Can we not fight?" Chen Pinggan asked back, "What do you think?" Liu Zong said seriously, "I think it's fine. We have no grudges and the road is so wide. There's nothing wrong with us going our own way." Chen Pinggan shifted his gaze and looked toward the residence. He nodded and said, "Then it's fine." Liu Zong chuckled and said, "Before we leave, can I ask you something? What's your relationship with Imperial Tutor?" Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and answered, "We're kindred spirits." Liu Zong was about to say something. Chen Pinggan said in a low voice, "Leave quickly and follow Zhong Qiu. If possible, help him deal with someone. If you trust me, don't think about running away. Only by working with Zhong Qiu will you have a chance to survive to the end." Liu Zong nodded and brushed past Chen Pinggan without saying anything. Moreover, Chen Pinggan also took a step forward and moved sideways, standing right behind Liu Zong. On the other side, Zhong Qiu stood still. A childlike guy stood on a sword hovering in the air, blocking Zhong Qiu's path. On Chen Pinggan's side, Ding Ying slowly walked out of the alley with a silver lotus crown on her head. Between the old man's fingers was a trembling flying sword. 317. On the quiet street, the old friends reunited. Hovering above a flying sword was Yu Zhini, who looked like a child. The sword light under his feet was like colored glass, shining brightly. The leader of the Lake Mountain sect, the leader of the righteous path, had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He had given up everything to practice the techniques of the immortals, and finally, he was a god. Finally, he appeared in the capital after the first drum beat of the Black Ox Mountain. After leaving the Black Ox Mountain outside the capital, the first person he saw was his life and death brother, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Qiu. Zhong Qiu seemed to have expected Yu Zhini to stop him, and was not surprised. Not only did he not stop, he continued to move forward, and only stopped when he was less than 20 steps away. Zhong Qiu smiled and asked, "Is the jade bamboo fan done?" Don't you think it's too soft to use it as the token of the future leader of the Lake Mountain sect? It was like the polite greetings between ordinary friends. Like those who returned on a snowy night. Could they drink a cup of wine? Eugenie asked. It's already the third time. Why? He was denouncing Zhong Qiu. Zhong Qiu asked back, are you asking me why I saved Lu Fang, and why I helped that Chen Pinggan? Eugenie, who had broken out of seclusion as a child, had ripples in his deep, dark eyes. He was obviously angry for the first time. Eugenie did not speak, but the flying sword under his feet, which was connected to his master's mind, was overflowing with brilliance, becoming more and more magnificent and enchanting, like a piece of colored glass dropped from the heavenly court to the mortal world. Zhong Qiu glanced at the flying sword under Eugenie's feet, and retracted his gaze. He said with a calm expression, didn't you already know the answer? Eugenie sighed slightly, and some nostalgia arose in his heart. It was not that Eugenie was soft-hearted, but that things had already come to this. Since Zhong Qiu was still stubborn after so many years, he had to harden his heart. The Jianghu people said that Zhen Renyu, an imperial tutor, broke off their relationship because of a beautiful woman, but they underestimated them too much. Back then, when the two of them had just risen to fame in the pugilistic world, it was precisely because they had met a banished immortal that the two of them parted ways. At that time, Eugenie was determined to kill the banished immortal, but Zhong Qiu thought that the crime was not worthy of death. Moreover, the risk was too great, so there was no need to risk everything. However, Eugenie still went alone to assassinate the banished immortal. At the moment of life and death, Zhong Qiu suddenly appeared and blocked the fatal sword for Eugenie. Then, just as Ding Ying had said to them in the Nanyuan kingdom, after the banished immortal was killed, two opportunities fell from his body. One was an immortal's secret manual that could cultivate the great way of immortality, and the other was an invincible glazed sword. Amidst the heavy rain, Eugenie held the golden jade heavenly book made of an unknown material in one hand and a sword in the other as he roared toward the sky. Zhong Qiu left dejectedly. Eugenie gently threw away the immortal's sword and said that the two of them could live and die together, but they also wanted to be rich and famous together. In the future, the rules of this world, whether it was the High Temple or the distant pugilistic world, would be set by you because you liked to read. I, Eugenie, yearn for the immortality of the great way of immortality. After cultivating the immortal's method, I will protect you. I will make all the banished immortals in the world bow their heads and obey my orders, and no longer dare to run amok. However, Zhong Qiu did not wait for Eugenie to finish his words. He just left directly, leaving the priceless divine weapon to fall into the mud and Eugenie's heartfelt words to dissipate in the heavy rain between heaven and earth. Liu Zong, the sharpener, left the ruined street and turned the corner. Seeing this scene from afar, he was speechless. After hesitating for a moment, he still moved forward slowly. He neither flinched nor waited for an opportunity to escape. Liu Zong believed the young man's words. He believed that the child in front of him, who was supposed to fight old Demon Ding for 800 rounds, would be determined to kill Zhong Qiu, who was once his close friend. The reason why he believed it was because the young banished immortal could make Zhong Qiu take the initiative to give him a punch and help him consolidate a certain realm, so that he could better deal with the upcoming battle. Zhong Qiu never did as he pleased. Every word and action had its own rules. Was Zhong Qiu a sanctimonious hypocrite, or was he a traitor? He was neither. Liu Zong had stayed in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom for so many years, so he knew very well what kind of person Zhong Qiu was. He was a real scholar and martial arts guru. He had both and mastered them through a comprehensive study. He had reached the peak of the external martial arts realm in this world, and he had raised it to a higher level with his own strength. Moreover, Zhong Qiu had a very clear understanding of the difference between good and evil. There had been several incidents in the capital where the public opinion in the imperial court and the Jianghu were one-sided. He should have killed all of them, which would have been satisfying and saved him effort. However, Zhong Qiu had quietly closed the case and dealt with it fairly and peacefully. Even Liu Zong, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, wanted to give him a thumbs up and praise him as a true hero. Therefore, when the young man said that he and Zhong Qiu were kindred spirits, Liu Zong had no choice but to accept it. Without hesitation, Liu Zong decided to take out the sharpening knife in his sleeve. Other than being congenial, he was also fighting for a chance to survive. To be honest, there was no one in the world who was not curious about the strange relationship between Yu Zhenyi and Zhong Qiu. Liu Zong, the sharpener, was no exception. When he was at the silk shop, he chatted with the old ladies and young ladies about the trivialities in the neighborhood. He heard that an old man had been stripped of his ashes, which family's daughter had taken a fancy to whom. He heard that the widow Liu's house often meowed at night, which family's man had secretly gone to the brothel and spent all his savings, and his wife had made a fuss about hanging herself. Liu Zong was more interested in these trivial matters than women. Liu Zong's hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, clenched the sharpener. He still hadn't asked Widow Liu who that night owl was. He couldn't die here today. Besides, he had observed the few candidates who had the potential to become his last disciple. After so many years of observation, he had a rough idea of who they were. Zhong Qiu looked at the child who stood on the sword and stopped in the wind. He sighed softly. Yu Zhenyi, have you ever thought that although you are still different from those banished immortals, if you continue on this path, you will become one of them sooner or later? Another day, there will be another Zhao Zhenyi or Ma Zhenyi who will come to kill you. They will think that killing you is justified. Yu Zhenyi shook his head. Zhong Qiu, you don't know yet, right? The place of ascension this time is still Roaring Bull Mountain, but the number of people has changed. There are no longer 10 people, but only 3. However, these 3 people are qualified to choose 5, 3, and 1 from the real history of Lotus Flower Blessed Land to ascend together. However, these 9 people may become subordinate puppets. I have calculated that Ding Ying, Zhu Fei, and I will be the 3 people with the highest chances of ascension. Yu Zhenyi then told Zhong Qiu about the final 10 people on the list. Without Lu Fang and Tong Qingqing, Zhong Qiu directly asked the most important question. He frowned and said, "You want to leave?" Yu Zhenyi shook his head and said, "Of course I won't. Before the 3rd drum, I won't ascend the monstrous Ox Mountain. I'll give up the chance to ascend, just like the madman Zhu Lian back then. The only difference is that he wanted to ascend with his physical body for the 2nd time. As for me, I want to prove to you that I was right to kill that banished immortal back then. You were wrong to do that. I want this world to be peaceful as long as I'm alive." Yu Zhenyi said it casually. This was a big statement, but Yu Zhenyi said it lightly. Zhong Qiu smiled. "We have different aspirations and paths." Yu Zhenyi said slowly, "You have one last chance. Join hands with me to kill that banished immortal, Zhu Fei. Ding Ying will not stop you. Then you will live to the end. As for whether you choose to ascend to Roaring Bull Mountain, it is up to you." Zhong Qiu asked, "Then the other people on the list, Liu Zong, Arm Saint Cheng Yuanshan, North Jin's Longwu General Tang Thierry, and Diamond Temple's monk Yun Ni. Who will kill them? Will it be you, Yu Zhenyi, or Ding Ying? These people are not banished immortals." It was as if the 2 of them were talking to each other. Yu Zhenyi was furious. "If others say such stupid things, I will just take it as a village woman's opinion. I am too lazy to care. As the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom, don't you know that there is no change in the world that is not in vain?" Zhong Qiu nodded with a smile. "Of course I know. I have done many things for the sake of Nanyuan Kingdom. However, I am only asking you, Yu Zhenyi. I am not asking about the change that has not happened in 1,000 years. I am not asking about this world or the banished immortals' Lotus Flower Blessed Land. I am asking you, Yu Zhenyi of Tuolan County in Rong County of Songshui Kingdom." Yu Zhenyi sneered. "Stubborn. You have been like this since you were young. No matter how many books you read and how many martial arts you practice, you are still that stinky stone in the latrine pit." Zhong Qiu smiled. "You have changed a lot, Yu Zhenyi." Liu Zong was scared out of his wits. He was afraid that Zhong Qiu would agree and join forces with Yu Zhenyi to kill the 4 people on the list. It would be as easy as killing chickens. Besides Yu Zhenyi, who had reached the transcendent state, Zhong Qiu was the local tyrant of Nanyuan Kingdom. Even if Liu Zong, Cheng Yuanshan, Tang Thierry, and Monk of Cloud and Mud joined forces, they would still have no chance of winning. Fortunately, Zhong Qiu was indeed the imperial tutor that Liu Zong admired. Zhong Qiu raised his head and looked in the direction of his hometown. He was a little sad. After saying so much, you Eugenie, just want to kill me with a clear conscience. This has never changed. Eugenie stood on his flying sword. Zhong Qiu didn't turn his head. He laughed loudly. Liu Zong, we have been neighbors in the capital for so many years and have never visited each other. It is not that I look down on you, the sharpener. The friendship between gentlemen is as indifferent as water. I, Zhong Qiu, will strike first and you will hold the line. If there is a big difference in the outcome, you should run and find Monk of Cloud and Mud. Don't feel ashamed. Liu Zong, the sharpener, was stunned for a moment before he muttered, "Oh my God," as expected of the state preceptor of Zhong. His flattery makes me, old Liu, feel so good. Being friends with such a person was like being a drunkard drinking wine. How could one be sober? Liu Zong, who wasn't afraid of death but didn't seek it, took a step forward. If he died, so be it. Eugenie leaned forward slightly and gently landed on the street. He waved his sleeves and said softly, "Let's go." The flying sword behind him, whose sword light was as clear as colored glaze, drew a huge arc and broke through the wall. Then, it broke through the wall and reappeared on this street as fast as lightning. It just happened to bypass the state preceptor Zhong Qiu and went straight for Liu Zong, the grinder behind him. Eugenie walked forward leisurely. He waved his hands and then put them behind his back. He smiled and said, "Zhong Qiu, aren't you known as the world's #1 fighter? Come, I won't fight back." Zhong Qiu nodded and suddenly asked, "Can we fight outside the city?" Eugenie smiled. "Imperial tutor, you don't have to worry about hurting the innocent. You don't have that ability." Zhong Qiu couldn't help but laugh. This guy had become an arrogant kid at the end of his cultivation. Zhong Qiu really wanted to experience the supernatural powers of the so-called immortals. Eugenie put his hands behind his back and signaled Zhong Qiu to strike with all his strength. Not only that, he even tiptoed and hovered in the air. He was at the same height as Zhong Qiu, making it easier for Zhong Qiu to strike. Zhong Qiu wasn't angry at all. He felt mocked and his expression became more serious. He threw a punch. Zhong Qiu's fist stopped 3 feet away from Eugenie's childish face. That punch could only move forward inch by inch, and it was extremely slow. It was like an old man climbing a mountain with difficulty. The distance between the two was only 3 feet, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Eugenie shook his head slightly with his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of pity. I didn't expect Zhong Qiu to be so weak. Until Ding Ying appeared to settle this mess, the pink diamond Ma Xian still didn't move. Even when Tang Thierry, Cheng Yuanshan, Zhu Fei, and the other grandmasters left, Ma Xian was still lying on the ground. Jianghu was like this. The water was deep and the water was shallow. It could drown someone. Moreover, there was an old saying that the good swimmer would drown. Ma Xian's life was actually worth more than 500 taels of gold. In the martial arts world of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, this amount of gold could only buy the life of a second-rate master or a county governor. It seemed that he had escaped the danger of being surrounded and was only facing off against the lotus-crowned elder. However, Chen Pingan's palms were sweating. It had nothing to do with courage or state of mind. It was purely because Ding Ying's killing intent was too strong. It was a person's instinct to avoid danger. However, if one could face it head-on, that would be the true test of martial arts. One only needed to look at the 15 flying sword between his fingers to understand how difficult it was to deal with Ding Ying. Ding Ying smiled. Is this the so-called life-flying sword of the banished deity? It's a very new thing. It should be the first time it appeared on the map of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It's also very rare for a complete body and soul to enter here. No wonder you caused so many accidents. However, it doesn't matter because I, Ding Ying, am here in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Chen Pinggan didn't say anything. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and assumed the steaming cloud swamp-style fist stance. Ding Ying looked around and continued to imprison the beautiful green flying sword with 2 fingers on his right hand. He then stretched out his left hand. After chatting, it's time to make a move. Let me see if I can kill you with one hand. Ding Ying glanced at Chen Ping'an's fist stance and shook his head. I advise you to change to an offensive fist stance. I still hope to see some eye-catching martial arts. Otherwise, if I get the upper hand, it will be like the fist stance you used to defeat Lu Fang and Zhong Qiu. You won't be able to fight back. Ding Ying smiled and waved at Chen Ping'an. You only managed to hit 10 fists at most. You can definitely hit more. I'm very curious. How many fists can you hit at most? You can rest assured and use them all. I'll take them all. Chen Ping'an really changed to the god-beating drum-style fist stance. His aura suddenly changed from that of a mountain city to that of a tide of cavalry. Ding Ying smiled and nodded. He still held the pocket flying sword with one hand and only used one hand to face the enemy. Come. In an instant, the street where Chen Ping'an was originally standing on instantly collapsed into a huge pit with a radius of a few meters, and the white robe had already disappeared. Ding Ying nodded. That was fast enough. No wonder Lu Fang, who was half a step into the sword-controlling realm, was still in such a sorry state. Ding Ying blocked the young banished immortal's fist with his palm. Just as he was about to clench his fist, the force of the fist loosened and the second fist was already heading for his ribs. Ding Ying understood. If it was as he guessed, this fist stance, the speed, the force, and the will of the fist were all the same. The most ingenious part was that the fists were connected and could not be avoided. One could only face it head-on. At first glance, it looked like a small mountain. However, if an immortal used his magical power to lift up the earth for thousands of miles, he would find that the inconspicuous mountain was actually the whole sequence of events. It was like the ancestral mountain of the world. Before the eighth fist, Ding Ying's feet did not move at all. Every time, he blocked the fist with his palm. It was as if there was a snow-white flood dragon hovering around him. There was no human figure. After the ninth fist, Ding Ying took a step back and blocked the fist smashing between his eyebrows with his palm. Ding Ying's seemingly simple moves contained the essence of 9 kinds of martial arts that he had collected from various sects and factions in the Lotus Flower-blessed land. Needless to say, the Mirror Heart Room that was like his own garden, Eugenie's Lake Mountain sect, Zhong Qiu's fist technique that was passed down to his direct disciples, Bird's Eye Peak and Spring Tide Palace, Cheng Yuanshan's spear technique's avalanche style, the 8-armed divine spirit Shui Yuan, and other great grandmasters' secret techniques that were not passed down to others. Ding Ying used various methods to obtain them for his own use. Some of them had reached the peak of martial arts and were left untouched. Some of them still had room for improvement. The 10th fist. Ding Ying took a few steps to the side but still had the mood to leisurely laugh. The only flaw in your fist technique is that it takes the path of injuring the enemy by 1,000 but also injuring yourself by 800. I want to see how many punches you can take and how powerful the last one is. Chen Ping'an only focused on punching. His heart sank to the bottom of an ancient well. There were no spectators for this fight. Because they didn't dare. Old Demon Ding was famous for his love of torturing and killing bystanders. You are not afraid of death. You like to watch from the sidelines, you like to point and clap, you like to be shocked as if you have seen a ghost in broad daylight, right? Every time old Demon Ding fought with someone, he would slap those bystanders into meat paste, just like how a person would slap mosquitoes on the curtain and flies on the wall with the face of a fan. Therefore, the thin monk-alike master of Crown Prince Wei Yang had not been hiding in the distance for long. When he saw old Demon Ding personally fighting, he immediately withdrew. However, there was only one Ding Ying. Other top figures like Zhong Qiu and Eugenie didn't like to be bystanders, but most of them didn't care. However, watching a life-and-death battle between second-rate experts was a big taboo for the people of the martial arts world, because no one wanted their trump card to be seen by outsiders. The more people there were, the more mouths there would be. One person would spread it to 10, and 10 would spread it to 100. How could it be called a trump card if everyone knew about it? Jianghu was not big, especially after one became a first-rate grandmaster. Jianghu was even smaller. The distance between the two sides was always within 2 arms. However, on the 11th punch, Ding Ying seemed to have tasted the power of the god's drumming style. He intentionally or unintentionally widened the distance and was knocked back more than 10 feet by the punch. At that time, Lu Fang was seriously injured by the 10 punches. Firstly, he was in a hurry and had no time to respond. But Ding Ying had been waiting from the beginning. Secondly, Lu Fang was wholeheartedly practicing swordsmanship. His kung fu was only on the sword, so his physique was far inferior to Ding Ying's. Lu Fang took 10 punches from Chen Pinggan. It was like an infantry army meeting an elite cavalry army in the wild. They were defeated at the first touch. Naturally, they were defeated like a landslide. Ding Ying also took 10 punches. He occupied a huge city with high walls and strong troops. Therefore, it was not the real gap between Lu Fang and Ding Ying that was as wide as heaven and earth. In the end, Ding Ying could deal with it so easily because of Lu Fang and Zhong Qiu's lessons. After the 11th punch, Ding Ying stood more than 10 feet away. Taking advantage of the fact that the next punch had not come close, he suddenly shook his sleeve and scattered the fist aura that lingered in his palm. Ding Ying joked, 3 or 4 more punches and I'm afraid I'll be injured a little. The 12th punch was already in front of his face. Ding Ying punched for the first time and collided with Chen Pinggan's drumming style. Chen Pinggan took a few steps back, but the profoundness of the deity's drum-beating style was fully displayed. Chen Pinggan used a trajectory and speed that exceeded common sense to throw out this punch even faster. Ding Ying, who did not have time to punch, could only raise his elbow slightly sluggishly to block in front of his body. The tip of his elbow hit his chest. Ding Ying flew out with a bang, but the vital qi in his long robe surged and helped to dissipate most of the fist aura. In a flash, he sensed that his opponent seemed to be slightly slower. Ding Ying narrowed his eyes and slid out. At the same time he received the 14th punch, he said with a smile, "Previously at your residence, there was a mischievous little thing that didn't know life from death and tried to sneak into the ground with a flying sword to find you. I found it. I don't know if it was shaken to death or suffocated underground." As expected, while the young man had sensed it, he did not stop. The 15th punch came quickly. After the punch, Ding Ying retreated again, and the 2 fingers that clamped down on the 15th flying sword trembled slightly. Ding Ying was not shocked but happy, but he hid it well. Old Demon Ding, who had held the throne of first for 60 years, seemed to be conceited and arrogant, but in reality, in the deepest part of Ding Ying's heart, he wanted to obtain the essence of this punch more than anyone. It was very likely that comprehending this punch would allow him to have more confidence in accomplishing what he wanted. Facing the heavenly Tao head-on, Ding Ying did not care that speaking would cause his true qi to pour out violently. He smiled and said, "I asked Ye and Zhu Shi to bring out the 4 heads previously for you to see. If I remember correctly, that child's name is Cao Qinglang. It's really unfortunate for him to meet a banished immortal like you." Even Ding Ying could not see Chen Pinggan's face clearly, but the old man could clearly sense that person's little killing intent. It was not anger, nor was it the kind of killing intent that was spreading wildly. Instead, it was deliberately suppressed into a thin line and then twisted into a grain. Now that was interesting. This person's mental state was unique among the banished immortals that Ding Ying had seen and killed. Ding Ying had learned many things in his life and had flipped through all the books. He had once flipped through a Daoist classic and read this passage: "Traveling in the water without avoiding flood dragons is the courage of a boat. Traveling in the forest without fear of jackals and wolves is the courage of a woodcutter and hunter. Crossing a white blade in front of one's body and viewing death as life is the courage of a hero. Knowing that there was a limit to one's strength, being calm in the face of a great disaster is the courage of a saint. If you want to be calm, you must first calm your heart." What was the meaning of "there was a limit to one's strength"? Even Chen Pinggan, who was standing in front of him, believed that the family in the small courtyard was all dead, and that the little thing might also be dead. Based on this premise, not only did he have to know that guilt and regret were meaningless, and would only lead to his own destruction, he had to focus on it, and after knowing it, he had to do it. It was not easy to know it, but it was even harder to do it. However, Chen Pinggan did not disappoint Ding Ying. He did not hesitate in the slightest when he punched, nor did he bind his hands and feet. On the contrary, even though he knew that every punch would only let Ding Ying understand the deity's drumming style more, he punched without hesitation, hurting the enemy by 1,000 but also hurting himself by 800. Either Ding Ying would die under his own fist, or his meridians would be broken inch by inch, his spirit would be destroyed, his flesh and blood would be shattered, and he would die in the process of delivering the last punch of the deity's drumming style. The 16th punch. Ding Ying nodded lightly and laughed heartily. From the lotus flower of the silver laurel, a radiance poured down like a waterfall and covered his entire body. This time, Ding Ying only retreated 3 steps and was unscathed. Chen Pinggan retracted his fist and used the rebound force to retreat several feet. After standing still, he raised his arm and wiped the blood with the back of his hand. Ding Ying had no intention of switching between offense and defense, and asked with a smile, "Why aren't you punching? Looking at your condition, you can at least take 2 more punches, at least." Ding Ying looked at the silent young man and raised his right hand. "Have you never thought that if you take 1 or 2 more punches, you will be able to make me loosen 2 fingers? Ding Ying sighed and felt a little regretful. If he did not bring out the lotus crown, his intuition told him that he would be in danger and that it was very likely that both of them would suffer. However, there was no need to be perfect. These dozen punches were enough for him to study and study. It was obvious that this punch was the most powerful move that young banished immortal had. Ding Ying felt that it was enough. Next, it was time to get down to business. Chen Pinggan looked around. Everything was so inexplicable. However, it was precisely because of this that Chen Pinggan felt that the injustice in his heart was about to explode. It was just like when he was young, when he saw Liu Xianyang lying on the sickbed. After he left, he silently walked towards the covered bridge. That feeling of despair was still fresh in Chen Pinggan's memory, even after all these years, after walking such a long path and practicing so many punches. The world was vast, and he was alone. Then, he encountered a huge obstacle that he could not cross no matter what. Either he died of grievance, or he sought death. What else could he do? At this moment, the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist was still sealed. Chuyi could not leave. The golden robe on his body was still lifeless. 15, who was both a flying sword and a square-inch item, was still firmly bound between Ding Ying's 2 fingers. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan was no longer the porcelain kill apprentice from back then. Chen Pinggan spat out a mouthful of blood. "Did you leave something behind?" Ding Ying laughed and said, "You mean the sword you left on the table? You want to take it and then fight with me? But under my watch, do you think you can get there?" Ding Ying answered his own question and shook his head. "As long as I don't want you to leave, you, Chen Pinggan, won't be able to walk more than 10 feet. I can already confirm that you are just a banished immortal, a so-called pure martial artist. You are not a sword cultivator at all. Otherwise, I would not be able to trap this little flying sword." Chen Pinggan grinned and glanced at the Dao crown on Ding Ying's head. "You've taken advantage of the right time, place, and people. Don't you feel good?" Ding Ying narrowed his eyes, murderous. "Oh, kid, you are not convinced. But what can you do? Earlier, what was the word you said? Come." Chen Pinggan stretched out his arm. "Right." Ding Ying remained silent and responded with a cold smile. He thought that this very different banished immortal was definitely going to make a last-ditch struggle. He would just wait and see. Chen Pinggan silently said in his heart, "Sword, come." From the side room of the courtyard, the long chi sword that weighed dozens of kilograms was instantly unsheathed. It seemed to be following the rough footsteps of Chen Pinggan when he went out for the last time, as if it was demonstrating to this world. The long chi sword broke through the window like a white rainbow, left the courtyard, and came to the alley. It swept through the alley and entered the main street, brushing past Ding Ying. Chen Pinggan held this white rainbow. The snow-white river of sword chi was still lingering in the mortal world. There were bends and curves, but there were also straight lines. However, there were no signs of it dissipating. Chen Pinggan reached out and held the long chi sword. The blade of the sword was like frost and snow. The sword chi was also a white rainbow. His robe was even whiter than snow. In this mortal world, Chen Wudi was within an arm's reach. There was also a sword beyond an arm's reach. 3:18. Ding Ying raised her arm, and the silver lotus crown on her head bloomed like a living creature. The petals that were originally closed together extended outwards, swaying in the wind. Ding Ying placed the pocket-sized flying sword at her fingertips into it. The Dao crown returned to its original state, and the silver petals closed together. Ding Ying put her hands behind her back and looked down at the stream of sword qi that was close at hand. Even Ding Ying felt that this was the most beautiful scene she had ever seen in her life. Ding Ying looked down at the snow-white stream suspended in the mortal world and asked with a smile, "Chen Pinggan, is this the swordmaster's sword-controlling technique? You and Feng Qingbai both used it before. I was careless. I didn't expect you to be able to control a sword from such a long distance. But it doesn't matter. The outcome has been decided. Also, as the owner of such an immortal sword, you didn't really hold the sword hilt. Instead, you used a camouflage technique to hold it. Isn't this too much of a pity?" Ding Ying retracted her gaze and turned to look at Chen Pinggan. "Or is it that you actually can't completely control this sword? What a pity. What a pity. These things that look like fog but are not fog and water, but are they all sword qi? The sword qi should dissipate very quickly." Chen Pinggan didn't expect Ding Ying's eyes to be so sharp. She could see that he and the sword were outwardly united but inwardly divided. Back then, outside the Eagle Castle, Chen Pinggan had pulled out this long qi once. The flesh and blood of Chen Pinggan's entire arm had been eaten away by the sword qi, leaving behind only bones. Lu Tai had used the elixirs of the Yin-Yang school's Lu family to regrow the flesh and blood. This time, she rode the long qi to his side. Of course, it wasn't because Chen Pinggan was a swordmaster that he could control a sword from such a long distance. Instead, it was because Chen Pinggan and the long qi had been together day and night. The sword qi had seeped into their bodies, and their souls had guided the sword qi. Even if the two were separated, they were still connected. Ding Ying pointed at her lotus Dao crown. "Now that you have the sword, I have temporarily lost the divine ability of this immortal Dao crown. After this exchange, is this considered a fair fight?" Chen Pinggan tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The river of sword qi that originated from the courtyard in the alley and ended in Chen Pinggan's palm instantly gathered together. The sword qi once again converged on the sword body. The sword qi in his hand no longer had any abnormalities. Chen Pinggan weighed the sword of long qi and felt that it was just right. It was heavier than the sword of infatuation in the 15th sword of flying. Ever since Chen Pinggan obtained the Swordsmanship Sutra in the Old Dragon City and started practicing swordsmanship on the Peach Blossom Island, he always felt that it was too light. Now, even if he just held the sword of long qi, he felt that it was suitable. It was fine as long as the portion was suitable. It was only at this moment that Ding Ying elevated Chen Pinggan from the likes of Lu Fang and Zhong Qiu to Yu Zhani, who practiced immortal arts. The difference between the two was that even if Lu Fang's swordsmanship was mysterious and Zhong Qiu's fist was invincible, in front of Ding Ying, they were still children playing with willow twigs and old men waving their fists. In this world, only Yu Zhani, who was at the peak of both offense and defense, had a chance to hurt Ding Ying. Chen Pinggan exhaled heavily. The only advantage of being here was that the fight between martial artists would not target Chen Pinggan's qi breathing. It was as if the martial artists here lacked the first step to become a pure martial artist. In Chen Pinggan's world, the martial artists and qi cultivators walked on the opposite path. They had to disperse all the anima energy in their body and extract a pure breath of vital qi. The vital qi was like a flood dragon, swimming around the internal organs and bones of the body. It was like an elite troop of frontier soldiers opening up new territory, opening up a path suitable for the circulation of vital qi. Only then could they be considered to have reached a higher level and truly embarked on the path of martial arts. However, in this world, probably because the anima energy was thin, the martial artists did not pay attention to this at all. Therefore, they lacked the tempering. Therefore, their foundation was poor from the beginning. Many martial arts grandmasters in the pugilistic world pursued returning to one's original simplicity. In fact, It was only when one reached a certain height in the path of martial arts that they suddenly realized and began to reverse the trend. But even so, in the past 100 years, there were still geniuses like Ding Ying, Yu Zhani, and Zhong Qiu who emerged in the pugilistic world. In history, there were also amazing talents like Wei Xian, Lu Baixiang, and Sui Yuyu. Ding Ying smiled and said, "Other than the lotus crown on my head, the sword in Chen Ping'an's hand is the second thing that I, Ding Ying, want to get my hands on." He held the long breath in his hand with an empty gesture. Chen Ping'an moved forward with the 6-step stance of the mountain quaking fist, which contained the peak of Zhong Qiu's fist stance. There was a difference in the magnitude of each step. However, after practicing the fist for millions of times, everything was natural. The fist intent had long been deeply ingrained in Chen Ping'an's bones. In addition, Zhong Qiu pretended to fight previously, but secretly taught him the peak of the fist stance. It was natural and smooth. The two were connected seamlessly. In Ding Ying's eyes, Chen Ping'an's 6-step stance did not have a single flaw. It was the true unity of man and nature, and it was compatible with the Great Tao. Within 60 years, Ding Ying had wantonly collected and gathered all the martial arts in the world. Ding Ying himself was also a martial arts genius that was hard to come by even in 100 years. He had mastered everything through a comprehensive study, attempting to compile a treasure book that would teach all the martial arts in the world to become absolute arts. Ding Ying's eyes sparkled when he saw the 6 ordinary steps forward. It seemed that there was still room for improvement in his secret manual. Since there was no chance to kill Chen Ping'an in one strike, and he wanted to get more extraterrestrial martial arts from him, Ding Ying decided to avoid the attack. However, Ding Ying soon realized that he had made a mistake by retreating. After the 6th step, Chen Ping'an's momentum had reached its peak. The fist intent was so dense that it condensed like water droplets rolling on the lotus leaf. Day after day, he carried the sword of long breath on his back and tempered his spirit. The sword intent that had slowly seeped into Chen Ping'an's body was the meridian of the lotus leaf. He leaped high and slashed down with his sword. Chen Ping'an held the sword with both hands. The sword tip changed from vertical to horizontal and flashed away. The street was divided into two by the sword chi. If someone was on both sides of the street, they would find that the scene on the opposite side of the street was blurred and distorted. Ding Ying had already retreated 30 feet away. He twisted his heel and turned his body sideways. The snow-white sword intent whistled past him. It was like a tourist watching a tidal wave. Ding Ying, who was facing the second sword from the side, struck out with his palm. His feet left the ground and his body floated in the air, dodging the fierce sword chi that was coming at his waist. His palm landed on the body of the long chi sword. His palm collided with the sword god, and it was as if two stones were grinding against each other. Ding Ying frowned. His palm was bloody and he suddenly exerted force. He bent his finger and pointed at the sword of long breath. His body rolled and floated backward. However, it was not easy for Ding Ying to get rid of Chen Ping'an as he had lost the initiative. Chen Ping'an's next 6-step stance walk. The first step was in the air more than an inch above the ground. The second step was a foot above the ground. He climbed up the sky step by step. At the same time, he let go of the sword of long breath and turned into a white rainbow to chase after Ding Ying. Of course, this was not because Chen Ping'an had reached the 7th level of the wind-controlling realm of martial arts. It was because of a trick. He borrowed the power of the sword of long breath and relied on the chi movement of one person and one sword to be able to ride the wind in the air. However, in the battle with Zhong Qiu, the Dragon Queen had broken through to the 5th level for the first time. At that time, she successfully crossed the gully on the street that was cut by the boat. Her chi movement was not really stable yet and leaked out like a flood. Therefore, Zhong Qiu saw the clue and helped Chen Ping'an to practice martial arts. Ding Ying stomped on the ground, and the ground beneath his feet exploded. His body tilted to a higher place in the air. He stomped on the ground again, and it was the same scene. The gang chi he released was condensed into stepping stones, which were placed in the air before his feet touched the ground. This allowed Ding Ying to go anywhere he wanted in the air. This was almost the embryonic form of the wind-controlling realm of the vast world. If Ding Ying could ascend and leave the lotus flower-blessed land, his achievements would be unimaginable. Other than Ding Ying, the 19 people in the world, whether it was the local martial artists or the banished immortals, in the cage of the lotus flower-blessed land, they all had the oneness of heaven and men as the highest point of the mountain. It was very difficult for them to reach this point, and they had spent a lot of effort. However, Ding Ying was different. He stayed at the same place year after year because the highest point of the lotus flower-blessed land could only be the oneness of heaven and men realm. He had been at the highest point for many years and looked down on the world. He had no interest in life. Therefore, Ding Ying treated the rules and great Tao of this world as his opponent. This was a shocking battle in the sky. Chen Pinggan used the Sword Master's sword controlling technique. His moves were supplemented by the avalanche style in the sword art scripture. He did not let Ding Ying pull away from him. At the same time, he did not let Ding Ying get close to him and enter his arms. The two of them were entangled in the sky above the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom and kept moving toward the south of the city. The sword chi and the fist force collided with each other, creating a rumbling sound like thunder. All the people in the capital could not help but look up. A young man in a snow-white robe was riding a long sword that looked like a white rainbow. That spectacular and moving scene was like a heavy snowfall that would not fall to the ground. Among the spectators, there was the emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, who was heavily protected by the imperial guards. There was the old chef from the Crown Prince's mansion, Crown Prince Wei Yang, and the fairy of the Mirror Heart Chamber, Fan Weiner, who ran out of the house in an apron. Outside the wine shop at the corner of the street, Ju Fei and Lu Fang stood side by side. The woman, who was doomed to not be able to reach the residence of the scholar surnamed Jiang, sat at the foot of a wall. Glancing at the strange scene above her head, the woman was full of regret. She slowly closed her eyes. She was really tired. Even if she saw her beloved scholar and knocked on the door of the small courtyard, what could she do? Let him see her covered in blood? Forget it. If he did not see her for the last time, even if he heard other people's words and thought she was a bad person, she was still a good-looking woman. So the woman tilted her head and fell asleep with a smile. Empress Ju Shuzhen did not return to the palace. Instead, she sneaked into the Crown Prince's mansion with a bronze mirror. In the courtyard, Cao Qinglang was lonely and helpless. She threw away the hatchet and squatted on the ground, crying bitterly. There was no one around. The skinny little girl carried a small stool and swayed into an alley. She looked around curiously. In the sky above the south of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Chen Pinggan was getting more and more skilled at riding the sword. The blade was too sharp, the sword chi was too strong, and the sword moves were too strange. For the first time in 60 years, Ding Ying was so embarrassed that he could only focus on defense. Ding Ying was somewhat annoyed, but there was nothing he could do in a short time. He might as well calm down. He wanted to see how long this young banished immortal could last in the unblemished realm. As long as there was a flaw, Ding Ying would severely injure Chen Pinggan. Ding Ying did not idle around. He threw out a punch with a variety of skills. He did not aim at Chen Pinggan at all, but the fist aura would explode beside Chen Pinggan's body. It could be the mid-brows, the shoulder, or the chest. The angle was tricky and unimaginable. Ding Ying had used the Chimen Duanjia and the Plum Blossom Divination. The strange figure of the smiling Qian Tang was simply a joke to Ding Ying. Ding Ying put 2 fingers together and flicked them lightly. Strands of Gang Qi were like long swords. His other hand formed a Dao incantation. He had the supernatural power of moving mountains and seas. He often tore out large patches of roofs and trees from the ground to resist the rolling snow-white sword chi. Finally, the two of them landed on the high walls of the outer city of the capital. On this horse path, arrow towers and walls shattered with a bang. Dust flew everywhere and drifted inside and outside the capital. Chen Pinggan seemed to have lost the last bit of restraint after coming here. He was completely free. The art of sword riding was close to the art of sword riding. The long horse path was completely destroyed by the rainbow-like sword chi. Occasionally, there would be a gap. Ding Ying, who was about to break free, would be punched back into the cage of sword chi by Chen Pinggan. For the first time in 60 years since Ding Ying, the most powerful person in the world, had the upper hand firmly in Jianghu. He was forced to be on the defensive. Although Ding Ying was not injured, several tears had appeared on his sleeves. Chen Ping'an's figure was light and agile. He strolled leisurely on the broken horse path at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Ding Ying had obviously been infuriated as well. The tip of his finger touched the blade or hilt of his sword a few times, causing the sword energy to shatter and surge endlessly. However, the sword energy was abundant and sufficient to form a stream, so this little bit of loss was like a huge rock smashing into water, causing the water to splash onto the shore, and it was utterly negligible. Chen Ping'an immediately moved. He stood on top of a broken arrow stump and held his two fingers together to form the mountain-quaking fist stance. The sword furnace. The long qi that had been crazily hovering around Ding Ying suddenly rose dozens of feet into the air. The flying sword, which was already extremely fast, became even faster than usual. It really broke through the air and disappeared. Then, a white rainbow wrapped in wind and thunder fell from the sky. The long sword split the top of the city wall of the Nanyuan kingdom. It broke through the wall at the foot of the wall and came out. In the blink of an eye, it hovered beside Chen Ping'an on the top of the wall and buzzed. When the dust dissipated, Ding Ying raised his hand. His right sleeve was completely torn. Chen Ping'an reached out and held the hilt of the long qi. His palm touched the hilt for a moment and then released it again. Ding Ying laughed and said, "I haven't stretched my muscles and bones like this for 60 years. Chen Ping'an asked the same question, "Does it feel good?" Last time, Ding Ying could remain indifferent, but this time, Ding Ying's expression was a little unsightly. Ding Ying stamped his foot and his body became illusory. His hands were vaguely seen in an unknown fighting posture. Behind Chen Ping'an, there was a vague figure of an old man with a lotus crown. His 10 fingers were forming an ancient heavenly official formula. His right hand was in the air outside the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. Ding Ying twisted his arms and a dazzling light appeared between his palms. In the air on the left side of the capital, Ding Ying stretched out his arms. His 5 fingers were like hooks. 2 dozens of feet-long cracks appeared on the city wall. Chen Ping'an held the long qi in the air. His sword qi broke the formation with the avalanche style. The long sword in his hand met the enemy with the god-suppressing head style of swordsmanship. He was doing 2 things at once. In an instant, a huge gap of 5 feet long and 6 feet high appeared on a large section of the city wall. For a moment, dust covered the sky. Ding Ying stood at the edge of the gap with the demeanor of a grandmaster. Clouds and mist rolled behind him. This was the result of Ding Ying no longer deliberately restraining his majestic gang qi. The clouds and mist gathered and scattered. Finally, they condensed into the outline of a cloud statue, as if a god was about to descend to the world. Chen Ping'an stood on the other side with a calm expression. He did not even look at the strange phenomenon created by Ding Ying. He only held the long qi sword hilt with one hand and put 2 fingers together with the other hand. He gently stroked the sword from left to right. This was the sword that Chen Ping'an learned from the old scholar Wen Sheng's long scroll of mountains and rivers. Even if it was only a little similar, that unruly long qi sword actually trembled slightly, as if it was resonating with Chen Ping'an. It seemed to have finally acknowledged Chen Ping'an and said to Chen Ping'an, "What do you want to say to this world? Just say it." Before this, Chen Ping'an could not even hold the long qi sword. Therefore, it could only be said that the sword qi was close, but not a real sword in hand. At this moment, there was a real sword in the world. Chen Ping'an suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword. At that moment, brilliant light bloomed from the gaps between the fingers of his left hand. As if a bright moon had risen, it surged in all directions like a tide, illuminating the world. It was already daytime with the sun hanging in the sky. But at this moment, the whole capital of Nanyuan Kingdom was still brighter. After grasping the sword, the sun and the moon were together. This long qi sword did not have a scabbard at the moment, but Chen Ping'an still made a gesture of unsheathing the sword. Ding Ying was surprised to find that she could not cross the gap. Although she was shocked, she was not frightened. The gang qi behind her condensed into a 30-foot tall statue of a god, looking down at the tiny person and sword. Ding Ying was well aware that he could not retreat. He was as still as a mountain, but his hands in front of him changed into dozens of arms, dazzling the eyes. There were Buddhist mudra, Dharma mudra, Dhyana mudra, demon-subduing mudra, wish mudra, and fearless mudra. Every mudra was shining with golden light. There were Taoist techniques, Sanqing finger, Five Thunder finger, sky-throwing mudra, and heavenly master mudra. Every seal was accompanied by strong winds and the sound of thunder. There were also Yu Zhenyi's sleeve gang, Zhong Qiu's bursting fist, Jing Xinzhai's finger sword, Liu Zong's sharpening knife, Cheng Yuanshan's curved spear. The godly spirit was the same. Whatever seals and postures Ding Ying had, it had them as well, and they were even more imposing than Ding Ying. Ding Ying's martial arts cultivation had gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools in the world. Yu Zhenyi stood at the peak of Taoist techniques, Lu Fang stood at the peak of swordsmanship, Zhong Qiu stood at the peak of fist techniques, and Liu Zong stood at the peak of saber techniques. But at a higher place on the peak of the mountains, there was actually a Ding Ying who had long been suspended in the air, making Ding Ying in this blessed land of lotus flowers, like the sun at noon. This was really too unreasonable. Chen Pinggan only had one sword move. Just one sword move. After one sword move, the god was shattered. All techniques were broken. Ding Ying was not seen. 319. On the street in the city, the battle was soul-stirring from the moment the two sides started fighting. The battle was still in full swing. A glazed flying sword was like a divine object that had gained sentience. It was only a sword, but it could entangle Liu Zong the sharpener. Liu Zong's famous boning knife had never been damaged in his lifetime. In today's battle, he hadn't even touched a corner of Yu Zhenyi's robe before the flying sword had cut several holes in it. Liu Zong did not have time to feel sorry for it. He would die if he was distracted. The flying sword was swift and fierce. Its gangqi filled a radius of more than 100 feet. Liu Zong could not help but feel restrained. The leader of the Lake Mountain sect, Yu Zhenyi, was indeed a true immortal. There were at least two sharpeners, Liu Zong. And Liu Zong was the fifth in the world. From the corner of Liu Zong's eyes, it was very likely that there were two imperial tutor Zhong Qiu. Yu Zhenyi had already landed on the ground. He put his hands behind his back and let Zhong Qiu punch him. However, none of the punches could break through his invisible gangqi. The few punches were only inches away from Yu Zhenyi's face. His eyebrows were slightly raised and his sideburns fluttered. However, that was all. Zhong Qiu kept punching but failed time and time again. His expression was normal and his eyes were bright. He did not look dispirited at all. The imperial tutor was still the same. However, the more he was like this, the sadder it made people feel. It was as if the world should not be like this. It made people feel aggrieved and resentful. Zhong Qiu only punched. Yu Zhenyi walked forward casually as if he was taking a stroll. At most, he bypassed the battlefield where Liu Zong and the flying sword were fighting and walked past the many shops on the street. He looked up at the signboards of the shops and the couplets that had survived the spring rain this year. Yu Zhenyi smiled and asked, "Do you regret not accepting that immortal sword back then? The path you chose is only suitable for people in the mortal world. You can't reach the top of the mountain. Even if you were given another 30 years, you would still have nowhere to go after reaching the top. You'll only regret it then. Zhong Qiu, you've only cared about things that people don't care about since you were young. In my opinion, that's not called standing out, that's called being stupid." Zhong Qiu did not say a word. The scene was strange. While being beaten, Yu Zhenyi had already turned onto the wide imperial road. As he walked forward, he saw the imperial city of the Nanyuan kingdom, the palace city, and the hall that was even more magnificent than the imperial palace of the Songlai kingdom. On each of the 8 ridges stood 10 strange-looking immortals and beasts. Behind the riding wind immortal was a dragon, a phoenix, a lion, a pegasus, a seahorse, a lion, a dragon, a fish, a xieji, a fighting bull, and Xingshan. Some powerful emperors and generals could see the real thing, but there were some that they couldn't. Yu Zhenyi pointed forward. "I remember when we were young, you read about the 10 vertical spine objects in a book. You were very curious and said that you must see them with your own eyes in the future. In the end, you lived outside the palace for decades. Haven't you seen enough? Zhong Qiu finally opened his mouth to speak. Eugenie, don't always think that you're so great. After becoming an immortal, you no longer see yourself as a human. Everything you see is condescending. Whatever you think of, you're just reminiscing. You need to see more of the joys and sorrows of the human world. Of course, you're no longer listening to these. Eugenie nodded. That's a layman's view. It's the same with cultivation. Zhong Qiu, it's not that you're wrong. It's just that you're not high enough. You're standing too low. Sadness flashed across Zhong Qiu's eyes. He stopped punching and looked in the direction of the palace. Eugenie also stopped and laughed. Such a light punch. Zhong Qiu, could it be that you haven't eaten for a few days? Why don't I wait for you here for an hour? You can come back after you've eaten your fill. Zhong Qiu cursed for the first time. I'm afraid I'll beat the shit out of you. Zhong Qiu was indeed that kind of Qiu. No matter how much he studied, if he was really pushed to the brink, wasn't he still that bumpkin from Tuolan County of Songlai County? Eugenie patted his stomach and laughed. I've flipped through the heavenly book, learned the immortal technique, walked the longevity bridge, cultivated the supreme technique, and practiced seclusion for many years. I really haven't eaten shit or fart like this. Zhong Qiu sighed. You're actually waiting for the outcome of that fight to be decided. Eugenie nodded. So what if you've seen through the truth? You can't break my gangqi. Then he shook his head. I'm not waiting for the outcome. I'm waiting for that young man called Chen Pingan to die. Zhong Qiu suddenly turned his head and looked down at his childhood friend with a strange smile. Eugenie looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhong Qiu said, "Do you still remember that time outside the walls of the Ma County Magistrate's office?" Eugenie thought for a while and suddenly understood. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered. Back in his hometown of Tuolan County, Eugenie was the son of an insignificant official who wasn't part of the imperial court. Zhong Qiu's family background was even worse. However, they became best friends at a young age. Eugenie yearned for Jianghu while Zhong Qiu admired scholars. They were both restless and hot-blooded. Zhong Qiu loved the daughter of his parents, the Ma County magistrate, and Eugenie helped him come up with a lot of bad ideas. The girl didn't like Zhong Qiu at first, and later she became more and more estranged from him. One night when they were drunk, the two of them peed against the wall of the backyard of the county magistrate's office. Unexpectedly, the girl and her maidservant had just sneaked out to have a rendezvous with a foreign scholar. The daughter of the county magistrate was shy and the maidservant was fierce. She even glanced at Eugenie and Zhong Qiu's crotch and said with disgust, "Two little earthworms, what are you doing in the middle of the night?" After that, Zhong Qiu and Eugenie never went near the county magistrate's office again. After Zhong Qiu's reminder, Eugenie didn't find it interesting. He just didn't know why Zhong Qiu mentioned it. Was there a deeper meaning? Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "Old immortal you're not even as good as a little earthworm now." Eugenie's expression didn't change, but his eyes turned cold. "Imperial tutor Zhong, we're done catching up. Why don't we have a fight?" Zhong Qiu laughed it off. Eugenie sneered and said, "Why don't we have a bet? If Liu Zong can survive, will he seek death like you?" Zhong Qiu nodded and said, "Okay, then I bet he won't leave alone." Eugenie was about to raise his hand to control the glazed celestial sword, but he quickly lowered his arm and said with a smile, "I won't give Liu Zong this chance to live." Zhong Qiu said no more. The two of them stood side by side. It was just Imperial Tutor Zhong of Nanyuan Kingdom and Eugenie of Songsui Kingdom. Eugenie suddenly said, "You're wrong. My killing power doesn't lie in that sword. I just thought that you, Zhong Qiu, could still be saved, so I deliberately let you have your way. Just like back then, since we were young, I was willing to let you have your way and take care of your feelings." Zhong Qiu said something strange that was 1,000 miles away from the topic. He turned to look at the southern city wall and said softly, "Eugenie, your position is the most awkward. You're neither the sun nor the moon. Without you, this world is still complete. The skinny little girl carried the small stool and walked to the only house that didn't close the door. She saw Cao Qinglang hugging her head and crying. She knocked on the door and stepped over the threshold, deliberately asking, "Hey, hey, hey, is anyone here? If there's no one, I'm coming in." When Cao Qinglang raised her head, her face full of vigilance, she threw the small stool on the ground and looked left and right. She said casually, "Is this your house? I'm here to return something." Cao Qinglang grabbed the hatchet on the ground and held it in front of her. "Who are you?" She was still looking around and said angrily, "I'm with the rich man in the white robe. I'm not with the guy with the flowery hat." She saw the side house, so she turned to Cao Qinglang and said, "Earlier, I saw a couple carrying 4 heads out of the house and throwing them on the street. They rolled on the ground with blood all over. I kindly helped put the heads together. Are they related to you? Aren't you going to take a look?" Tears welled up in Cao Qinglang's eyes as she ran towards the courtyard gate. She suddenly stopped him and glared at him. "Stop." Cao Qinglang was a little confused. She asked, "Aren't you going to thank me?" Cao Qinglang was stunned. She wanted to say something but stopped. She ran out with tears on her face. She didn't dare to stop a guy with a hatchet. She curled her lips and made way, muttering, "You heartless dog. You deserve to be an orphan." She pushed the door open. It was Chen Pingan's house. The bedding on the bed was neat and tidy. The books on the table were also neat and tidy. It was very clean. There was also an empty scabbard on the table. She didn't find anything to eat, copper coins, or broken silver. She was so angry that she walked to the table and pushed the pile of books off the table and onto the ground. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She could get some money if she sold the books. Then she stared at the scabbard and sighed. Forget it. If she sold the books secretly, the white-robed guy probably wouldn't do anything to her. But if she sold the scabbard, he would probably punish her severely. At that time, she was still young and wouldn't be of any use. She picked up the books and ran out. She had already made up her mind. After exchanging them for a lot of copper coins, she would quickly spend them. Only when they were turned into food would he not want them back. Zhu Fei held Zhu Shi and Yae's shoulders and found Lu Fang again. They were still drinking at the wine shop. Not only was the wine shop at the corner empty, but the whole street was empty. Most likely, the Nanyuan Kingdom's imperial court had already issued a strict order. Once there was a battle between grandmasters, the market would be under martial law. The specific rules were based on the historical night ban. This must be the work of the imperial tutor Zhongqiu. The beautiful woman who used to be the same master as Lu Fang was lying on the table. Smiling face Chen Tang's head and his sword Dachuan were placed on the table next door. Zhu Fei let go of the two people and strode in. After sitting down, he laughed angrily. "You just got him drunk." Lu Fang poured him a bowl of wine. "Or else." Zhu Fei looked at Lu Fang. "At least I didn't waste my efforts. There is still some effect." Compared to the previous time when he was in a daze, Lu Fang had recovered. Moreover, there was a trace of condensed spiritual qi. He was only short of twisting the rope. It was enough for Lu Fang to live in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land for another 60 years. Perhaps there was a chance for his physical body to ascend. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. As for the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and the vast world, the speed of the River of Time was very interesting. It still depended on the guy's mood. If that person found it interesting, the 60 years in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land was only 5 or 6 years in the vast world. However, if he found it boring, he would be in trouble. It was the most deceptive time in history. When someone finally ascended after going through untold hardships in the Blessed Land, he found that he had returned to the vast world 300 years later. He almost lost his mind on the spot. After all, even for a cultivator on the mountain, 300 years was enough time for things to change. Perhaps the person you wanted to see was no longer in this world, and the person you wanted to kill was already dead after enjoying all the glory and wealth. Zhu Shi and Yae picked a table and sat down. They each had their own thoughts. Hairpin went to find a jar of Nanyuan Kingdom's special bamboo wine. After surviving a disaster, he should have a drink with the girl he liked. As for the promise of 60 years, Jusha was determined to be one of the top 10 or even top 3 in the world. Jusha was Ju Fei's son after all. Plus, the Spring Tide Palace was at the peak of the lotus flower-blessed land. Jusha was not lacking in wisdom. He was confident that he could meet her again after 60 years and go back to his father's hometown. Jusha could not guess what Yae was thinking. However, he did not need to think too much about it because Jusha had absolute confidence in his father's methods and foundation. Especially after his ascension, it was like a dragon entering the water and a tiger returning to the mountain. The lotus flower-blessed land was only a mid-level blessed land. However, the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by the Jiang family of Jade Medallion sect, which was his father, Ju Fei, was the world's #1 blessed land. Jusha had never been able to learn Ju Fei's skill of training, and taming women. Ju Fei once joked that it was called fake body and true heart. It was a supernatural skill of the immortals. It was not strange that Jusha could only learn a little, but it was enough to let him run amok in this world. Lu Fang asked, "How's it going over there?" Ju Fei raised his wine bowl and clinked it with his good friend. He took a sip of the wine and quickly put it down. He explained, "The fight was very messy. Feng Qingbai was slaughtered by his good friend Tang Tieri. Cheng Yuanshan ran away without saying a word. Zhong Qiu played a trick and did not fight to the death with Chen Pinggan. After determining the strength of their fist techniques, it was like they were exchanging pointers and helping Chen Pinggan stabilize his realm. Because that guy's martial arts were a little strange, he almost broke through the bottleneck of the 6th level in one go. Zhong Qiu saw some clues and slowly pushed Chen Pinggan's martial arts realm back to the 5th level. During the fight, Zhong Qiu relied on Chen Pinggan's fist techniques to verify some martial arts ideas. If this person could walk out of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, he would definitely become a 9th level martial artist in the future. Ju Fei subconsciously picked up the wine bowl, but when he thought of the taste, he sighed and could only pinch his nose and drink a mouthful of wine. Then Ding Ying and Yu Zhini showed up. One blocked Chen Pinggan, and the other intercepted Zhong Qiu. I think these two fights were the most dangerous. It was a matter of life and death. Lu Fang casually pointed at the flower hairpin man and Yae at the table behind him. Pink Vaja Ma Xian and Peeper Concubine, and smiling face. Chen Pinggan actually did not want to kill them. But these two children, I believe that guy will definitely kill them if he has the chance. With such a temperament, he is more like a warm-hearted wanderer than Feng Qingbai. Let's not talk about Yu and Tong Qingqing. In this world, only Ding Ying and Yu Zhini are worthy of my attention. The rest are just SOSO. Even if it is Zhong Qiu, I can just give him a 9th level martial artist in 40 or 50 years. What can he do? Ju Fei waved his hand. I don't care about that. This time, I will sit here and wait for the second beat of the drum. I will only take away the girl behind you, Yae. So for the next 60 years, you still have to take care of this good-for-nothing Jusha. Lu Fang nodded and agreed. He asked curiously, "You don't plan to recruit Yu Zhini? 60 years of being in a favorable position will give you more opportunities than the Tongyi sect. And according to what you said, your ranking is at the bottom, so you can only take one person, and that is Yae. But Yu Zhini can take away at least 3 people, Wei Xian, Lu Baixiang, Sui Yuyu, and Zhu Lian. Which one of them is not a genius? The Pearl Grotto Heaven of the Aquarius continent has many talents suitable for cultivation. This lotus flower blessed land is full of martial arts geniuses. If you rope in Yu Zhini, the Jiang family will have 3 more Zhong Qiu. Ju Fei stretched out his finger and pointed at Lu Fang. Lu Fang, your conscience has not been eaten clean by dogs. You still have some consideration for me. Yae took the initiative to speak for the first time. She asked timidly, "Palatial Lord Ju, Sword Immortal Lu, who is Tong Qingqing?" Ju Fei and Lu Fang turned a deaf ear. This was because Yae did not know the importance of the head of the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect, the master of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, and a sword cultivator who could possibly reach the 11th level. If Yae could enter the top 10 of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, perhaps she would have some qualifications to speak with them. Of course, It was also related to Zhu Fei and Lu Fang's cold temperament. If it was a banished immortal like Wanderer Feng Qingbai, they would not be so unapproachable. After Chen Ping'an's sword on the city wall. At the westernmost end of the straight horse path, there was an old man's chest. His long robe was torn open, revealing a bloody wound. The old man made an unexpected move. He raised his arm, took off the lotus crown, and casually threw it on the ground. As for whether the flying sword would break free from its shackles and return to its master's side, making the enemy stronger. As for whether without the protection of the immortal's Dharma treasure, the Tao crown, he would have one less means of victory in an evenly matched battle. Ding Ying did not care. Ding Ying rolled up his sleeves slowly and carefully. He thought for a moment and lowered his head to glance at the lotus crown that was used as a bargaining chip. He casually waved his sleeve and threw it far away in the direction of the imperial road in the capital of Nanyuan Nation. Ding Ying slowly walked forward. His footsteps were no different from an ordinary person's. There was no longer a divine person with a mountainous aura. Ding Ying even abandoned the silver Tao crown. He walked towards Chen Ping'an barehanded. Ding Ying felt relaxed. He had never been in such a peak state. This was how it should be when fighting with others. If one defeated the second person in the world, one would naturally be the first person in the world. It was a very simple principle. However, no matter how important or unattainable this principle was to outsiders, Ding Ying still felt that it was too insignificant and insignificant. Ding Ying did not think highly of it at all. The strength of one person was superior to the strength of the remaining 9 of the 10 people in the world. This was the invincibility that Ding Ying truly wanted. Therefore, in the long years, only the lonely old demon Ding would study the strengths of various schools and improve the martial arts of various great grandmasters. It was not that Ding Ying needed this as a protective talisman, but that Ding Ying had long been prepared. He wanted to use his casual move to easily break the strongest moves of great grandmasters like Yu Zhani, Zhong Qiu, and Liu Zong. However, there was now a huge accident. Ding Ying felt that this was the right thing to do. It just so happened that there was no need for those fancy moves. It was still too slow. There were no strong enough opponents on the road ahead. Even if Ding Ying stood and waited, even if Ding Ying looked back, he could not see the figure of a second person. There was also no one who could catch up with Ding Ying and stand side by side with him. Therefore, there was only Ding Ying in the world to compete for victory with the heavens. That banished immortal called Chen Ping'an came at the right time. With this stepping stone, I, Ding Ying, will only be closer to the heavens. Ding Ying walked forward quickly and laughed heartily. Chen Ping'an held the long sword in his hand. His palm was hot, but he was not burned by the sword chi at all. He felt that the second sword could be even faster. On the top of the southern city wall of the Nanyuan kingdom. From a huge gap in the city wall to the westernmost side, the entire horsepath was filled with a flood of snow-white sword chi, rolling forward. On the west side of the city wall, Ding Ying punched out repeatedly like a god of the heavenly court hammering a mountain. His punches caused the sword chi that surged towards him to scatter in all directions. Ding Ying just moved against the flow of sword chi like a hot knife through butter. 320. Before sneaking into the Crown Prince's mansion, Empress Zhu Shuzhen, or rather the head of the Tower of Reverence, or the Death Warrior of the Mirror Heart Chamber, hid in a cool shadow and looked at the battle between the two people on the south side of the city. The two sides fought until the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Even if she opened the most dusty secret files in the Tower of Reverence, there had not been such an earth-shattering battle in the Lotus Flower-blessed land for many decades. There were only 2 people fighting, but it was like 2 armies facing each other, showing the momentum of thousands of miles of yellow sand and shining spears and armored horses. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Wei Xian, was invincible. There was no opponent in that era. Later, Liu Baixiang was the same. With his strength, he suppressed the whole Jianghu for 60 years. The female sword immortal, Sui Xiong, was so lonely that she could only fly on her sword. The martial madman, Zhu Lian, chose to be the enemy of the world. He fought against 9 people alone and killed more than half of the top 10 grandmasters in the world. This time, Ding Ying met a young banished immortal named Chen Pinggan. It was like the sun and the moon were competing with each other. Everyone could only stretch their necks and watch, waiting for the result. Zhu Shuzhen sighed and glanced at the young man and woman on a roof. She did not rush to find them directly. Instead, she quietly landed in a corridor and walked slowly. When she met maids and stewards, she bypassed the pillars and stuck to the back of the ordinary people's line of sight. Or she floated on the beam, like a ribbon swaying forward. It was not suitable for her to appear in this mansion with her current identity. Although she was the current empress of the Nanyuan kingdom, she was not the biological mother of the crown prince and the second prince. Even some vague secret news about the death of the former empress was related to Empress Zhu. Zhu Shuzhen's figure in the mansion caught a glimpse, just enough for Wei Yang and Fan Wn to see. They rushed down the roof and saw the famous empress in the garden. Fan Wn was curious and worried because she did not know why Zhu Shuzhen appeared in front of Crown Prince Wei Yang in front of her. This Zhu Shuzhen was the senior sister who found Fan Wn and took her to the mirror heart chamber. Later, Zhu Shuzhen quickly replaced the identity of a beauty carefully arranged by the mirror heart chamber and successfully entered the imperial palace of the Nanyuan kingdom and became the empress step by step. Zhu Shuzhen said helplessly, "The situation is urgent, it's too late. It's my senior sister's fault and old Demon Ding's fault." Wei Yang looked at his mother and then looked at Fan Wn. His heart was haze. He did not mind that he and Fan Wn were in the same boat, defeated the younger brother supported by the devil sect's Ya, and then walked step by step to the dragon throne, successfully ascended the throne, and finally joined forces with the beauty to seek the unification of the four countries. But if the entire Nanyuan kingdom's Wei family had long been played in the hands of the women of the mirror heart chamber, then what was the point of him sitting on the dragon throne and wearing the dragon robe? Zhu Shuzhen did not care about Wei Yang's embryonic imperial thoughts and said to Fan Wn straightforwardly, "The reason why I was arranged to come to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom by Master was that in addition to the identity of the Empress, Master also needed me to do something, which was to get that cyan dress. It had to be neither too early nor too late, just at the end of the 60-year cycle. But I didn't dare to get too close to old Demon Ding and didn't dare to show up. I was afraid of angering old Demon Ding." Speaking of this, she smiled apologetically to Fan Wn and said bitterly, "So senior sister had to take a step back. Before Zhu Fei went down the mountain, he threatened to take you as a trophy and coveted your beauty for a long time. So I deliberately let people leak the secret to the Chunchao Palace, saying that you were determined to get that dress." Sure enough, Zhu Fei directly went to Monk Yundi of the Jinggang Temple. Because with Zhu Fei's character, once you fell into his hands, as long as junior sister asked, no matter what Zhu Fei's original intention was to snatch the cyan dress, he was willing to take it out and give it to junior sister. Fan Wn was still confused, "So what if I got that dress? Got one of the 4 great blessings and was lucky enough to ascend? But didn't senior sister say that Master had left instructions that I was not allowed to deliberately pursue the opportunity to ascend? It's a pity that Zhu Fei gave that dress to Ya of the devil sect. Things have come to this. Fortunately, Master had expected this situation. Zhu Shuzhen solemnly took out the small bronze mirror. Master wanted me to give it to you when the time comes." Fan Wn took the bronze mirror and turned it over and over, turning it left and right, but she could not see anything strange. Zhu Shuzhen shook her head, "I've studied it for so many years, but I still can't find any clues. It seems to be just an ordinary mirror." Zhu Shuzhen turned to Wei Yang and smiled, "Your Highness, don't worry about becoming a puppet of our mirror heart sect. We don't have such intentions, and we don't have the strength to support this ambition. Master once said that Ding Ying, Yuzhani, and Zhongqiu are 3 mountains that can't be crossed. Especially when the first 2 are still alive in the human world, all the plans of the mirror heart sect are just small fights and have no real meaning to this world." There were some words that Zhu Shuzhen did not say. For the Venerable One's taboo, she did not want to talk about Master Tong Qingqing in front of an outsider like Wei Yang. In fact, when Tong Qingqing met her disciple Zhu Shuzhen for the last time, she said some words from the bottom of her heart, "I've done so much because I'm afraid of death, so I want to know every corner of this world, who has done what. I want to know everything, so I can avoid all dangers. Moreover, Zhu Shuzhen did not believe that this was her master's true words. Her master's cultivation was so high, and she had long been one of the 4 great masters. Her master's talent in martial arts was so high that outsiders did not know, but Zhu Shuzhen knew that it was second only to the great demon Ding Ying. As long as her master was willing to work hard, the top 3 in the world would definitely be hers. Moreover, her master had the entire Mirror Heart sect behind her, and there were so many death warriors and spies in the court of the 4 countries. What was there to be afraid of? It should be the world that was afraid of her, Tong Qingqing, right? Crown Prince Wei Yang thought carefully and did not believe it, or rather, he did not believe it completely. Fan Wen held the bronze mirror and fell into deep thought. The old monk of the Jinggang temple took off his kasaya and wore secular clothes. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he went to the imperial palace to ask His Majesty for the golden body of Arhat from Baihe temple. Before entering the palace, he waited at the palace gate for the news of the monarch's summons. He put his palms together and chanted Amitabha. After entering the palace, His Majesty personally waited for the old monk in the imperial study. Previously, even the Nanyuan Kingdom Emperor did not know about this preaching monk of the Jinggang temple. Only when the last 10 people on the list surfaced did he know that this unknown monk Xu Deng, in addition to his seniority in the Jinggang temple, also had a bottomless Buddhist supernatural power. Regarding the golden body of Arhat, the Wei Emperor did not hesitate and agreed to let the former monk Yun Tu take it away. The old monk who had just returned to the secular world was a little confused. He originally thought of many excuses, such as promising to serve the Nanyuan Kingdom Wei clan for 30 years and so on. The armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan did not join the disciples. That way, he would be too conspicuous and would be easily found. The old man could not just walk around with a long spear, so he could only choose a stone arch bridge and enjoy the shade under it. He made up his mind that after the second drum beat in Zhenyo Mountain outside the capital, he would only show himself if at least half of the 10 people on the list in the capital were dead. Otherwise, he would rather miss this opportunity to ascend. Cheng Yuanshan hoped very much that the grandmasters on the list would all die. As for whether this went against his martial arts principles, Cheng Yuanshan did not care. He only cared about the result. There were thousands of words in the history books, but what else was there besides the bloody words winner takes all? Tang Tieri, who had always wanted to use Cheng Yuanshan to practice his blade, could not find the arm saint and could only give up. After thinking about it, the biggest variable at the moment was actually his identity. Once it was exposed, it would be very troublesome for the great general of the Northern Jin Kingdom to wander around the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Although the relationship between the Northern Jin Kingdom and the Nanyuan Kingdom was not bad, the Nanyuan Kingdom was full of ambition and had long shown signs of wanting to unify the world. Tang Tieri did not think that he would be politely sent out of the country. He would either submit to the Wei family or die in the capital of another country. Submitting to the Nanyuan Kingdom was not a good thing for his future, but it was not necessarily terrible. After all, the Nanyuan Kingdom was the strongest country in the country. However, Tang Tieri's foundation in the Northern Jin Kingdom, his family, his wives, his military power, and his reputation would all be gone. How could the civil and military officials of the Nanyuan Kingdom be polite to an outsider like him? In the end, Tang Tieri was bold because of his skill. Compared to the armed sage who was past his prime, the general of the Northern Jin Kingdom who was in his 40s was obviously bolder. He did not hide in a secluded place like Cheng Yuanshan. Instead, he chose a noisy restaurant, ordered a pot of good wine, and listened to the storyteller tell a story. The storyteller who was past his prime told an old story. Tang Tieri listened with great interest and felt that it was not a bad thing to become a minister of the southern courtyard in the future. One day, everyone in the 4 kingdoms would talk about Tang Tieri's military career. Tang Tieri drank a mouthful of wine and narrowed his eyes. He was somewhat fascinated. Zhu Fei and Lu Fang were still drinking cheap wine in the restaurant at the corner of the street, waiting for the battle on the city wall to end. After old Demon Ding and Yu Zheni made their moves, a character who was originally close to the beginning became interesting again. The great grandmaster of the Mirror Heart sect, Tong Ching. Previously, Ya, who was wearing a green dress, asked curiously. Zhu Fei and Lu Fang did not bother to answer. However, when Ya fell silent, Zhu Fei laughed again and took the initiative to talk about this very interesting fairy. Zhu Fei seemed to have figured something out. He glanced at Ya and explained to Zhu Shi about Tong Ching's deeds elsewhere. After Hairpin heard about it, he only felt that it was absurd. One was a female sword cultivator who pressed forward courageously, the other was the leader of the Mirror Heart sect who hid in the shadows. The difference in temperament between the two was like heaven and earth. In the hometown of his father, Zhu Fei, there was a sect called Taiping Mountain. There was a female Taoist nun on the mountain who was extremely talented and lucky. She was envied by others. In the Aquarius continent, there was a place called the Divine Grandeur sect. There was a woman who was younger than her. The two of them had different approaches to achieve the same result, so she was called the second person. This nun was born warm-hearted and had a strong temperament. When she encountered injustice, she would pursue it to the end. She regarded life and death as a small matter, which went against the original intention of a cultivator. Her teacher had tried his best to persuade her several times, but he could not point it out. Several times, she only restrained herself for a period of time. In the end, she relapsed. If there was any injustice in the world, as long as it was seen by her, she would take care of it. And every time, she would only stop after finding out who was behind it. As for meddling in other people's business, would it affect her cultivation? She did not care whether she would be in danger because of it. She even wanted to roll her eyes. Because of this, the relationship between Taiping Mountain, the Tongye sect, and the Yugue sect was very stiff. They were like fire and water with the Fuyang sect. But because of the academy's face, both sides tried to restrain themselves from attacking. Along the way, they fought and killed. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by danger, but they came out safe and sound, allowing her to enter the nascent soul realm. Even the only remaining ancestral master of Taiping Mountain, the current sect master's uncle master, was alarmed. Taiping Mountain had as many as 9 Earth Immortals in the eyes of the Jindan and nascent soul realm cultivators. They looked down on the continent, but there was not a single cultivator in the 11th realm. There was only one ancestral master in the 12th realm who was in the immortal realm to support the situation. On the other hand, the Tongye sect and the Yugue sect both had cultivators in the immortal realm and the pure jade realm, plus the Fuyang sect where the couple were both in the pure jade realm. At least the inheritance was orderly and there was no gap in the realm. So whether this nun of Taiping Mountain could enter the upper 5 realms was very important. Once she succeeded in entering the pure jade realm, with her natural fortune, then the final achievements of the Wei and Jin temples of the Wind Snow Temple in the Aquarius continent would be suppressed by her. Such a person, even in the central divine continent, was a rare existence. Because the great Tao was within reach, others could see it clearly. Simply put, there was a chance to stand near those 10 people one day, or even squeeze out one of them to occupy a place. And among those 10 people, there was the Grand Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu, the City Lord of White Emperor City, and the newest one was the Great Duan Dynasty's Valkyrie, Pei Wan. Apart from these 10 people, the other 8 continents in the vast world naturally had people with the highest cultivation. For example, Chen Chunan of the South Swirl continent and the God of Fortune of the White Mountain continent. But compared to the central divine continent, the overall atmosphere was far too lacking. The skinny little girl hugged a stack of books and quickly ran out of the courtyard and the alley, running as fast as she could. She was young, but she had already seen many bad people doing bad things. Some were done to others, and some were done to her. She had also seen the occasional good person, but they were not rewarded. Some good people also became bad people. She had once met an old lunatic who wandered around with a lantern for most of the day. He said that the world was too dark, and he could not see the road or people without a lantern. She ran until she was drenched in sweat. She looked up at the sun, and it was like a huge lantern hanging in the sky. It was bright, and the world moved as though no one could do without it. But she only liked it in winter and spring. But if it could not be cold all year round, she would not like it at all. She would rather it not be in the sky. With it, the sky would be too bright, and she would be easily discovered if she did many things, such as stealing food. When she passed by a well, she stopped and sat on the mouth of the well to rest for a while, panting heavily. She glanced at the well, deep and dark. She was just about to spit when she looked up and saw a tall old man standing beside her. He was wearing what was probably called a daoist robe. He raised his head and looked at her. The skinny little girl didn't dare to move at all, as if she would die if she moved a single finger or even had a single thought in her mind. She had never been so afraid of someone since she was young. The daoist was tall, and the style of his daoist hat and daoist robe were extremely rare. Under the light, the old daoist's skin emitted a golden jade luster, and his daoist robe was spotless. It was as though he was not even standing in this world. The old daoist glanced at the skinny little girl, then reached out his arm and grabbed at the sky. The skinny little girl, who had been sneaking glances at him, wailed and threw the book in her arms. She covered her eyes with both hands, and her face was full of tears. Her skinny body rolled on the ground. Because at that moment, she clearly saw that old man grab the sun from the sky with one hand and clamp it between his fingers. The skinny little girl banged her head against the wall of the well in pain. The old daoist was indifferent. He did not feel pitiful or annoyed. He was just indifferent. Seeing the joys and sorrows of the human world once and a few times was a completely different experience than seeing it a million times. The old daoist only lowered his head and stared at the sun between his fingers. It was not an illusion, but a real one. Instead, the sun in the sky was an illusion. The old daoist temporarily put the pearl into his sleeve and looked at the southern city wall. This Ding Ying disappointed him a little. Yu Zhenyi and Zhong Qiu were passable, but it wasn't because Yu Zhenyi and Zhong Qiu performed well, but it was because the old daoist didn't have high expectations for them. Ding Ying was different. This Ding Ying, whether it was her foundation or her temperament, was the closest to the second daoist. She could be said to be a fake that was the closest to the real thing in the world. Even if this kind of Ding Ying, no matter where she went in the vast world, would undoubtedly reach the 12th realm, she would still stop here. The bottleneck was too obvious. A good fake would usually not be too bad, but how good could it be? The old daoist was still not satisfied. Wei Yixian, Lu Baixiang, and Zhu Lian, the three of them combined into one, each with their own strengths, Ding Ying was still so weak. Just as he was about to smash Ding Ying's head with his sleeve, the old daoist hesitated and looked up at the sky. The old daoist stood in the lotus flower blessed land and looked at the lotus cave. There were only two places in the four worlds where the blessed land and the blessed land were connected. The old daoist standing beside the well exchanged a glance with the daoist who was overlooking the blessed land. After that, the border between the paradise of lotus flowers and the blessed land was pulled apart, and in just a blink of an eye, a 10 million feet wide trench was formed. The old daoist snorted. The pearl in his sleeve burned a hole in the sleeve of his daoist robe. However, there were many withered lotus leaves within He Tiantian's paradise as well. The old daoist by the well retracted his gaze and his sleeve returned to normal. He believed that the lotus pond was no exception. The skinny little girl by the old daoist's feet was still crying on the ground. The feeling of staring at the sun at such a close distance had gone far into the depths of her spirit. If she had not been lucky enough to hide in the old daoist's shade, her previous and future lives would have decayed and turned into nothingness in an instant. The old daoist was a little resentful. "Old Shotsai, aren't you annoying?" 321. For the first time, the old Taoist took a good look at the skinny little girl. A tall Taoist and a skinny little girl. They were worlds apart. Under the Taoist's gaze, the little girl, who had been banging her head against the wall of the well, suddenly felt as if she had just drunk a bowl of herbal tea in the middle of summer. Moreover, it was the white porcelain plum soup from a rich family. Suddenly, the pain disappeared. She gasped for breath and leaned against the edge of the well. She looked at the old Taoist timidly. Instinctively, her eyes wandered quickly, trying to find where the bead was hidden by the old Taoist. This was called not remembering what was eaten or beaten. Fortunately, The Taoists' attitude towards the human world, especially good and evil, was different from ordinary people. The old Daoist did not care about the little girl's reckless search. However, the old Daoist already had an idea of the little girl's identity. Therefore, he was even more annoyed with the old scholar who kept saying, "Scholars only borrow things." In the early years, the two of them made a bet. The old Shoyuan, who was full of jealousy, relied on his shameless and unreasonable behavior to win a token from him. He asked the old Taoist to protect the person who had the token if he ever met him. The old Taoist was willing to accept his loss and agreed. However, the resentment he had for the old Shoyuan was not small. Later, they met again and exchanged views on Taoism. The two of them sat down and discussed Taoism, the kind that was reasonable. It was at the border of the lotus flower paradise and the lotus cave. Otherwise, a small piece of lotus flower paradise, even if the spiritual energy was thin and it was difficult for the Taoism to manifest, would not be able to withstand the competition between the two of them. In the end, it was the old Shoyuan who wanted to take advantage of the old Taoist. However, he did not know when, but in addition to this, the old Shoyuan, this shameless thing, had secretly set up such a chess piece in the lotus flower paradise. It was really dark under the light. The old Taoist stared at the little girl under his eyes. His eyes were clear and cold, like the sun hanging high in the sky. He never cared about the warmth and coldness of the world, let alone the praise of the world. In a few blinks of an eye, the old Taoist had seen through the little girl's life experience. As expected, the old Daoist glanced at the mansion and gave a cold hum. His anger subsided a little. He thought for a while and understood what the old elementary scholar was trying to do. He then made a mental calculation and felt that it was feasible. The old Daoist looked hesitant for the first time. He then turned his head to look at the south side of the city and exclaimed in surprise. The old Daoist flicked his finger lightly and hit the little girl's forehead. She froze and did not move. He waved his sleeve again, and ripples appeared around the mouth of the well. The old Daoist took a step forward and disappeared. The river of time began to flow in reverse in the abbot's land. Everything else, including the little girl, that was invisible to the naked eye, and the rules of the world began to reverse. The little girl picked up the books, and in the end, the scene was fixed on her action of wanting to spit into the well. She was somewhat at a loss, and for no reason, she felt a little fearful. Shaking her head, she did not dare to behave atrociously in the end. Holding the stack of books that she had stolen, she ran away quickly. Black Ox Mountain was more than 20 miles south of the capital city. On the desolated city wall, there were grandmasters who came from the city to admire the ruins of the battlefield. Yu Zhini and Zhong Qiu stopped fighting for their lives. At this moment, Yu Zhini was silently feeling the flow of aura on the city wall, as well as the pure sword will that remained between heaven and earth. Zhong Qiu, on the other hand, did not have such thoughts. His hands were on a broken arrow stand, and he looked into the distance. The azure glass flying sword came to Yu Zhini's side. The closer it was to the city wall, the slower the flying sword broke through the air. When it reached the city wall, it trembled slightly, as if it was afraid. The sharpener, Liu Zong, followed the azure glass flying sword to the horse path. He jumped onto a broken wall and sat cross-legged. The boning knife in his hand was badly damaged. The old man stretched out his thumb and carefully stroked the blade that was as bright as a mirror. He had been arrogant his whole life, but in the end, he was beaten so badly by a sword. It was karma. The great general of the northern Jin kingdom, Tang Tieri, wore the refiner on his waist. He slowly climbed onto the city wall, picked an empty space, and stood still. He held the hilt of his sword and had a majestic aura. In contrast, the arm sage, Cheng Yuanshan, who had been hiding under the bridge to enjoy the cool air, was a disgrace to his status as a grandmaster. Zhu Fei and Lu Fang also came to the southern city wall, followed by Zhu Shi and Ya who was wearing wooden clogs. Fan Wn from the Mirror Heart House also carefully climbed onto the city wall. She did not dare to openly switch from the two city paths to the horse path. Instead, she used lightness skill to step on the inner wall to reach the top. She chose a position between the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan Kingdom and the great general of the northern Jin Kingdom, Longwu. The battle between the two on the city wall had evolved into a battle outside the city. From the city wall where everyone stood to the line of Black Ox Mountain, dust flew up, as if a turtle fish flipped its back and lifted the earth. The merchants on the official road outside the southern city had already dispersed. Not only did Ding Ying go against the flow, he moved forward step by step and punched out, forcefully dispersing Chen Pingan's long river of sword aura. He also ignored the injuries on his body and closed in on Chen Pingan, forcing Chen Pingan to use his sword to meet the enemy. Ding Ying turned something rotten into something magical. He was no longer restricted to the martial arts sects and branches of the world. Everything was used by him, Ding Ying. All of his moves were similar to the moves of great grandmasters like Yu Zhenyi. They were all different. He slapped his palm directly towards Chen Pingan. The man and the sword, the squall would start from Chen Pingan's back and explode with a bang. In the blink of an eye, strands of sword aura spun like a whirlpool with unpredictable trajectories. After knocking Chen Pingan to the ground, Ding Ying's clothes were ragged and her hair was disheveled. Without any hesitation, she rushed down the city wall almost at the same time. She kept the distance between the two of them within 2 arms and did not give Chen Pingan a chance to unleash his swordsmanship and sword will to the pinnacle. Ding Ying could be sure that every strike of the white-robed deity before her was comparable to the all-out strike of the female sword immortal, Sui Yu. Of course, this did not include Sui Yoyo's 3 swords of soaring. At that time, the female sword immortal's luck had changed. It was very likely that she had occupied almost half of the martial arts fate in the world and could not be simply regarded as Sui Yu. Therefore, Ding Ying knew very well that the heavenly axiom did not exclude martial artists from ascending with pure physical strength. It even allowed Sui Yu to absorb the martial arts fate. Therefore, when Sui Yu failed to ascend back then, she was as thin as a skeleton. On the way back to the human world, her bones had turned into dust and her soul had disappeared. It was because she was not strong enough that she could not blame anyone else. Ding Ying's fist landed on the center of Chen Pingan's sword, causing the sword to bend in a large arc. The tip of the long sword almost pierced Chen Pingan's shoulder. Chen Pingan had no choice but to stretch out 2 fingers and press them against the tip of the sword, reversing the arc caused by Ding Ying's fist. Taking advantage of the momentum, Chen Pingan retreated, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Seeing that Ding Ying did not pursue him, Chen Pingan did not feel lucky at all. He immediately used the god-suppressing head style from the sword art classics to emit sword aura to protect the surroundings. The fist aura was like a rainbow. 7 or 8 rainbows condensed to the point of materialization surged and collided with the sword aura. Chen Pingan moved again and again with small steps and thunderous roars. The sword aura and fist aura were destroyed almost at the same time, emitting balls of dazzling light. It was like 2 elite cavalry units on the border of 2 countries had perished together. Ding Ying punched continuously from afar. There was no fist stance at all. It was the simplest of punches and he did as he pleased. At the same time he punched, he took a light step and closed the distance between them by 20 meters. By the time Chen Pingan had neutralized all the fist aura with great difficulty, Ding Ying was already in close combat. He beat Chen Pingan so hard that he could not catch his breath. Chen Pingan had been fighting and retreating while Ding Ying's momentum was overbearing. Both sides' momentum was at its peak. Chen Pingan's first sword on the city wall. In the face of that sword, even Ding Ying, who was so arrogant that he only saw the heavens, could only retreat in dejection. Even his temperament began to change. Ding Ying's momentum peaked when he was at a disadvantage, going against the flow of the sword aura. After that, Chen Pingan began to go downhill. But strangely, Ding Ying was also unable to maintain his momentum and mentality. No matter how aggressive the scattered sword aura looked, Ding Ying was confident that he could block it. At most, he could buy Chen Pingan some time to catch his breath after the sword attack, causing Ding Ying to lose the initiative. But Ding Ying could only avoid the sword aura that had condensed into a tide. 3 li outside the city, there was a small hill near the official road. Ding Ying flicked away the sword tip with 2 fingers and suddenly exerted force with his palm, pushing Chen Pingan's chest. Chen Pingan crashed into the hill like a kite with its string cut. Ding Ying had actually punched Chen Pingan through the hill like an arrow piercing the enemy's chest. Dust rose to the sky. The power of Ding Ying's palm strike could be seen from Chen Pingan's release of the sword aura. After the sword aura reached its peak in the air, it began to fall. If nothing unexpected happened, it would land near the hill near Ding Ying. Ding Ying narrowed his eyes. He could not see Chen Pingan's miserable state. While not delaying his advance, Ding Ying was actually hesitant about what to do with the sword in front of him. Should he take his life while he was down? Should he drive the sword back to the city wall and throw it as far away from the battle as possible so that this young banished immortal would not have a sword to hold? Or should he use it as bait to ambush Chen Pingan? But the opponent made Ding Ying give up all his thoughts. Ding Ying's heart suddenly became alert, and his hair stood on end. He immediately stopped and stomped heavily on the ground, drawing out a large fist stance with a magnificent aura. The fist force was like a storm, hurriedly smashing the area between the sword and the top of the hill. However, even though Ding Ying reacted so quickly, there was still a touch of Snow White that allowed the fist force to smash on his body. From the top of the hill, he leaped up high and reached out his hand to grab the long breath that had fallen under his feet by a few feet. It was just right in the palm of his hand. In order to rush through Ding Ying's fist aura storm as quickly as possible, Chen Pingan was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. But with a sword in hand, he still wanted to use the sword. As for whether the power of the sword would be greatly reduced, it might only be able to scratch an itch for Ding Ying, who was full of vigor, or cause a negligible injury. Chen Pingan did not even think about it. In this incredible world, on that street, everyone inexplicably wanted to fight and kill. It seemed that no one cared about who Chen Pingan really was, whether he was good or bad, or why he appeared in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. This was an extremely terrible feeling. At that time, Chen Pingan saw Liu Xianyang on the sickbed and walked alone to the covered bridge. He swore that he would never be like this again in his life. He could only be like a dog, wagging his tail to God and begging for mercy, hoping to seek justice. Chen Pingan had learned the sword art for a long time, but it was not this sword art that Chen Pingan really grasped the divine will, but the other 3 swords. In the dilapidated ancient temple, Mr. Qi easily split the pink-robed Liu Qiqing's tactical array with one sword. When he fought side by side with the old sword sage Song Yuzan of the Brushed Water Kingdom, Chen Pingan once killed Jin Jiao with this sword. In the landscape painting of the old scholar Wen Sheng, there were 2 swords. Chen Pingan had learned a little about the sword spirit's sword on the city wall of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Then, he directly attacked Ding Ying, who almost thought he was the second in the world. Chen Pingan attacked the big mountain of the central region, Sui Mountain, with another sword. It was these 3 swords. Other than that, there were 2 other swords, but Chen Pingan was still in a daze. Because he was not familiar enough with the person who had unleashed the swords, and because he was too far away, Chen Pingan had not comprehended enough divine intent for him to unleash the swords. The first sword was the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin, who broke the sky curtain. Before the person arrived, the sword arrived. The second sword was the Mo family's hero Shu Ruo, who pushed the sword out of the scabbard. When the sword was just an inch out of the scabbard, there was a mountain in front of him. Chen Pingan held the long qi in his hand. The next sword was Qi Jingchuan's random locust wood sword, which easily broke Liu Qiqing's Hunyuan tactical array of White Emperor City. A trace of hesitation appeared in Ding Ying's heart again. It was such a familiar sword, wrapped in the mighty power of heaven. The world just had to bear it. On the city wall, he retreated. Should he retreat this time? In the sky in front of Ding Ying, 1 person and 1 sword. Chen Pingan chopped down with his sword. A golden line appeared between heaven and earth. After learning the fist, he had to use the fist. After learning the sword, he had to use the sword. Anyway, he had to let others hear what he said. In an instant, Ding Ying's mind was clear, and his heart was calm. He retreated with 1 sword, 2 swords, and each sword had to retreat. Where should he retreat to? How could he arm wrestle with God? He thought that this banished immortal named Chen Pingan in front of him was God. If he killed the person in front of him, and then killed the bigger one, heaven and earth would be clear, and there would be a new pattern of heaven and earth. Why don't I, Ding Ying, be God? Ding Ying laughed heartily. His hands made gestures, and his spirit traveled. It turned out that the yin spirit traveled the world in broad daylight. The yin spirit put one hand behind his back and the other hand stretched out, covering the top of his head with his palm. His voice was not loud, but in Ding Ying's heart, he said, "If I disappear from the world, can Ding Ying become stronger?" Of course, he was talking to himself. Ding Ying did not say anything, but there was a thought in his heart. He sneered, "I can't decide the cultivation level. I still have to follow the rules. But the mind is more important. There is no need to talk nonsense. Even if my soul is gone, I, Ding Ying, only have my body. So what? I will still do what I should do." After a while, Chen Pingan held the long chi and floated to the ground, looking a little embarrassed. As it turned out, Chen Pingan's pure zhenqi was already at the end of its tether. He tried his best, but the meaning of this sword was too great. Chen Pingan's current strength was too weak, so he wasn't able to lift it up. He only ended up with a result that was all bark and no bite. Even Chen Pingan, who did not care about heaven or earth when he fought, felt a little embarrassed. As for the yin spirit who had made up his mind to be destroyed by the sword, only his palm and arm disappeared. He looked at Ding Ying in confusion and silently took a few steps back, returning to Ding Ying's body. Both sides had a tacit understanding to stop fighting for a moment. Chen Pingan took a breath of fresh air. Ding Ying needed to calm his spirit. It was at this moment that Chen Pingan and Ding Ying's temperament calmed down, like a boat dropping anchor into the water. The old Taoist beside the well came to the top of the city wall. He smiled and made a decision. The grandmasters on the city wall, even the banished immortals like Zhu Fei, did not notice the old Taoist's existence. Only Fan Wn glanced in that direction, but she didn't find anything, so she quickly withdrew her gaze. Yu Zhini looked around and said helplessly, "Cultivating immortal spells is always cautious. I thought I could at least fight with Ding Ying, but I didn't expect that I was still far behind. In this world, Ding Ying is the favored one." Is it true that cultivators can't make a name for themselves? Zhu Fei clicked his tongue in wonder. Old Demon Ding, this means that you want to monopolize the martial arts fate. Did Ding Ying suddenly think of something and gain the recognition of the rules of this world? It can't be, right? We are all still alive and kicking. How could Ding Ying be so lucky? It's not like the Lu dynasty in the Aquarius continent. The emperor lost his mind and saw that the country was doomed, so he secretly gave half of the country's martial arts fate to his son. Zhu Fei talked endlessly, secretly laughing. After all, he was just a bystander. Lu Fang asked, "How do you know about the small Aquarius continent in the north?" Zhu Fei smiled. "I'm the head of the Jiang family after all. How can I not care about the world's affairs? People often come to me in my dreams." Lu Fang was confused. "That works too. Spend money." Zhu Fei was a bit pained. He said angrily, "A moment is worth 1,000 gold. My dreams for a year are the ones that make people spend mountains of gold and silver." In the distance, Yu Zhini frowned. The silver lotus crown in his hand trembled. The petals suddenly opened and a dark green light broke free. It flashed and flew towards the south of the city. Heaven and earth worked together. Illusory light surged towards Ding Ying from all directions. Ding Ying closed his eyes and focused, accepting the vast martial arts fate of heaven and earth. Chen Pingan's magic treasure, golden wine, suddenly floated. It was no longer a snow-white robe, but a golden one. Not only that, flying sword Chu rushed out from the sword-strengthening gourd at his waist. And in the distance, flying sword 15 flew over. Chen Pingan stood at the top of the hill, holding a long chi in his hand. Sword chi flowed through his arm. Chuyi and Shiwu hovered around him. These two little ancestors, who had never been on good terms with each other, had never been so happy to reunite with their old friends. His golden wine fluttered. Chen Pingan suddenly clenched his golden wine, causing his sleeves to flutter. It was just a small hill. But there were people who were fluttering their robes. Chen Pinggan and Ding Ying, up and down the hill. Both of them had reached a new peak. Regardless of cultivation or mental state, both of them were at the same level. Ding Ying opened his eyes and glanced at the wine bottle at Chen Pinggan's waist. He laughed. "After the battle, I'll drink this wine for you." Chen Pinggan patted the sword-strengthening gourd at his waist, indicating that if he had the ability, he could drink it himself. The battle started again. This time, it was no longer about the distance between two arms. Within a 1-mile radius, there was abundant sword qi and thick gang qi. Both of them fought all the way to Yunyu Mountain. Sand and stones flew from the foot of the mountain to the top. Ding Ying was slashed from the top to the foot of the mountain by Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan's second attack was lifted from the ground by Ding Ying, who punched him back to the top of the mountain. Ding Ying slowly climbed higher. His fist aura was like the arm of a god, which was hundreds of feet tall. He smashed his arm on Yunyu Mountain again and again. Chen Pinggan destroyed it with one strike. Ding Ying, who had obtained the martial arts fate of heaven and earth, even went out of his body with his yin spirit again. He turned into a golden body Dharma form that was as tall as Yunyu Mountain. He clenched his fists and punched Yunyu Mountain again and again. Chen Pinggan should have switched to the tit-for-tat steaming cloud swamp style, but after grasping the long qi in his hand, he no longer had the thought of switching to a fist technique. Even if he and his sword were both smashed down by the golden body in spirit, he still insisted on using his sword to fight the enemy. The dust on the Wild Ox Mountain had already covered the sky and the sun. Huge rocks kept rolling down, and Ding Ying's forceful strikes created landslides that looked like avalanches, as well as mudslides that swept away countless plants and trees. The towering Yunyu Mountain was gradually lowered by the punches. The golden robe on the top of the mountain was still standing. Ding Ying's real body walked to the newest so-called mountain peak. Dust flew everywhere, and it was dark. Taking advantage of Chen Pinggan's sword to block the Dharma form's palm, he smashed the Dharma form's entire palm. The golden light shattered and scattered everywhere. Yunyu Mountain looked like it was raining gold. Ding Ying ran forward in a straight line and punched Chen Pinggan's forehead. A speck of golden light was thrown out of Yunyu Mountain in an arc and landed heavily on the ground a few hundred feet away from Yunyu Mountain. The slender golden trajectory looked like a golden arch bridge. Ding Ying's perfect divine will punched out quickly. It was also a scene of thousands of white rainbows hanging in the sky. The scenery was magnificent. Coincidentally, the spot where the white rainbows landed was the speck of golden light. Chen Pinggan was knocked back another few hundred feet. Ding Ying was also furious. Chen Pinggan's tough body had even flattened the Yunyu Mountain under his feet by a few hundred feet. Yet, that guy was still able to attack without stopping. Ding Ying shouted angrily, "You won't die from this punch." The giant Dharma form behind him leaped over Yunyu Mountain. After one of its feet touched the ground, its body leaned forward and the other foot stepped on Chen Pinggan's head. Compared to being able to hold a long breath as the two fought crazily, they became more and more satisfied. Sword qi kept exploding around their palms and arms. The Dharma robe's golden goblet that withstood Ding Ying's Dharma form's attacks almost shattered the top of Chen Pinggan's head. Chen Pinggan's mind was completely immersed in the fight with Ding Ying. He did not even have time to adapt to the changes in the spiritual qi. It was natural, as if their existence was justified. Chen Pinggan did not care about the pain of the spiritual qi being hammered into his body. He treated it as the same pain as when he practiced martial arts. As for the chaotic spiritual qi that seeped into his skin, blood, flesh, and bones, then into his acupoints, qi palace, and soul, Chen Pinggan did not have time to care about it. The mountains were high and the rivers were dangerous. The road was long and obstructive. Chen Pinggan looked into the distance wholeheartedly. Some of the obstacles on the road under his feet seemed to have naturally bypassed them. The road was still the same, and there was no other way. Therefore, those obstacles became a part of Chen Pinggan's life. The Dharma form of the golden body stomped down, and a large pit appeared on the ground. Ding Ying made a take-it-for-granted fist stance. The true meaning of Tao was close to what one's mind can become the truth. One hand was facing the sky, and the other hand was clenched into a fist, and heavily hammered on the palm of his hand. The fist came down. The wind rose and the clouds surged. The sky was gloomy. A bolt of lightning that was as thick as a tree struck down from the sky. The Dharma form had already retreated. It crossed its arms and looked on coldly. Bolts of lightning smashed into the large pit. An endless stream of lightning poured down on Chen Pingan, who was standing at the bottom of the pit with his back bent. It was as if a flood had overflowed the robe and rapidly flowed down. Ding Ying's eyes glowed with a golden radiance as he slammed his fist against his palm for the last time. The sea of clouds in the sky resembled a pool of lightning. A thick bolt of snow-white lightning struck down from the sky, but it did not strike towards the pit. Instead, it descended slowly and was held in the hands of the Yin Soul Dharma form as if it was wielding a long sword. Then, he began to run forward, gently tossing the sword in his hand forward. Finally, he held the long sword with both hands and stood at the edge of the large pit. The tip of the sword was pointed downwards, and he slashed down heavily towards the head of the person at the bottom of the pit. One had to know that apart from the power of lightning contained within the sword, it also contained Ding Ying's comprehension of the sword Tao. Ding Ying pursed her lips and clasped her hands behind her back. "I know you're here. Will you only show up after Chen Pingan dies? You are indeed generous. This banished deity called Chen Pingan is really the best whetstone. What? Are you afraid that I am too weak and not worthy of your help?" On top of the city wall, Yu Zhenyi's face darkened. Zhong Qiu chuckled and said, "How about it? Do you still think that you are an accomplished deity?" Zhu Fei held his forehead and sighed bitterly, "Damn it. We are in the lotus flower blessed land, not the vast world where you can squander the spiritual qi. You two are too. Alright, after I go back, I must find this Chen Pingan. No matter what his current state is, I must get to know him. It would be best if he could become a consecrator of the Jiang family." "So what if his state is low?" Lu Fang interrupted his good friend's nagging and sneered, "That is, if that guy is not dead." Zhu Fei sighed and removed the palm on his forehead. He looked towards the direction of the Wild Ox Mountain. "It's difficult." Apart from the flashes of lightning, Ding Ying's roaming Yin Soul Dharma form held a sword and stabbed towards Chen Pingan's head. There was no suspense. Even though Chen Pingan was wearing a golden daoist robe, and even though Chu Yi and 15 tried their best to block it, the sword still penetrated deep into the ground. After Chen Pingan disappeared, the sword in the Yin Soul's hand shattered. The sword intent and lightning scattered in the crater. The crater resonated with the sea of clouds in the sky, and it also looked like a lightning pool. The outcome was set. Ding Ying's heart tightened as he prepared to face his true opponent. Indeed. On the peak of the Wild Ox Mountain, not far from Ding Ying, there was an unusually tall old daoist. He said calmly, "You are just each other's whetstones." Ding Ying was about to speak. The old daoist sneered. "You are courting death. However, it doesn't matter. You, Ding Ying, are quite interesting in this life." In the vast world, he was a pure martial artist. He was at the 4th realm of soul tempering and the 5th realm of soul tempering. Chen Pingan, who had been struck into the ground by his physical body, did not get up to fight again. However, in the lightning pool in the crater, a young sword immortal in a fluttering golden robe appeared. He was in high spirits as he held 2 fingers together and swiped them in front of him. Then, a sword hovered in front of him. It was the same as Chen Pingan on the city wall. However, the difference was that after the golden-robed exiled immortal, a youth wearing straw sandals and linen clothes appeared. He looked younger than the exiled immortal. A sword appeared. In front of him, the exiled immortal Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I have a sword." Chen Pingan, who was wearing straw sandals behind him, charged forward and grabbed the sword. He leaped high into the air, just like how he slashed the great Yu Sui mountain back then. He said loudly, "It can move mountains." The sword was gone. There was no longer the number 1 person in the world, Ding Ying. There was no old fiend Ding in the world. This was because the entire Wild Ox Mountain was gone. It had been flattened by the sword. In the crater, Chen Pinggan used the golden wine that was no longer suppressed by the lightning to shake his robe and break through the restraints of the earth. He pulled himself out of the mud. The two Chen Pinggan's soul and spirit returned to their bodies. They walked along the slope and slowly walked out of the crater. An aged voice sounded with a hint of laughter. It was unknown if it was sarcastic or mischievous. "This sword is not bad." Chen Pinggan took off the wine flask by his waist and drank a mouthful of wine happily. He asked, "Are you the Daoist Donghai that old sword immortal Chen mentioned? Is this the Daoist temple?" The old Daoist who appeared beside Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. "There's no Daoist temple. Wherever I am, the Daoist temple will be there." Chen Pinggan raised his sleeve and wiped the blood on his face. However, just as he wiped it clean, his face turned red again. He asked, "Can I curse a little?" The old Daoist smiled and said, "Do as you see fit." Chen Pinggan's expression did not change as he continued wiping the blood. "Senior, your Daoist techniques are impressive." "Impressive." The old Daoist nodded and said, "You are teachable." 322. The old Taoist came suddenly and left suddenly. He left Chen Pinggan alone at the edge of the big pit. He didn't tell Chen Pinggan how to leave this blessed land of lotus flowers, nor did he tell him when the Taoist temple would end. As for the fortune of ascension and the 10 people in the world, the old Taoist didn't even mention it. However, the old Daoist had left without any warning. Although he had left behind a huge mess for Chen Pinggan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His heartstrings that were about to break were loosened. He staggered and swayed a few times. In the end, he could not hold on any longer and simply fell backwards. Without a breath of pure zhenqi, Chen Pinggan held on with all his might. The injuries he had sustained when he was struck into the ground by Ding Ying's yin spirit had completely erupted. It was as if Chen Pinggan was lying in a pool of blood, with fresh blood flowing out continuously. But the smile in Chen Pinggan's eyes was very happy. With Chuyi and Shewu beside him, Ding Ying was dead and there was no one around. Chen Pinggan extravagantly used the last bit of strength to take off the blade-nourishing gourd. Trembling, he put it to his mouth and forced himself to swallow a mouthful of wine. Too much debt didn't weigh down one's body. This bit of pain was just like scratching an itch. Chen Pinggan just felt that it was a pity that he didn't drink now. Chen Pinggan didn't notice that on the golden wine robe on his body, between the claws of the golden dragon in the middle of his chest, the huge snow-white pearl was filled with thick thunder plasma. And under the claws and jaws of the 2 smaller golden dragons on his shoulders, there were also a few wisps of lightning lingering around the 2 smaller pearls. However, the changes of the golden wine were not worth mentioning compared to the earth-shaking vision of Chen Pinggan's body. The most thorough rebirth. Previously soaking in the thunder pool made the bones under Chen Pinggan's skin and flesh have a bit of golden luster. This was the sign of the so-called golden branches and jade leaves of cultivators. Deep roots were the way to live a long life. Chen Pinggan was muddle-headed and confused. It was as if he had a dream. In his dream, someone pointed at a raging river and asked Chen Pinggan if he wanted to cross the river. That person asked and answered his own question. He said that if Chen Pinggan wanted to cross the river without being restrained by the Great Tao, he would need a bridge. When the time came, he would naturally be able to cross the river. Chen Pinggan did not know how to answer. He just squatted by the river and scratched his head. His heart was here, and he couldn't fake it. That person then said, "There is no story without coincidences." He also said, "Didn't you, Chen Pinggan, learn some sage principles? Could it be that the principles that you, Chen Pinggan, had been holding in your stomach were just empty words?" Chen Pinggan complained. He did not know how to hide his emotions. What does learning the principles have to do with the bridge? That person did not say why, only how to do it. Visualize the appearance of a bridge in your heart. Any bridge will do. You are young, but you have been to many places. Don't worry, as long as it's a bridge, it's fine. You don't have to pay too much attention to it. Even those in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom are fine. When you visualize, don't restrain your thoughts. Don't be afraid of them. Just relax your mind. The more the better. What you need is to reach the 8 extremes and wander 10,000 miles. Chen Pinggan, who did not know where he was, closed his eyes by the river. For some reason, he thought of the Golden Arch Bridge in the Sea of Clouds. It was so long that it seemed to have no end. Chen Pinggan could not see the old Taoist. No matter how hard he searched, he was destined to not find any trace of the old Taoist. Therefore, Chen Pinggan did not see the old Daoist glancing at the clouds above the river with a strange expression. He also did not hear the old Daoist scolding Chen Qing for causing trouble for him and the old Shotsai for not being easy to deal with. In the end, he praised a junior's foresight and courage as well as reminiscing about an old friend who could not be considered a person. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes wide. He saw that at his feet, on the other side of the long river, the outline of a golden arch bridge vaguely appeared. However, it was swaying and not stable. A book appeared in his hand. On it was a moral essay written by an old man. It recorded the teachings of a Confucian sage that had never appeared in the world. Every word left the book one after another, shining with golden light. They floated toward the golden arch bridge that Chen Pinggan visualized. Every word was like a brick. Unfortunately, there was still a small part of the book that was lifeless. Especially in the pages of the middle part of the book, every word was motionless. In any case, the golden bridge above the river was as if it had the support of a person's spirit. It finally became solid. However, it was still a little short of being able to finally complete it and allow Chen Pinggan to walk across the river. It lacked flesh and blood. It lacked a lot. It was like a person. If he only had a soul without a body, he would be a skeleton. A lonely ghost that could not see the sun and could not enter the world of the living. Furthermore, the length of the bridge, as well as its grandeur, exceeded everyone's expectations. That was why the words in the book were insufficient. The old Daoist instructed, "Go forward and see if it will collapse." Chen Pinggan shook his head and replied based on his intuition, "It will definitely collapse." The old Taoist did not question Chen Pinggan. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the small world that he had created. Then, there was no then. At the edge of the big pit, Chen Pinggan suddenly sat up. There was no river or the old Taoist. Heaven and earth were vast. There were 2 flying swords beside him, Chuyi and Shawu. Although they were not Chen Pinggan's natal flying swords, they had followed Chen Pinggan all the way. They had been together day and night and depended on each other. Their minds were already connected. One was silent and the other was guilty. Chen Pinggan tied the blade-strengthening gourd and stretched out his hands to pat the 2 flying swords. He comforted them, "It's good that the 3 of us are still alive. Besides, we won't be so aggrieved next time. Besides, if it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until my soul left my body." Chen Pinggan stopped talking because he found that Chuyi and Shawu were getting more and more silent and guilty. Chen Pinggan stood up and patted the blade-strengthening gourd. As he walked, he muttered, "You guys go back here first. We have to hurry into the city and find the little lotus man. It might not be a smooth journey. Without you guys, I don't have the confidence to fight with others. If I don't rest well for 10 days or half a month, let alone this old devil, even the child who can ride the sword won't be able to relax. Later, I might need you 2 to open the way for me." The 2 flying swords returned to the blade-strengthening gourd. Chen Pinggan walked to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom alone. As he got closer and closer to the city wall, his robe gradually changed from golden to a snow-white robe. Chen Pinggan understood in his heart and glanced back. Behind him, the battlefield with Yunyu Mountain as the center was full of spiritual qi. In this world, it should be the biggest blessed place. Of course, it was also full of martial arts fate. If he was not in a hurry to return to the city to find the little lotus man, he would have benefited the most if he stayed where he was. However, Chen Pinggan looked up at the city wall in the distance. If he took all the benefits, he could easily become the enemy of the whole world. As for whether it would be dangerous to enter the city under the watchful eyes of the public, Chen Pinggan walked on the quiet and empty official road. With one step, he could glide more than 100 feet. The words he said earlier were mainly to comfort the disappointed Chuyi and Shawu. In fact, if anyone dared to stop him and pester him, Chen Pinggan would be in the right. He had seen how invincible the old man surnamed Kui was in the bamboo house. It was a different realm from defeating a person who was invincible in the world. Yunyu Mountain had been destroyed. How could there be a second sound of the heavenly drum? How could there be a place of ascension? On the other side of the city wall, even Zhu Fei, who was fooling around in the human world, felt a little heavy. It could not be that everyone had worked hard for 60 years for nothing, right? As the thunder pool in the sky dissipated, the clouds and mist were pushed aside to see the sun shining brightly. Fan Wan raised the mirror. It was shining brightly. On the mirror, her beautiful face was reflected. Just as Fan Wan was about to put away the bronze mirror, she suddenly realized that her reflection in the mirror was smiling. However, she clearly did not have any smile. Fan Wan in the mirror smiled and sighed. Fan Wan thought in her heart, silly girl. It was as if she was struck by lightning. Fan Wan threw the bronze mirror away as if it was scalding her hand. She hugged her aching head with both hands. Her face was full of bitterness and tears. Far away from the city wall, Ya cautiously called out to Palace Lord Zhu. Zhu Fei turned his head and realized that the green dress on her body had fallen off by itself. It swayed like a dancer dancing leisurely. She only cared about herself, as if there was no one else around. Zhu Fei sneered, "You're already in my hands. You still want to leave?" Zhu Fei reached out and grabbed. A handprint appeared on the shoulder of her dress. The blue dress continued to flutter to the right, constantly being torn apart until finally, there was the sound of silk being torn apart. A tattered piece of brocade appeared in Zhu Fei's hand. He furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Stop trying to play tricks on me. I want to see just how long this old woman's divine soul can hide. What are you scheming?" More and more tattered dresses appeared in Zhu Fei's hand. He and Lu Fang both knew about Tong Qingqing's roots in the vast world. Taiping Mountain's grand ancestor, in order to turn back her fragile nature, did not want her to press forward and gamble everywhere. Before throwing her into the lotus flower-blessed land, he used a true immortal's ability to temporarily turn her Dao heart upside down, making her seem like she was born afraid of death. He hoped that she could comprehend the great Dao between the two extremes and finally break through the barrier of life and death, successfully ascending to the upper 5 realms. As a banished immortal in this life, Tong Qingqing was extremely afraid of death. It was reasonable for her to hide here and there. However, if she was such a person who was afraid of death, it would not make sense for her to not cherish her martial arts talent at all. Then what was Tong Qingqing's killing move? It must be very interesting. The elders of the Mirror Heart Chamber were of the same generation as Tong Qingqing's teacher, or even a generation older. They all had high hopes for Tong Qingqing. She had a photographic memory, and in terms of erudition, she was probably second only to Ding Ying. Her martial arts talent was even more amazing. If not for her overly soft and timid personality, Tong Qingqing could very well be the #1 grandmaster in Jianghu, second only to Ding Ying. With the death of Ding Ying, who seemed to be opposing the good and evil but was in fact secretly allied with him, Yu Zhenyi's desire to kill Zhong Qiu would definitely fade. Moreover, he had already obtained old Demon Ding's silver lotus crown and was firmly in the top 3. Yu Zhenyi was not willing to ascend, so he would not do anything unnecessary to avoid becoming a target. After all, he had joined hands with Ding Ying to set up such a big trap against all the gurus. Yu Zhenyi had already committed a huge taboo. At present, Yu Zhenyi's combat strength was not damaged at all, so people did not dare to fall out with him and talk about the righteousness of Jianghu. At the very least, Zhong Qiu, the sharpener Liu Zong, and the hiding Tong Qingqing must have a bad impression of him. Therefore, Zhu Fei did not want to fall out with Tong Qingqing at this time. However, this green dress and the golden ahet that Monk Cloud Clay asked for from the Nanyuan Kingdom's emperor were fortunes that must be obtained. The former was to take away the demonic sect's Ya to train his son Jusha's temperament. The latter was to exchange for a magic weapon to give to Lu Fang. After 60 years, Springtide Palace would no longer have Zhu Fei, but the sword immortal of Bird's Eye Peak would still be with Springtide Palace. Jusha's path of martial arts would then be free of worries. In the end, it was too difficult for a great cultivator like him to have children. This was especially true for the Jiang clan of Jade Gui sect, which had only one descendant for many years. A bald old man carrying a large bag climbed up the city wall. He was Monk Cloud Clay, who had taken off his kasaya and left the Diamond Temple. Passing by Fan Wn, who was squatting on the ground with her hands covering her head, the old man glanced at her curiously. He didn't know why this young fairy from Jingxinjai was in so much pain. However, when the old man saw Ju Fei tear the azure-colored dress apart, the old man, who was no longer a monk, shouted angrily, "Ju Fei." Ju Fei sneered, "Old bald donkey, do you really think this dress came to you out of kindness? It's just one of Tong Qingqing's schemes. She's been fooled for most of her life, yet you're still so stubborn. It's true that the dress is one of the 4 fortunes, but there's nothing inside. Tong Qingqing's soul has been hidden there for a long time." The old man was unmoved. He glared at Ju Fei like a Vaja in a temple. "It's none of your business. We agreed that you would take Miss Qingqing away from this world and I would bring you this golden arhat. If you dare to go back on your words, I'll kill you." Ju Fei was amused. "Old bald donkey, aren't you embarrassed to call a dress Miss Qingqing?" The old man was at a loss for words, feeling a bit guilty. Ju Fei pointed at Fan Weina in the distance with admiration in his eyes. "This is Tong Qingqing's direct disciple, the future master of Mirror Heart Pavilion. I'm afraid she's Tong Qingqing's mortal body." At that time, she first regained her youth and looked exactly the same as Yu Zhenyi. Then, she gave up her realm and cultivation and grew up with the flow of time. She became a young woman like Fan Guan. With the help of Jing Yang Lu, everyone in the world, including Ding Ying, were all fooled by her. Ju Fei laughed. "You even lied to yourself. Tong Qingqing, you win. Forget it, they're all external objects." Ju Fei waved his sleeve, allowing the dress to float away. Without the azure dress, the only way to get the golden arhat was to snatch it from monk duality. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Ju Fei decided to give up both fortunes for the 3rd Grandmaster spot. He could still take away the demonic sect's Ya. In this blessed land of lotus blossoms, to the Qi cultivators in the vast world, one was doing Dao Field in a snail's shell with their hands and feet tied, while the other was like a clever housewife who could not cook without rice, unable to start. Chen Ping'an's appearance had disrupted their plans. Even Ding Ying could die, so who in the world dared say they wouldn't? Ju Fei was worried that he would fail miserably and be killed as well. Although it wouldn't stop him from leaving the blessed land, it would be a great loss. Currently, the biggest problem was that only 2 of the 10 people in the world had died. One was the head and one was the tail, Ding Ying and Feng Qingbai. 8 remained, which meant that 5 more had to die for the promise in the secret letter to come into effect. Lu Fang was indeed a longtime friend of the Jiang clan head. He quickly figured out the crux of the matter. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Jusha for the next 60 years. For the first time, Ju Fei chose to take a step back. Monk Cloud Clay was unwilling and didn't dare to be overbearing. He followed Miss Qingqing to Fan Weina's side. She rubbed her eyebrows with both hands. Then, this young and stunning beauty straightened her back and slapped her cheeks with both hands, making pa-pa sounds. Fan Wn stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the collar of the green dress in front of her. She shook it a few times and put it on herself. Then she tore it off and threw it to the old monk, who was confused. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, your so-called Miss Qingqing is still here. You just have to go to the Black Ox Mountain and wait there. She will recover very soon. She's the real owner of this dress. My soul only stayed here for a few decades. After that, I sealed it and it's no different from a dead object. That's why Ding Ying can't find it easily. So, what did you say to this dress all these years? Was it Buddhist or romantic words? Anyway, I didn't hear a single word." The old monk held the dress in his arms and blushed. Fan Weina narrowed her eyes and fell into deep thought. She didn't pay attention to this monk whose heart had been moved long ago. Her memories came back little by little like a clear spring flowing into her heart. However, she deliberately put it aside and didn't care about it. Instead, she started to review with the pure Fan Weiner of the Mirror Heart sect. Senior sister Ju Shuzhen accepted her as a disciple on behalf of her master and took her back when she was young. In the Mirror Heart Pavilion, the sect's forbidden area, Fan Weiner only bowed 3 times to the painting. She was the person who wanted to see Tong Qingqing the most in the world. Therefore, Ju Shuzhen finally gave her a bronze mirror. She learned the White Ape's backswordsmanship and was known in Jianghu as with the backswordsmanship, there are 2 Fan Weiners. However, Fan Weiner found that no one in the world could use the last sword of this lost art. There was neither such a sword nor such a warrior's physique. However, Ju Shuzhen still insisted that she study the White Ape's backswordsmanship. This was the reason why Chen Pinggan, the banished immortal, felt strange when he was at the White River Temple. Fan Wen was clearly close to the Great Tao, but she seemed to be walking with a heavy burden on her back. She walked very sluggishly. This was because half of her soul was missing. She was like a walking corpse. Fan Weiner also asked Crown Prince Wei Yang on the bridge if she often saw people and things that seemed familiar. After that, at the Crown Prince's residence, Old Chef, who was originally the 3rd in the world, also noticed Fan Weiner's strangeness. However, at that time, the old man mistakenly thought that she was the reincarnation of a banished immortal. Therefore, it was relatively easy for her to be possessed. She thought of the 2 times she took the initiative to look for Chen Pinggan. Fan Weiner grinned. Well, what kind of background did he have to have the ability to make Grand Marshal Uncle agree to let him possess her? She took the risk to come to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land just to warn Chen Pinggan? Unfortunately, the rules of this world were too strict. It was not easy to find a loophole. Therefore, during those 2 times, Fan Weiner could only stare and couldn't say anything. As for Chen Pinggan, he probably just thought of her as a crazy woman. Fan Weiner stepped on the ruins of the wall and leaned forward. One of her arms rested on her leg. She looked into the distance and smiled. At that time in the night market, at a table near her and Chen Pinggan, it seemed like ordinary people were cursing. Both sides slammed the table and glared at each other. They were cursing about how they were old brothels and prostitutes. Otherwise, they would directly open a brothel in the other party's house. The real meaning was, of course, don't do things more than 3 times. However, those cursing words were really not particular. She could tell that it was the words of that arrogant little Daoist. This time, when she returned to the world, even if Grand Marshal Uncle stopped her, she would have a good talk with that little brat who she had long disliked. In the past 90 years, Ding Ying had met her several times by chance. It should not be the little Daoist's idea. However, when she was taken away by the leader of the Army Seal sect, she dared to say that it was definitely that most vengeful little bastard who played tricks on her. Although it was scary but not dangerous, when she thought about it, it was very disgusting. Moreover, it was because of the possession. The most important thing was that Grand Marshal Uncle broke the rules of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and caused all the plans of Jing Xinjai Tong Qingqing to go down the drain. Before Tong Qingqing got the bronze mirror and the soul in the green dress, the little Daoist quickly determined the final 10 people on the list. Or was it that Grand Marshal Uncle, who had been stingy all his life, met a rich man and did not care about the money anymore? Did he plan to throw money directly to get her out of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land? In Fan Weiner's, or Tong Qingqing's, sight, that white robe was already near the city. No, to be precise, she should be the Taoist nun of Taiping Mountain Huangting now. She was no longer the sticky puppet Fan Weiner, nor the timid Tong Qingqing. She said hello, raised her arm high, and gave a thumbs up to the guy outside the city. This was the first time in her life that the famous Taiping Mountain Taoist nun admired a man younger than her. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked at the strange and unfamiliar Fan Weiner. He frowned. He just looked at Zhong Qiu. They looked at each other and smiled. In Chen Pinggan's mind, no matter where the Jianghu was, there should be Jianghu people like Song Yulai and Zhong Qiu. Huang Ting raised his eyebrows and smiled even more. You have personality. I like it. Chen Pinggan stopped outside the city. On the city wall, the top 10 people on the list were the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, Yu Zheni. He had already put on the silver lotus crown and a glass flying sword hovered beside him. He took out a jade bamboo folding fan. On the ribs of each fan was a record of a supreme martial art in small words. Zhong Qiu looked relieved. He lay on the ruined city wall with his shoulders drooping. He did not look like the usual imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom. Zhu Fei of the Chunqiao Palace. Tang Thierry, the general of the northern Jin kingdom, looked solemn. He kept stroking the handle of his saber with his thumb. Liu Zong, the sharpener. Monk of Cloud Earth, holding a soft green dress. Cheng Yuanshan was hiding somewhere in the capital. Feng Qingbai, the 10th wanderer, had died under the saber of Tang Thierry. Old Demon Ding, the first, had died in the hands of the banished immortal called Chen Pinggan. Apart from the 10 people, there was also Huang Ting on the city wall. Although she was not in the top 10, she was afraid that even Zhu Fei would not dare to provoke her now. After her soul merged with her physical body, her appearance began to change. Her already beautiful face became even more radiant, making her even more alluring. The Bird's Eye Peakland boat was ready to stay in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land for another 60 years. It was not only for her Taoist heart, but also for her good friend's son. She was going to be his guardian. Zhu Shi, the hairpin boy, was not only thinking about the sadness of the impending departure, but also about the beautiful vision of 60 years later. Crow of the Devil sect was about to be taken out of this world by Zhu Fei. Ding Ying's death made her the most disheartened. At this moment, everyone saw the young banished immortal stop on the official road outside the city gate. Yu Zheni's eyes were dark and no emotion could be seen on his face. Zhong Qiu smiled knowingly. The person who killed old Demon Ding should be so domineering. It was as if he was saying, "You all saw that I, Chen Pinggan, was injured in the battle with Ding Ying. Whoever wants to take advantage of the situation, come at me. We'll fight to the death after we get off the city wall." The grinder, Liu Zong, sighed as he leaned against the wall. He was worried. After witnessing the earth-shattering battle at Monstrous Ox Mountain, he really didn't have the energy to wade into the muddy waters. He felt that it was meaningless. If he had the chance to get off the city wall and safely return to Kejia Qiao's shop, he would just be a rich man in the future. At most, he would pick 1 or 2 direct disciples that were pleasing to the eye and stop thinking about other things. Anger flashed across the eyes of the Dragon Marshal General Tang Thierry. He hesitated for a moment and closed his eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. In the end, Chen Pinggan walked straight through the city gate and gradually disappeared. Yu Zheni floated up and stepped on the glazed flying sword. He was about to head to Yunyu Mountain. The abundant spiritual qi that had gathered from all over the world had begun to disperse. Yu Zheni was a cultivator. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? Spiritual qi was different from the illusory martial fate of the world. It was not picky. As long as one had the ability, anyone could take it. Tang Thierry stared at the dispirited Liu Zong and walked slowly along the horse path. Liu Zong was frightened. He jumped up and cursed, "Tang Thierry, you dare to treat me like a soft persimmon?" Huang Ting stared at Zhu Fei, who she disliked. Qing Qing of Jingxinzhai could tolerate the actions of the spring-tide palace lord in this blessed land, but Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain could not. In Fan Wan's eyes, it was an ordinary bronze mirror. However, in Huang Ting's hands, it was very mysterious. She used qi to control the object and grabbed the bronze mirror on the ground. She knocked on the surface of the mirror with her fingers and it shattered with a bang. After the mirror shattered, a strange scene like a dark green pond was revealed. Huang Ting stretched out 2 fingers and seemed to be pinching something. She pulled it out and actually pulled out a sheathed long sword. She was the pride of Taiping Mountain, the 3rd largest sect in Tongya continent. She was the future sect master. As long as she reached the upper 5 realms, she would definitely become a 12th realm immortal. It would be ridiculous if she did not have any background. Zhu Shi and Ya looked at each other in dismay. Both of them felt uneasy. They turned their heads abruptly. They happened to meet the eyes of the white-robed immortal who was looking at the city wall. Zhu Fei laughed and scolded, "Old demon Ding, this arrogant guy, can't do anything right. He's ruined me." Zhu Fei turned to look at Lu Fang. The latter was also helpless. "Unless this person ascends with you, Zhu will definitely be in danger if he stays in Lotus Flower Blessed Land." Zhu Fei pinched his chin. If good karma was hard to form, then he would have to make other plans. However, at this moment, everyone could not help but look up at the sky. A golden hole broke open in the sea of clouds and a beam of light landed on the city wall. In the blink of an eye, other than the immortals and grandmasters on the city wall, no one in the capital would notice this scene. In everyone's vision, a short Daoist child appeared. He held a small and exquisite 5-colored rattledrum in his hand, but carried a huge golden gourd on his back. He was almost as tall as a person and looked extremely comical. When Huang Ting saw this little guy, she snorted and no longer cared about Zhu Fei. She strode toward the Daoist child under someone who was very annoying in the vast world. After the little Daoist child caught a glimpse of the murderous Huang Ting, he rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not here to fight this time. If you go too far and annoy my master, aren't you afraid that your grandmaster will protect you for so many years in vain?" If Huang Ting was still the Taiping Mountain Daoist nun before she came to Lotus Flower Blessed Land, she would only say that it was her grandmaster's business and then attack. However, at this moment, she grinned with an expression that said, "Let's wait and see when we reach the vast world." The little Daoist child also grinned disapprovingly. "You want to compete with me in terms of backing? Taiping Mountain is still a little small, isn't it? It's not like Mount Longhu of the Central Divine Continent." The little Daoist child moistened his throat and puffed out his chest. He strode on the horse path on the city wall. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. "The rules have changed. It's great news for all of you. The last 10 people on the list, those who survive can ascend. Those who don't want to leave this world can leave by themselves after I beat the second drum and before the third. Of course, even if you don't ascend, those who walk down the city wall can still get a magic treasure. Remember, those who ascend from the city wall will leave their physical bodies in this world. Only their souls will go to other places and retain all their memories. Don't think that starting all over again is a bad thing. You'll have to experience it yourself in the future." The little Daoist child held his head high and swaggered. "The top 3 on the list are even more fortunate. If the second, Yu Zhani, chooses to ascend, he can take 3 people with him. The third, Zhu Fei, can take 1 person with him. My master has spoken, except for Ding Ying. Those who are taken away can leave together with their physical bodies." Millimeter, it seems like many people are confused. Don't be surprised. Your strength is too weak and you don't have the right to participate. If you think you're lucky, you'll end up like Feng Qingbai. At this point, the little Daoist child chuckled at Huang Ting. "Don't you think it's infuriating? Your strength could have made it to the top 3. Sigh, man proposes, God disposes. It's your fault for seducing those 2 outsiders and breaking the rules first. My master was very angry at that time." Huang Ting's mouth twitched. The little Daoist child tilted his head and stared at her face. He added fuel to the fire. "Huang Ting, why are you so shameless? You didn't look half as good in this world." The little Daoist child seemed to have been hit on the back of his head and suddenly fell flat on his face. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He stood up and patted his Daoist robe. When he brushed past Huang Ting, he made a face and continued, "Finally, I'll say an old rule passed down from generation to generation. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Just keep it in your heart. Of course, if you can't hold it in, just mention it to a few people. It's okay." After saying all this in one breath, the little Daoist child raised the rattledrum and shook it gently. There was no vision of heaven and earth. It was just a soft sound. Was this the second sound of the heavenly drum? Yu Zhani stepped on the glass flying sword and bowed to the little Daoist child. "Farewell, immortal master." The little Daoist child's attitude towards this peer was different. He was more serious and said like an old man, "Go. Everyone has their own ambitions. My master isn't disappointed in you, so please cherish the next 60 years. For the first time, Eugenie looked excited. He flew away on his sword and went to the ruins of the Zhanyo mountain battlefield to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He had hopes of breaking through again after coming out of seclusion. He might even be able to fight against Chen Pinggan. Zhong Qiu smiled and asked, Liu Zong, what do you think? Liu Zong thought for a while and smiled. I'll have to trouble Imperial Tutor to help me sell the shop in the future. I believe that with Imperial Tutor's means, he already knows about the few young people I've chosen. When the time comes, I'll split the money and give it to them. Zhong Qiu nodded. It's not difficult. Then, shall we part here? Liu Zong sighed. Zhong Qiu cupped his fists. Liu Zong quickly returned the gesture. He couldn't help but ask, Imperial Tutor, aren't you leaving together? After you leave, you might have a chance to come back. But if you don't leave this time, you won't have another chance to ascend. Zhong Qiu shook his head. Where my heart is at ease is my home. Liu Zong cupped his fists and didn't put them down. Zhong Qiu smiled warmly. After gently pressing down on Liu Zong's hand, he turned and walked down the city wall. The little Daoist boy glanced at Zhong Qiu's back and shook his head. Tang Thierry quickly followed Zhong Qiu. The cloud clay monk stepped out of the city wall and floated outside the city. With the green dress in his arms, he quickly ran in the direction of monstrous Ox Mountain. There weren't many people left on the city wall. Zhu Fei said to Lu Fang, take Jusha to hide first. It's best to leave Nanyuan Kingdom as far as possible. Once I leave Lotus Flower Blessed Land, no one can stop Chen Pinggan. Lu Fang and Jusha didn't hesitate. They rushed down the city wall and went around monstrous Ox Mountain to the border of Nanyuan Kingdom. In the end, there were only 4 people left. The little Daoist boy with a huge gourd, Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain, Zhu Fei of Jade Medallion Sect, and Liu Zong, a native of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The little Daoist boy glanced at a stone bridge in the city where armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan was hiding. He was full of sarcasm. He yawned and casually shook the rattle drum. The third beat of the drum sounded. If he didn't appear on the city wall, Cheng Yuanshan's efforts would be in vain. He wouldn't be able to ascend and he wouldn't have any other opportunities. A bright light pillar surged and descended, enveloping Liu Zong within. He disappeared in an instant, leaving nothing behind. The little Daoist boy obviously had a whole new level of respect for Zhu Fei. He revealed a little more of the heavenly secret and said softly, that Chen Pinggan, don't worry about him running amok here. He still has to suffer. Zhu Fei was enlightened. He smiled and said, thank you. The second light pillar fell on the human world. Zhu Fei stayed longer than Liu Zong. His figure was blurry, but he still had the mood to wave goodbye to Huang Ting. The little Daoist boy smiled and looked at the Daoist nun of Mount Taiping who was frowning in silence. Are you worried about your situation? Huang Ting sneered and said, go back and tell my grandmaster that I don't need to spend any money. It'll take at most 10 years. I can do what Sui Yu couldn't do. When that time comes, it'll be the time for me to break through the realm. I want to ascend with my physical body and return to the vast world. The little Daoist boy smiled playfully. He tiptoed and with the huge golden gourd on his back, he began to ascend in the air. Without the light pillar around him, he was crooked like a dog paddling as he slowly swam towards the sky. Huang Ting took a glance and didn't want to look at the scene anymore. Only this little bastard could do such a childish thing. In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, there was a skinny little girl who sold her books and bought 2 sets of clothes. She used the rest of the copper coins to order a table full of delicacies that would only appear in her dreams. She wolfed down the food as she was afraid that she would suffer a great loss if she ate slowly. She sat on the chair and had to stand on her tiptoes to be able to pick up the delicious food on the opposite side of the table. Her face was greasy and she felt that she had never been so happy before. A child named Cao Qinglang was brought to the yamen by a group of soldiers. There were 4 straw mats outside the hall and 4 pieces of white cloth covering them. The child squatted there in a daze and didn't say a word. Under a bridge, Saint Cheng Yuanshan was still waiting bitterly for the second earth-shattering drumbeat. There was a scholar from the Frigid clan who heard that someone had died not far away and was dragged by his good friend to join in the fun. He had long been surrounded by the commoners. The scholar only heard that it was a beautiful woman. He thought that when she returned, he must tell her about this tragedy. Most importantly, he wanted her to go out less. Now that the two of them were a little short on money, it didn't matter. She didn't need to visit her relatives and borrow money to buy books for him. He flew all the way back to the main street. After turning into an alley, Chen Ping'an's footsteps were heavy. When he entered the city, there were so many grandmasters standing on the city wall. Chen Ping'an still had an invincible posture that he had never had before. He wore a white robe, hung a wine pot, and held a long sword. He walked confidently and at ease. However, at this moment, when he was faced with a house in the marketplace that was only pasted with cheap Spring Festival couplets, Chen Ping'an raised his hand several times and put it down again. He didn't knock on the door. Chen Ping'an didn't know. The old Taoist stood behind him and looked at him. The old Taoist wanted to know two things. How did Chen Ping'an know himself? How would he view the human world? 323. Chen Ping'an pushed the door open and entered the house. There was no one in the house. Without the nagging and complaining old woman, she naturally didn't have her sharp tongue and stinky tofu heart. She no longer looked like a simple and honest woman who would steal books. The way she looked at her son was always filled with pride. Without the crappy chess basket, the old man no longer carried a bag to try his luck. Every time he went out early in the morning, he would tiptoe, probably because he was afraid that he would disturb his son who was going to school to study. Chen Ping'an stood in the yard for a while and then returned to his room. He put the long chi sword back into the scabbard on the table. The book on the table was gone. Chen Ping'an squatted on the ground and put his palms on the ground. He closed his eyes and tried to find some clues. The flying sword 15 flew out of the blade strengthening gourd. It flew close to the ground and spun quickly. Finally, the tip of the sword pointed to the ground. Chen Ping'an immediately began to dig the ground with his hands. With his current martial arts realm, his 5 fingers could cut iron like mud. His battle with Zhong Qiu on the street helped him reach the 5th state. Then, his battle with Ding Ying helped him sharpen his martial arts. Compared to the battle with the old golden elixir sword practitioner on Osmanthus Island, he was much stronger both in terms of his physique and temperament. Especially when he fought with Ding Ying from the city wall to the Black Ox Mountain. This kind of life-and-death battle involved the foundation of martial arts and the martial arts fate of the world. Even the old man surnamed Kui from the bamboo building on Desolation Mountain would praise him. Even a pure martial artist of the 5th state might not be able to fight with such momentum. After a while, he dug out a hole that was almost as tall as a person. Chen Ping'an held the dying little lotus figure with both hands and jumped out of the hole. He carefully placed it on the table. He first took off the golden robe on his body and wrapped it into a ball like a small grass nest. He then placed the little thing inside the robe. After that, he hurriedly took out a grain rain coin from his Fengsuan item. Compared to the little snow coin, which had a thin spiritual qi, when he touched it, he could vaguely feel the spiritual qi flowing like water. The grain rain coin contained the most spiritual qi, which was as cold as ice. Chen Ping'an held this immortal coin in the palm of his hand. With a sudden clench, the grain rain coin was crushed in his hand. Chen Ping'an slightly loosened his grip and scattered the grain rain coin on the lotus figure. Chen Ping'an was no longer a fledgling in Jianghu, nor was he an apprentice in the clay bottle alley. Therefore, he knew exactly how many strange spirits he could buy from the immortal shops, and how many spirits that were rarely seen even in the noble families and wealthy families. Chen Ping'an was no longer a fledgling in Jianghu, nor was he a peasant kill worker's apprentice in the clay bottle alley. Chen Ping'an knew more and more about this world. Pearl Grotto Heaven, Dali Dynasty, Aquarius Continent, Sword Chi Great Wall, Tongyi Continent, Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Chen Ping'an carefully observed the lotus figure. The spiritual qi flowed through his body like spring water, as if it was slowly seeping into a dry and cracked field. Chen Ping'an was slightly relieved. As long as he could still absorb the spiritual qi, It meant that he could still recover. He stretched out his thumb and gently rubbed the little guy's white and clean forehead. After settling the lotus figure down and filling the hole again, Chen Pingan walked out of the house and sat on a small stool under the eaves. He took off his wine gourd and shook it. He did not drink. After taking off his robe and golden wine, Chen Pingan emitted a strong smell of blood. After fighting with Ding Ying to the death, it could be said that he was thoroughly injured. Because of this, the spiritual qi poured in like seawater. It could be taken advantage of and poured into Chen Pingan's various qi acupoints. At this time, the spiritual qi was entrenched in each of the immortals' caves. They were like the independent forces of a military town. Because they did not touch the path of a martial artist's pure vital qi, these qi caves were like places outside the pass. They formed a military town pattern. There were many but scattered, and they were not connected together. Therefore, it was not a big deal. Chen Pingan did not know whether this was good or bad, but he had no way to solve it for the time being. How to build the longevity bridge and leave this world was the top priority. This Taoist temple was not a real Taoist temple. Wherever the old Taoist walked in the world, the Taoist temple would be there. This made Chen Pingan not know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't the sword immortal who cultivated on the Great Wall of Sword Qi mention it earlier? But now that he thought about it, when he had first entered the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, he had been like a headless fly running around, and when his mind had been in turmoil, he had simply calmed down and wandered around. This had been a very different feeling. After seeing the various forms of the marketplace, he had seemed to be idling around, but this had reminded Chen Pingan of his early days as an apprentice. The money he had earned in the dragon kill was not enough for him to spend extravagantly, but it was enough to feed himself and prevent him from starving to death. Thus, when Chen Pingan had enough food and clothing, he had followed Old Man Yarrow into the mountains to collect dirt. Even if he had to eat and sleep in the open, and the mountain roads were difficult to traverse, and he would be exhausted every day, his mind would not be tired, and he would fall asleep as soon as he hit the ground. Since Chen Pingan left Longquan for the first time and escorted Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, he had inexplicably entered this world. How many good nights had he slept? Chen Pingan would get up from time to time and go into the house to check on the situation of the little lotus person. Although the progress was slow, it was healing bit by bit in a good direction. Only then did he feel completely relieved. Those close parting of life and death could not be solved by drowning one's sorrows in wine. A person would always wake up from his drunkenness. He could rest assured inside the house, but outside the house. Chen Pingan bent over and sat on a small stool, waiting for the child named Cao Qinglang to come home. From now on, the house in this nameless alley was no different from the small house in Mud Bottle Alley. Chen Pingan stood up. In the dim light of dusk, a child could be seen walking down an alley. The gate to the courtyard was open, and when he saw Chen Pingan, his expression was wooden. He lowered his head. Cao Qinglang was silent and indifferent as he walked into his own house. Chen Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything and sat back on the stool until late at night. In the heat of the summer, even at night, the breeze still didn't feel cool. When Chen Pingan went to visit Xiaolian, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a roughly made hassock fan, so he took it out of the room. In the latter half of the night watchman sounded in the distance. Cao Qinglang walked out of the house and sat next to Chen Pingan with a small stool. Chen Pingan handed over the palm leaf fan. Cao Qinglang hesitated for a moment and took it. After a moment of silence, Chen Pingan said softly, "I'm sorry." From beginning to end, the child did not say anything. He did not blame Chen Pingan, nor did he say that he did not blame him. He just lowered his head and whimpered. The next day, Cao Qinglang got up very late and there was no sound of the morning reading. Chen Pingan went to the school and wanted to help Cao Qinglang say hello to the teacher. However, there were only a few people along the way. When he arrived at the school, he found that the door was closed. He did not even see the face of the teacher. However, Chen Pingan found that there were no spies from the Nanyuan kingdom nearby. It should be the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu's intention. In the next 2 days, there were people who secretly moved away from the area. The brothels and taverns in Jueyuan Alley quieted down overnight, and there were not many visitors. On this evening, Chen Pinggan carried a wooden stool and sat at the corner of an alley. If it were in the past, there would be a chess stall here. 2 lousy chess players would fight until the sky turned dark, while countless lousy chess players would make their moves. The street was still full of ravines and broken walls. It was unbearable to look at. Chen Pinggan stood up. It turned out that Zhong Qiu was here. Zhong Qiu and Chen Pinggan strolled along the street. Zhong Qiu looked tired and said with a smile, "This market in the capital has been secretly cordoned off. All the gossips have been controlled. His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince are very curious about you and want to see you." I stopped them. "However, if you want, you can enter the palace at any time. Or you can come to my place to relax." Chen Pinggan nodded and agreed. Zhong Qiu wore a green robe and his hair was white. In just a few days, he looked old. It could be seen that the imperial tutor was not in a good mood. He continued, "Yu Zhini built a small hut in the ruins of the Zhenyo mountain and wanted to cultivate there. His Majesty demanded that unless Yu Zhini moved the Hushan sect into the territory of the Nanyuan kingdom, he would expel Yu Zhini by force. Yu Zhini ignored him. I hoped that His Majesty could wait a little longer, but His Majesty did not agree. He has mobilized troops and horses. Soon, there will be more than 10,000 elites surrounding the Zhenyo mountain area." Chen Pinggan thought for a while and asked, "That Fan Wn from the Mirror Heart House?" Zhong Qiu first told Chen Pinggan about Fan Wn's life. Then he said helplessly, "I guess His Majesty must have met her in private. That's why he made this decision. He thought that as long as he had her, the general of the North Jin Kingdom, Tang Tiri, and of course, Zhong Qiu, the situation would not be too bad." Speaking of this, Zhong Qiu stood at the edge of a gully. It was the place where Chen Pinggan had punched him into the air. He smiled and said, "His Majesty has tested me many times, asking about your character and origin. I can neither deceive His Majesty nor involve you in these worldly grudges. I only said that you would not support the Nanyuan kingdom, nor would you help Yu Zhini. Wild cranes like the clouds only live in the depths of the clouds. They will not associate with chickens and dogs, let alone compete with them for food." Chen Pinggan clasped his hands and thanked him. Zhong Qiu waved his hand and said, "If it were me, I would be more upset than you." Chen Pinggan took off his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Zhong Qiu recalled something. "I was the one who personally dealt with the tragedy of the family you lived in. The imperial court has captured many of the remaining members of the devil cult. I can confirm that it was Ding Ying who ordered the murder. She probably wanted Zhu Shi, the hairpin boy of the Spring Tide Palace, to fight with you as soon as possible. She wanted him to be unable to stay out of the matter so that Lu Fang and Zhu Fei would be dragged out. Moreover, through Cao Qinglang's confession in the Yamen, I know that Ding Ying did this not because of you, but because Ding Ying mistakenly thought that Cao Qinglang was related to Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Temple." Chen Pinggan hummed in acknowledgement. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "Where is this place?" Zhong Qiu was stunned and puzzled. Chen Pinggan pointed at the long breath behind him and explained, "I carried this sword on my back and stumbled into this place by accident. After going around in circles for a long time, I didn't even know that I was already inside." Zhong Qiu smiled and introduced some historical records about the blessed land of Lotus Root and the banished immortals. Chen Pinggan then understood. The old Daoist only said half of what he said. The Taoist temple did not exist, but it could be said that the entire blessed land of Lotus Root was the old Daoist's Taoist temple. In the beginning, Chen Pinggan felt that something was wrong when he realized that there were 2 Northern Jin Kingdom in one continent. The lotus figure was found in the temple of the Northern Jin Kingdom. At first, Chen Pinggan thought that the Tongye continent and the Baoping continent had different customs. He even went to the bookstore in Jueyuan Alley to read many unofficial histories and literates' writings. The more he read, the stranger he felt. He did not give up and went to the private library of a noble family. He wanted to confirm the specific location of the Nanyuan kingdom in the Tongye continent through the official historian. However, It was still shrouded in fog, and there was only the history of the four kingdoms in the books. Later, when the scandal of the White River Temple was exposed, the four grandmasters of the Black Bull Mountain gathered. Chen Pinggan felt that it was even more unbelievable that they all liked to use the word world. The imperial tutor Zhongqiu was the best in the world, the Nanyuan Kingdom was the most powerful country in the world, Dong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Pavilion was the most beautiful woman in the world, and so on. Later on the night of the White River Temple, Ding Ying, Zhu Shi, and Ye snuck into the main hall to look for the golden body of Luohan. Before this, Chen Pinggan had the old monk of the Temple of Xingxiang, a qi cultivator, by his side. In addition, he had not been in the capital for long. Very soon, he saw the green dress that liked to dance under the moonlight. Hence, Chen Pinggan did not think too much about it. He only thought that it was a land of no return due to the environment. It was just like the Baoping continent where the old sage of sword Song Yushao was from, where the martial arts were strong. Now that he thought about it carefully, Chen Pinggan felt even more terrified and chills ran down his spine. It was just like when he took a look at the well. Although he knew that he was in the blessed land of Lotus Root, Chen Pinggan still could not figure out how to enter and when to enter. As long as the old Daoist did not appear for a day, Chen Pinggan would never know the answer. As the imperial tutor, Zhongqiu's world situation had become unpredictable after the Great Battle. There were many things that required his decision. Today, he came to visit Chen Pinggan for two reasons. Firstly, to prevent any misunderstandings. Secondly, he came here to relax and take a breather. Hence, after talking about what needed to be talked about, Zhongqiu bade farewell and left. Before he left, Chen Pinggan said apologetically, "I can't leave the blessed land of Lotus Root for now." Zhongqiu smiled and said, "It's okay. Anyway, you, Chen Pinggan, don't look like a banished immortal." After Zhongqiu left, he walked alone on the cold street with a gloomy expression. If the first banished immortal that he and Yu Zhini met back then was Chen Pinggan, would it be a different ending today? Chen Pinggan picked up the small stool and walked into the dark alley. Chen Pinggan suddenly narrowed his eyes. There was a skinny little girl standing outside the courtyard. She subconsciously took a step back, raised her head and looked at the guy's face carefully. She did not dare to say a single word of what she had prepared to say. Chen Pinggan asked, "Where are those books?" The little girl blinked and shook her head vigorously. "I don't know." As if she was afraid that Chen Pinggan would not believe her, she said with a wronged expression, "A few days ago, you fought so fiercely with those bad guys. At that time, a man and a woman walked out from the alley. I didn't dare to go back to the alley and sat on the stool obediently. After that, I couldn't see you and couldn't wait for you. I was afraid that the bad guys would find me, so I quickly ran away." Chen Pinggan waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. He did not want to see this scheming little girl again. The little girl said pitifully, "I beg you, let me finish my meal before I leave." It turned out that she had smelled the fragrance of the food. Chen Pinggan ignored her and locked the door behind him. It turned out that Cao Qinglang had prepared dinner. The child was smart and filial. Although he had never personally cooked before, he had seen his mother cook many times. If he were to cook by himself, of course the food he made would not be delicious, but it would be edible. For the past 2 days, Cao Qinglang had been cooking by himself. Chen Pinggan had never joined him. Usually, Cao Qinglang would take the initiative to leave the courtyard after going to the kitchen. It was the same today. In the past, when he went back, the child would have finished eating. He would clean up the table and go back to his room. Occasionally at night, Cao Qinglang would come out to sit for a while to cool down. But today was different. Cao Qinglang sat at the table and ate very slowly. Moreover, there was an extra set of chopsticks on the table opposite him. Chen Pinggan walked into the room quietly. After sitting down, he chewed slowly without making any sound. There was a flop in the courtyard. The skinny little girl stood up, patted the dust off her body, and tiptoed outside the house. She did not dare to go in. She squatted there and stretched her neck to look at the food on the table. Cao Qinglang thought about it and went to the kitchen to get a bowl of rice for her. He walked to her and handed her the bowl and chopsticks. "Let's eat together." Chen Pinggan put down the bowl and chopsticks and looked at her. She was about to cry. She put down the bowl and chopsticks and did not move. Cao Qinglang said helplessly, "It's okay, let's eat." She was still staring at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan picked up the bowl and chopsticks, not wanting to look at her. She then lowered her head and began to eat. Occasionally, she would take a piece of the food with her chopsticks like a thief. The three of them were almost done eating. Cao Qinglang got up to clean up the table. The little girl glanced at Chen Pinggan and pretended to help Cao Qinglang clean up. The two of them were the same age and returned to the kitchen together. She looked at the courtyard and saw that the guy was not there. She lowered her voice and complained, "There's no oil and it's so salty. Do you even know how to cook? You're already an adult. Can't you be a little more mature?" Cao Qinglang was speechless. Seeing that she was unwilling to forgive him, he could only say, "I'll be careful next time." However, Chen Pinggan suddenly appeared at the kitchen door. The skinny little girl immediately shut up. She was about to turn around and pretend that she did not see Chen Pinggan, but she saw him waving at her with a sharp gaze. She could only walk out with her head down. Chen Pinggan pulled her collar like a chicken. He opened the door with one hand and put her outside with the other. Before he closed the door, he said, "If you dare to climb over the wall again, I'll throw you out of the capital." That night, Chen Pinggan had been resting with his eyes closed. Not long after Cao Qinglang came out to cool off, he heard coughing outside the courtyard door. He went over to open the door and saw her squatting on the ground. She looked up and crossed her arms. She smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. It's cooler in the alley outside." Cao Qinglang scratched his head with both hands. He was really afraid of this guy. Chen Pinggan raised his head and furrowed his brows. Far away on a roof, under the bright moonlight, there was a man with a saber hanging on his back. He was dressed in a black robe and had a scholarly temperament. He held a pot of wine in one hand and smiled at Chen Pinggan. Seeing that Chen Pinggan didn't say anything, he tapped his toes and floated towards Chen Pinggan's house. Chen Pinggan took advantage of the fact that Cao Qinglang was still outside the door and threw a punch. The great general of Beijing, Tang Thierry, was hit in the chest by a silent punch. He flew out and landed on the ridge of the roof. Tang Thierry himself was one of the few great grandmasters in the world. He was not injured, but he was in a difficult situation. However, Tang Thierry was not angry. Instead, he smiled apologetically at Chen Pinggan, as if he was saying that he was sorry for disturbing him and that he was sorry for coming uninvited. Tang Thierry, who was wearing the Forge Master on his waist, turned around and left. Chen Pinggan did not have a deep impression of this person and did not want to have too much contact with him. Chen Pinggan thought for a while and told Cao Qinglang not to wait for him. He walked out of the alley and went to Zhuoyuan Alley. Coincidentally, there was no more wine in the blade-strengthening gourd. It would be good to go out. In the middle of the night, in a deserted restaurant on the other side of Zhuoyuan Alley, there was only one table of guests. It was a family banquet because the cooks were brought out by the guests themselves. There were 3 men and 3 women. Not only this restaurant, but the entire Zhuoyuan Alley was heavily guarded. Other than the armored soldiers, there were also many experts who had concealed their identities. Unless it was a great grandmaster ranked in the top 10, it was unlikely that anyone who wanted to assassinate them would be able to see these people. These 6 people were the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom Wei Liang, the Empress Zhu Shuzhen, the Crown Prince Wei Yang, the second prince and the youngest princess. Then there was the Taoist nun of Mount Taiping, Huang Ting, and the former Fan Wn and Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart House. The young princess Wei Zhan had inherited her parents' looks and was a rare beauty. However, she still felt ashamed of her inferiority when she was beside the Daoist nun. She was usually quite lively, but tonight, she didn't dare to speak much. She had been nestled beside her mother, Zhu Shuzhen. She especially admired this Daoist nun who was as beautiful as a fairy. She was able to perform even better than the state preceptor Zhong in front of her imperial father. She had collected a lot of books over the years. They were all strange novels that her 2 brothers could not stand her pleading and collected from the market. What was Jianghu? The Jianghu that she envisioned was when, on a moonless and windy night, a pair of immortal swordsmen and woman slaughtered their way into the lair of the bad guys that made people tremble with fear. When the sky turned white, the bandits and devils had already been beheaded. The pair of man and woman looked at each other and smiled. Finally, they spurred their horses and left, continuing to ride their horses in the Jianghu. Emperor Wei Liang smiled and asked, "There is Eugenie on the outside and Chen Pinggan on the inside. Is it really okay?" Huang Ting's answer was not very polite. "Actually, these two people are in the capital. It's okay. One has an unusually firm heart for cultivation, and the other doesn't care about you. It's just that you, as emperors, like to use the phrase 'how can you allow others to sleep beside your bed?' You feel uncomfortable in your heart. I can understand this. Plus, I don't like Eugenie, so let's just fight with him." Then, Huang Ting's words were even more presumptuous. "I promise to use all my strength to fight with Eugenie. After that, if I lose, the so-called elite army of the Nanyuan kingdom can't stop Eugenie. He even broke into the palace and killed your whole family. I can only try to avenge you before I ascend." Wei Liang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He drank to relieve his boredom. In fact, the most uncomfortable person was Empress Ju Shuzhen. Her junior sister became her master, and then she became Huang Ting of Mount Taiping. The most disappointed person was probably the Crown Prince Wei Yang. The Fan Weiner he loved in his heart could never be found again. Even if the Taoist nun in front of him was more beautiful than Fan Weiner, Wei Yang could not like her. The person who was the most uneasy was the second prince, who looked very similar to Wei Yang. From the sovereign sects Ding Ying, to Ya to a large group of experts who had been hiding in the capital, they had all been caught and imprisoned by the state preceptor Zhong, the fairy of Mirror Heart Chamber, and the imperial court. The three factions of the demonic sect were inextricably linked to him, the prince of the Wei clan, who was of noble descent. The second prince found the meal tasteless, as if he was chewing wax. He was a little envious of his sister's thoughtlessness, and even more jealous of the Crown Prince Wei Yang's good fortune. Who would have thought that the invincible old devil Ding Ying would be killed by someone? That bitch Ya once vowed to him that even if he died of old age, her master grandpa might not die. There was an unusual commotion outside the restaurant. Huang Ting smiled and said, "The distinguished guest is here." The Emperor Wei Liang looked out of the window immediately. He was very nervous and regretted that he did not call the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu. After all, the imperial tutor had a good relationship with that person. But after waiting for a long time, he saw that person appear from the staircase. He actually walked through the door and stairs of the restaurant. The young banished immortal Chen Pinggan did not wear the eye-catching white robe. Instead, he wore the ordinary clothes of the Nanyuan kingdom. Wei Liang calmed himself down and stood up. Since the emperor had stood up to welcome the guest, Ju Shuzhen and the three members of the royal family hurriedly stood up. Huang Ting did not put on airs, but she was not overly solicitous either. She stood up, left the table, and walked to the window. It was as if she had removed herself from the table and handed herself over to the local tyrant and the river dragon. Both sides would do as they saw fit, and she would not be partial to anyone. Wei Liang laughed loudly and said, "The Wei family did not treat you well and caused such a big commotion. Please forgive us, immortal Master Chen." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry about this. This disturbance has nothing to do with the Nanyuan kingdom." Emperor Wei Liang was a little uncertain. He was worried that he did not understand the deeper meaning of Chen Pinggan's words. Chen Pinggan had already opened his mouth and said, "I came this time because I thought that since your Majesty has come in person, there are some things that I can say directly. The Nanyuan kingdom can pretend that I don't exist. Your Majesty, please rest assured. If Ding Ying and Eugenie had not taken the initiative to find me, perhaps this fight would have had nothing to do with me." Wei Liang smiled and nodded in agreement. Immortal Master Chen is an immortal on the mountain. Naturally, you do not want to care about the disputes of the mortal world. Chen Pinggan suddenly laughed. The scenery in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom is very good, especially the food. It is very good. Before I leave the capital, I will definitely go there again. The emperor asked curiously, Immortal Master, what is it? I can. Halfway through his sentence, Wei Liang stopped himself. He raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Immortal Master Chen has just set the rules. I have broken the rules. I must punish myself with a cup. Chen Pinggan took off his wine gourd. I may have to trouble your majesty to send 2 jars of wine to me. Wei Liang laughed. Immortal Master Chen, you are too easy to fool as an honored guest. The emperor made a joke. Empress Ju Shuzhen, the 2 princes, and the princess immediately laughed. Chen Pinggan was a little slow to realize and laughed as well. Otherwise, he would appear too unreasonable. In the distance, the Daoist nun Huang Ting was facing the window, but the corners of her mouth were curled up. Chen Pinggan filled the blade-strengthening gourd with wine and left the restaurant. However, he did not return to his residence in the alley. Instead, he went to the night market nearby her temple based on his memory and ate a big bowl of that numbing, spicy, and scalding thing. If one did not eat spicy food, did not drink wine, and did not drink strong wine while eating the spiciest hot pot, what joy was there in life? This was what the old sword sage of the Shu Shui kingdom said. In the past, Chen Pinggan did not feel that it made much sense. However, now that he was in the bustling city, he felt that the old man's words were true. After paying the bill, Chen Pinggan left the bustling night market and walked slowly. In a quiet and deserted place, he leaped onto a roof ridge and went to the official's house deep in the courtyard. He went to his private library. This time, he was not there to inquire about the history and geomancy of this world, but to look for books about bridge construction. Unfortunately, his search was fruitless, so he thought about the books and archives of the Ministry of Works. After weighing the pros and cons, he thought that it would not be too difficult to ask Zhong Qiu if he had the chance to ask the nation preceptor for help. Also, he had to ask Zhong Qiu for information about a scholar. Out of the library, Chen Pinggan stopped at the rooftop of a tall building and sat down to drink. In the end, he raised his middle finger to the sky. There was no thunder. Chen Pinggan put away the wine gourd and stood in the cool breeze. He was lost in thought. When he left the balcony of the Eagle Fortress and entered the Nanyuan Kingdom, he came across a town of paper dolls. The old monk of the Temple of Heart Reflection once repeated a sentence, if you look at it, it will look at you. The woman who was still Fan Weiner at that time stared at him twice in the White River Temple and the night market. Her gaze seemed familiar, but she did not speak. It was not that she did not want to, but that she could not. After thinking about it carefully, he felt even more terrified. Chen Pinggan sighed. The lights of the mortal world and the stars in the sky. Someone said that the latter could be the corpses of many gods. Who said that? Chen Pinggan patted his head. He could not remember. He did not drink much tonight, but he was very drunk. Chen Pinggan fell backward and fell into a deep sleep. An old Taoist stood on the roof and glanced at the young banished immortal who was sleeping soundly. Thinking of the scene he saw earlier, the old Taoist twitched his mouth. In the small courtyard, a young man was apologizing softly to a child. In fact, his face was full of tears. The old Taoist muttered to himself, in your eyes, is there no small matter in the mortal world? .324. The old Taoist held a small snow coin between his fingers, which slowly dissipated on his fingertips. He stepped out of the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom and arrived at the ruins of Mount Yunyu without a sound. Even Yu Zhani, who was cultivating here, did not notice anything strange. Outside the simple hut, Yu Zhani stood with his hands behind his back under the moonlight. The masters of the Lake Mountain faction and several direct disciples had been ordered to return to the faction and were not allowed to show their faces in public. The childlike leader of the righteous faction was wearing the silver lotus crown. This was one of the agreements between the two. After the deed was done, Ding Ying had to give him the Taoist crown. The Taoist crown was called Go Chen. It was the most mysterious magic weapon in the history of the lotus flower-blessed land. Apart from being able to protect the body and spirit of the wearer, it could also temper the body and calm the mind. More importantly, the Taoist crown could help to find the banished immortals who were hiding everywhere. Yu Zheni had already roughly grasped the supernatural power of Cactus Mountain View. When he was overlooking the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom from the peak of Mount Yunyu, Ding Ying, Chen Pingan, and Lu Fang were the most dazzling lights in his eyes. Now that he had the Taoist crown, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Yu Zheni was 90% sure that as long as he could successfully escape from the encirclement, all the banished immortals would have a hard time in the future. The azure glass flying sword hovered beside Yu Zheni. There was also a celestial treasure in his sleeve that he had just obtained. The little Taoist boy with the huge golden gourd on his back did not go back on his words. Those who did not want to ascend and chose to leave the city would be given a magic weapon. Yu Zheni found a jade scroll in the ruins of Mount Yunyu that had been razed to the ground. This was the message to heaven written by the ancient emperors and monarchs. However, the words were strange and there was no record of it in the Four Kingdoms. Yu Zheni knew that the answer would most likely be in the Veneration Tower or the Mirror Heart Chamber. These two places had the best understanding of the banished immortals in the human realm beyond heaven. Yu Zheni didn't feel anything about Ding Ying's death, let alone feel sad. At most, he was angry that Ding Ying's efforts had gone to waste, which had caused many of his and the Lake Mountain factions' plans to change greatly. You fight with the heavens, I take care of the world. This was the tacit understanding between Ding Ying and Yu Zheni. Their great Daos complemented each other. Therefore, the two grandmasters who were most likely to fight to the death, privately chose to form an alliance and set up the trap of the Southern Yard. The difference between the two of them was that Ding Ying wanted to kill everyone else on the list, while Yu Zheni only targeted the banished immortals, Zhu Fei, Tong Qingqing, Feng Qingbai, and of course, Chen Pingan, who had appeared at the end. Yu Zheni began to stroll under the moonlight. Every breath he took was for cultivation. This was also the reason why Yu Zheni had given up his peak martial arts cultivation with great perseverance and courage. In cultivation, the most important thing was one's temperament. This was what Yu Zheni was looking forward to. If the realm of martial arts was too low, the group of Jianghu boars would still be oblivious to the fact that they had been rolling in the mud for their entire lives. People like Cheng Yuan Shan are insatiably greedy, wishing that everything they see will be in their pockets. People like Tang Thierry are greedy for power on the battlefield. They dream of one day sitting on mountains and beauties. It would be best if they could leave their names in history after death. However, they do not know that they cannot live forever. People like Liu Zong are only stubborn in terms of strength. They are not worth mentioning. It is a pity for Zhong Qiu. This former friend who had gone through life and death with him was trapped in a circle. The direction Yu Zheni walked in was random, and the size of his steps were not fixed. When he was small, he was no different from a normal person. When he was large, he would float over 100 feet in one step. However, he never walked too far in a certain direction. Sometimes, he would follow an invisible large arc and walk leisurely. This scene made the meritorious generals of the Southern Yard Kingdom who were stationed in all directions tremble with fear. They were afraid that they would be unlucky and that Yu Zheni would break out from their direction. The capital was so close that they could see it just by turning their heads. This meant that His Majesty the Emperor had a panoramic view of the movements here. Once Yu Zheni decided to break the formation tonight, who would dare to avoid the battle? No one felt that there was anything funny about nearly 10,000 elite soldiers of the Southern Yard Kingdom surrounding and suppressing a child. Who would have thought that a battle between two grandmasters could make a Yunyu mountain disappear? They were just people of flesh and blood who were proficient in battle formations. If they died on the battlefield, they would die without regrets. But to die in the blink of an eye or under the sleeves of these immortals, they might not even be able to see the other party's shadow before they died, leaving behind piles and piles of bones. What the F***ck was going on? Of course, Yu Zheni did not care about the thoughts of the soldiers of the Southern Yard Kingdom. There were only two people that he truly cared about. That was Tong Qingqing, who had not yet made a move. On the city wall, When she pulled out the sword from the broken mirror, Eugenie felt a trace of danger. The person that Eugenie feared more than her was, of course, Chen Pinggan, who killed old Demon Ding head-on. Eugenie was not afraid of being surrounded by the army. He was not even afraid of being caught and killed by Tong Qingqing. Only Chen Pinggan was someone that Eugenie did not dare to lower his guard. As for why Chen Pinggan did not stop him from absorbing the spiritual qi here and allowed him to steadily increase his state, Eugenie could not understand. Could it be that he was injured so badly in the battle with Ding Ying that he was just an embroidered pillow? So, when Chen Pinggan stopped when he entered the city, he was actually deliberately mystifying and deceiving everyone on the city wall? Eugenie stopped and looked at the silhouette of the city under the moonlight. In the end, he gave up the idea of investigating. Once Chen Pinggan joined forces with Mirror Heart Chamber and Zhong Qiu, it would be a real disaster. At that time, with Tang Thierry and Cheng Yuanshan's temperament as fence-sitters, they would definitely change their rudder and completely side with the Southern Yard Kingdom. Eugenie returned to the hut and stretched out his hand. His palm gently brushed across the blade of the colored glass flying sword. He was now able to ride a sword and travel far away with the grace of an immortal. However, compared to the true carefree travel recorded in the books, it was too far away. It was a pity that he could not fly too high or travel too far with the wind. Eugenie looked up at the bright moon. One day, he would be able to ride a sword above the human world and look down at the mountains and rivers. Only the sun, the moon, and the stars were higher than him. Eugenie suddenly lowered his gaze. On the incomplete city wall of the capital, he could not see the faces of the people clearly. However, in Eugenie's eyes, there was a bright light that was extremely eye-catching. Eugenie sneered, "They're here already?" On the city wall, there was a young female Taoist priest with a sword on her back. She sat cross-legged on an arrow step. In one hand, she held a steaming clay pot. The aroma permeated the air. Her chopsticks flew as she ate while muttering, "Oh my God, this thing is really delicious. It's just too spicy. No, 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 next time I can't buy 2 bowls at once." At the city gate below, several horses galloped out to deliver a military order personally issued by His Majesty the Emperor. The Imperial Guards and the 3 capital garrisons, except for the army responsible for guarding the south gate of the capital, were to withdraw from their stations and retreat 20 miles. It was as if they were making space for someone. For Eugenie and the beautiful female Taoist priest on the city wall. She buried her head in the food and occasionally glanced in the direction of Yaonyo Mountain. If Eugenie fled now, there was nothing she could do. She could not catch up with him. She placed the clay pot beside her and placed a pair of chopsticks on top of it. The female Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain, Huang Ting, stood up and patted her stomach. She was full of regret. "This supper is a bit too much. I've gained 2 pounds. Sigh, Fan Weiner, rice bowl? You're a rice bowl, aren't you?" When it began, the 3 Southern Garden elites began to move their stations slowly. The female Taoist priest, Huang Ting, stared at Eugenie with sharp eyes. She wiped her mouth and said softly, "I think I'll be thin again after this battle." Chen Pinggan, who was sleeping soundly on the roof, was awakened by the huge commotion outside the city. He looked to the south and saw 2 bright sword lights reflecting each other. It was Eugenie's colored glass flying sword and Huang Ting's sword in the mirror. Chen Pinggan did not return to his residence to get the long qi. Instead, he took out a sword and a knife from Flying Sword 15 and hung them around his waist. They were Do Ziji's sword, Infatuation, and the narrow knife, Ceasing Snow, which had been passed down from generation to generation in the Eagle Castle. He swept away, his figure like a wisp of smoke. Zhong Qiu was already standing on the city wall. Chen Pinggan came to the side of the Southern Garden Imperial tutor. Chen Pinggan asked, "They're fighting just like that?" Zhong Qiu nodded and said, "Huang Ting is a cultivator from your hometown. Her perception of spiritual qi is far better than ours." Chen Pinggan said, "Does she think that Eugenie will lose if she keeps swallowing spiritual qi like a whale?" Zhong Qiu said helplessly, "Of course not. If so, Huang Ting would have attacked long ago. According to her, she deliberately waited until Eugenie was full before attacking, so that Eugenie would not have an excuse if he lost. Chen Pinggan really could not understand the thoughts of the crown nun of Mount Taiping. How could she treat a matter of life and death as child's play, when it came to her? On the other hand, Chen Pinggan himself, from the battle on the street, from Ma Xian, the Peeper woman, and the smiling face, he had been testing the depth of this world while hiding his strength time and time again. Then he schemed against the Bird's Eye Peak land boat, and finally Zhong Qiu and Ding Ying. Every step he took was meticulous and careful, and every punch he threw was steady and steady. Although he did not understand her thoughts, Chen Pinggan still admired and envied Huang Ting in his heart. In Jianghu, if one could do it regardless of life and death, one should be so fearless of death. Chen Pinggan told Zhong Qiu about the books on bridge construction, and Zhong Qiu agreed with a smile. Then there was the matter of the Peeper woman and the poor scholar surnamed Jiang. For an imperial tutor, finding a scholar who stayed in the capital to participate in the imperial examination was also a small matter. However, Zhong Qiu did not agree immediately. Instead, he asked, "Are you sure you want to see that scholar?" Chen Pinggan said, "Whether I see him or not, we'll see when the time comes." Only then did Zhong Qiu nod. The two of them looked in the direction of Yunyu Mountain. Eugenie and Huang Ting, the two great grandmasters who were firmly in the top 3 in the world, were fighting more and more fiercely. Often, a wisp of sword light could be dozens of feet long, or even dozens of feet long. They probably felt that the place where Chen Pinggan and Zhong Qiu stood side by side was the safest place in the world. Empress Zhu Shuzhen, Crown Prince Wei Yang, Princess Wei Zhen, and a white-haired old general, under the close escort of the imperial guards, climbed up the city wall and headed straight for the two of them. Zhu Shuzhen naturally did not dare to put on airs in front of Zhong Qiu. The two of them exchanged greetings without any loss of etiquette. When Wei Zhen saw the imperial tutor, she trembled with fear. There was no other way. Zhong Qiu was one of her teachers. The first time the princess was beaten was also because of the imperial tutor. At that time, the little girl was crying and snot all over her face. She went to find her father and mother who were playing chess. One said that the punishment was good, the other said that the punishment was too light. After that, Wei Zhen feared the imperial tutor like a wolf, a tiger, or a leopard. For the old general to be able to travel with these 3 nobles, he must be the most prestigious old man in the Nanyuan kingdom. Sure enough, when Zhong Qiu saw him, he directly called out his name and greeted him. "Lu Xiao, why are you here?" The old general was dressed in armor and full of energy. He snorted coldly and said, "Most of the Jingji soldiers outside are great men trained by me. What's wrong with me taking off my armor and returning home? I admit that I can't break through the enemy lines on the battlefield, but I, Lu Xiao, have not lost my ability to mobilize troops and punish generals. It's fine if you don't let me out of the city, but can't I send them off with my eyes?" The old man slapped the top of the city wall and said angrily, "Why can't you flying Jianghu grandmasters stop for a moment?" The fights were so noisy that more than half of the people in the capital couldn't sleep well, especially that banished immortal in a white robe. He bragged that he was so divine that even old Demon Ding was defeated by him. "He was so handsome that my 2 grandchildren kept asking me if I knew him. One said that she wanted to learn from immortal Master Chen, and the other said that she wanted to see a hero. I don't know him. If I see that white-robed man, I will point at his nose and scold him half to death. Let's not talk about other things, but that name is really not good." Zhong Qiu held back his laughter. The old man was so angry that he frowned and was about to curse. Zhong Qiu waved his hand and said, "That's enough. The Empress, the Crown Prince, and the Princess are all here. You, Lu Xiao, should stop scolding." The old general sullenly stopped. Chen Pinggan didn't say anything. He thought that the old general was a straightforward person, but his temper was a bit hot. Lu Xiao caught a glimpse of the young man's line of sight. The angry old general glared at him and said, "Boy, what are you looking at? How dare you laugh at me?" Chen Pinggan didn't talk back. He just took off the flagon and took a sip of wine. The old general mistakenly thought that this person was a Jianghu man. Since he could stand with Zhong Qiu, he was most likely a young master with good martial arts skills. He said earnestly, "Boy, look at you. You look like a scholar. I'm not taking advantage of my seniority, but I, Lu Xiao, am very good at judging people. I sincerely advise you not to wander around Jianghu in the future. I don't expect you to go to the battlefield to make a name for yourself. You don't need to die on the battlefield. You just need to learn more from our imperial tutor. Of course, only learn from his side of the sage of literature." What's so good about being a Wu grandmaster? Chen Pinggan was speechless. He squeezed out a smile, nodded awkwardly, and took another sip of wine. Although the old man was hot-tempered and his words were not pleasant to hear, he was actually very kind. Princess Wei Yizhen covered her mouth and snickered. She knew the identity of this young man. She had seen him once at the restaurant in Zhuiyuan Alley. But the old general only knew that the young man who killed old Demon Ding was wearing a white robe, could fly a sword, and knew magic arts. He didn't know that the guy he threatened to scold was far away in the sky but right in front of him. Even the old general, who was quite disgusted with Jianghu, couldn't help but secretly sigh when he saw the sword light on the Black Ox Mountain. What a real immortal! But the stubborn old general didn't let go of any opportunity to teach the young man who had gone astray. He turned his head and advised, "See, this is the demeanor of a grandmaster. How many years will it take for you to reach this level? Even if I give you 100 years, you won't be able to do it. So, it's better to give up martial arts and pursue literature. If one day you understand and are willing to throw away your pen and join the army, that's even better. As long as I'm not in the coffin at that time, you can come to me and I'll personally recommend you. You can choose any elite border army of the Nanyuan Kingdom." The old general's saliva splattered everywhere. Chen Pinggan wiped his face and sighed. He had to tell the old general his name. "My name is Chen Pinggan." The old general snorted. "What's wrong with your name being Chen Pinggan? It's not a family name." "I'm familiar with all the high-ranking officials of the Nanyuan Kingdom." The old general suddenly stopped talking and nodded with a straight face. He gave a thumbs up and pretended to be stupid. "Good name." Then the old general acted as if nothing had happened. He silently walked to Zhong Qiu's side and then silently moved until he reached the crown prince's side. The old general planned to not speak for a while and practice silent meditation. Chen Pinggan watched the battle of the Black Ox Mountain for a while and said, "I'll go first." Of course, no one stopped him. After about half an hour, Zhong Qiu saw some clues about the battle. He smiled and said with emotion, "Previously, the odds were 50-50. Now, it's much worse than him." Zhu Shuzhen still couldn't see anything, and neither could Crown Prince Wei Yang. As for the old General Lu Xiao and Princess Wei Yizhen, they were even more confused. Lu Xiao wondered, "Imperial tutor, he left just like that?" Zhong Qiu smiled. "As long as Chen Pinggan is willing to appear on the city wall tonight, Eugenie won't dare to act recklessly." At this point, Zhong Qiu turned his head and sighed in his heart. Didn't he say that he wouldn't care about anything? When Chen Pinggan quietly returned to the courtyard, the sky was still dark. These days, the little lotus girl had been curled up in the golden wine robe and slept more and more soundly. Chen Pinggan didn't wear the golden wine robe back. When he entered the room, he found that the little girl's breathing was becoming more and more stable. She changed her sleeping position and Chen Pinggan helped to roll up the corner of the golden wine robe. Chen Pinggan walked out of the room. The skinny little girl was sitting on a small stool and leaning against the door. She frowned in her sleep. Chen Pinggan could even vaguely see from her sleeping position that she was very wary of the world despite her young age. Chen Pinggan clenched his fists and gently placed them on his knees, quietly waiting for dawn. The old Taoist suddenly appeared and stood beside him, one standing and the other sitting. The old Taoist went straight to the point. "Since you're carrying Chen Qingdo's long qi sword, I'll make an exception and let you enter this blessed land with your body and soul intact. As for why you're here, of course I can figure it out. It's not difficult for me to help you rebuild the longevity bridge, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world." The old Taoist pointed at Cao Qinglong's room. "I heard your conversation with that child about right and wrong, So I knew about your relationship with the old Shotsai. After all, I'm the first person in the world to know about the old Shotsai's order. How dare you mislead my child with such a muddled account? At this point, the old Taoist sneered. So I decided to raise the bar a little. That's why the encirclement happened and Ding Ying imprisoned the Fengsuan item. If you're not capable enough and die here, then leave the Long Qi sword behind and I won't make things too difficult for you. At most, I'll keep you here for a few decades. You can return to how you came, and you don't have to worry about your soul and body. I don't get along with the old Shotsai, so I won't vent my anger on you. But there must be rules. Chen Pinggan smiled bitterly. I see. The old Taoist sneered. Later on, there was an expert from the school of yin-yang, and he was quite an expert. One time, he acted ambiguously and stepped on my bottom line. So I tolerated him and didn't argue with him. But his disciple, who was born with the body of the fish of yin-yang, didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He possessed Fan Weiner twice, trying to warn you and tell you the way to leave the blessed land. So I destroyed the other two treasures on your body. Chen Pinggan asked, is it the paper figurine town and the Northern Jin Kingdom? The old Taoist smiled. You're not that stupid after all. These two places are the work of that person. It's quite interesting. As for why he was willing to act, you've suffered in his hands before. Chen Pinggan's forehead was covered in sweat. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. It was smaller than life and death. Life and death were often decided in an instant. Chen Pinggan's fear was like being in a white fog. One wrong step and he would fall off a cliff. Then, there would be someone standing at the edge of the cliff, looking at him coldly. That person. Chen Pinggan only remembered now. It was the honest man who brushed shoulders with him at the Eagle Fortress. The man even grinned at him. It was also the man who sold candid whores when he was young. That good man with a smile. At the Eagle Fortress, Chen Pinggan felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember. What Chen Pinggan remembered was not the man's appearance, but his smile. From the Pearl Grotto heaven to the Tongya continent. Chen Pinggan raised his arm and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The old Taoist asked, you finally remember who it is. Then, do you understand? Chen Pinggan nodded and said, I understand why he reminded me out of kindness. He doesn't want me to enter the lotus flower blessed land that he can't control. He's just afraid of you, old senior, so he doesn't dare to act brazenly. The old Taoist nodded and said, it's a little better than being stupid. You're actually only half right. That person doesn't have any evil intentions towards you. Otherwise, with your luck, how could you find the little lotus flower person? The old Taoist asked again, I can solve this situation, but others can't. But you only know the truth now. Isn't it strange? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said without hesitation, it's not strange. If it was in the past, it wouldn't be strange either. After all, it's not strange that I don't know anything. But after coming to the lotus flower blessed land, connecting it to the people and things I met during my 2 travels, I've thought it through. The old Taoist nodded and said, then you're a little smart now. Chen Pinggan asked, when can I leave the lotus flower blessed land? The old Taoist smiled and said, you should ask when you can leave the Nanyuan kingdom first. This time, the old Taoist didn't keep him in suspense. When the Nanyuan kingdom's capital is over, I'll take you to see the world. Chen Pinggan took down the wine jug and hung it in the air. He didn't drink it. He couldn't help but muster up his courage and asked, why? The old Taoist chuckled, old senior's Tao is very powerful. It's very boring. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.